It's got a soul, this hero farm. It falls asleep inside my arms. We work the fields under the stars. The love is here at Goldshop Farms. A city life, yeah, had its charms, but we would dream of the fields under the stars. I fall asleep inside its arms. The love is here at Goldshop Farms. The love is here at Goldshop Farms.
How is everybody doing? What's going on? Thank you for joining me here tonight. Today, I should say. This is going to be a very, very interesting and very, very different type of event. This is going to be very, very different than my usual live streams. This is going to be very different than, I think, really anything I have ever done here before. For those of you guys know me, I'm Morgan from Goldshaw Farm. Our farm is a duck, goose, cattle, tree, chicken, pig, bee farm here in northern Vermont. And I will say we have had quite a week here in Vermont. It has been a doozy. As a lot of folks know, Vermont's been hit with a lot of heavy rains over the last week or so. And in particular, earlier this week, we've experienced some serious flooding. Here on our farm in northern Vermont, so we're in Peacham, Vermont, actually, specifically, we've gotten very lucky. The farm hasn't really sustained any damage. We had a couple of casualties, which I'll talk about later. But, really, for the most part, it's been really chill and really, like, things are okay. We have gotten super lucky. And so I want everybody to, number one, know that very, very clearly. But that said, a lot of folks in our area have just been getting hammered with the heavy floods. The city of Montpelier, which is our capital here in Vermont, is still a lot of it's underwater. Barre, Vermont, which is right next to Montpelier, is underwater. I've got friends in Hardwick who are dealing with some hard times. I've got some friends in Barnet and some friends in Cabot, all of them struggling. And so what I decided to do is I wanted to try to figure out a way for us to help folks and really reach out to kind of the broader world and the community and say, hey, there's a lot of farmers out here who are really going to be struggling this year because of the challenges that have been faced. And so I wanted to do a fundraiser. And so this whole live stream, we're going to be going live for 24 hours. It's starting right now, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And we're going to go until 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow, Sunday. I am going to be here with you the whole time. I might take a nap at some point. I might not. I'm just going to see how this goes and see how I'm feeling. I've got a lot of things like live streams set up around the farm. So there's like live feeds of a lot of different things going on. So you guys are going to be able to get to see and experience those types of things as we're going throughout the whole 24 hours here. And really some unique things that you've probably never seen before around the farm. If you're on with us on YouTube, you'll actually be able to directly donate. You'll see a donate button. If you're on Facebook, I'll continuously be dropping the link, but it's North of Vermont, which is the Northeast Organic Farming Association of Vermont. They are a group who it has actually a special farmer emergency fund, and they're going to be directing a lot of their farmer emergency funds over the next few weeks to support folks who are in need from the flooding. And so that's where all the money that's going to be raised here as part of this fundraiser is going to be going. It's going to be going right directly to NOFA, and specifically right now, like you can even see on their website, they are taking applications and really basically saying to folks, hey, if you've experienced problems as an impact from the flooding, just let us know and get in touch with them. And so that's effectively what you're going to see here. And so I strongly encourage you guys to check it out, and I strongly encourage you to support NOFA either directly through the give links that we're going to have or indirectly. But yeah, it's going to be something that is available for folks. And so I'm actually not taking the donations. I know there were questions about that. It's going to be going all through NOFA, and I'm really just here to kind of bring you guys in to talk to you about what's going on, have some fun with you, because like I don't want this to be a big downer, so this won't be like, Sarah McLachlan singing about sad puppies and that sort of thing. This is meant to be like a good, fun afternoon. I see so many of you guys already queuing up and joining in. I see a number of folks are already donating. Wow, we're already up to $800, and we've only been doing this for a little bit. Let me do a couple shout outs here. And some of you guys have been anonymous, and so thank you for that. Ginger Knight, thank you for your donation. Let's see who else we got here. Sorry, I've got like a lot of screens going, so to be able to see this is part of what I'm dealing with here. Ginger Knight, thank you. Anonymous. Newfer, thank you. K. Alvey, Ginger Knight again, thank you. Wow, you guys are super generous already. I can't believe it. We're already up over $800, and we've been going for 6 minutes. So, yes, thank you. Also, shout out and thank you to my moderators who are joining and helping keep this manageable, too. There's going to be a lot going on. I want to give you guys a chance to ask your questions. But, yeah, I would not possibly be able to do this without moderators. So, like Kathy from North Star Prepstetter here is a good example of one of our amazing moderators. And then the other thing I want to say, and I just see Gene's comments here. Yeah, if you can't donate, don't feel bad. I don't want people who are like financially struggling, who like don't have the money to give, feel like they're being pressured to give. I don't want to put you guys in that situation. But yes, if you can share, that really also helps. So just know that by participating in this, you are doing magical things where you're boosting algorithms and sharing this to more people. And maybe some of those people can donate too. And so just know that even if you can't afford to give, don't feel bad about it. You can still participate in this. You should feel a part of this, and you can make some good too. And so, yeah, please, I don't want this to have anybody feeling bad because they can't do it. And yes, as Sarah Schneider asked, it was the caffeine stash. So I got up this morning at my like usual time around, I was like about 4:45, got out there, did all my chores. I actually shot a video this morning that we're going to be editing later tonight. One of the cool things that we're going to be doing is I'm going to give you guys a chance to like hang out and watch me edit, and I'm going to show you some of the secrets of how I make my videos. But then, I came in from doing farm stuff at around, I don't know, I guess it was about 11 o'clock, had my lunch, and then I took a nap. And so I woke up, I don't know, probably about 45 minutes ago, and I'm like shot out of a cannon now. And yes, I got some iced coffee going. This should be a lot of fun. And yeah, Sarah, thanks for coming and hanging out. And one thing, guys, if you see what Sarah's doing here, if you have questions and you want me to answer them, the best way for me to see them is going to be if you put those questions in all caps. It just makes it easier for me to pick them out. Just know, even though I've got the moderators helping kind of like kick out trolls and problem people and that sort of thing, I'm producing this entire thing all myself. This is all going to be me. There's nobody else here. Allison actually even had to go away for something, so she's not even on the farm. It's just going to be me hanging out. I've got some guests calling in. My buddy Alfred's going to be stopping by in probably about 20 minutes, and we're going to be hanging out outside in the barn, so that'll be like the first activity. But just know, like, this is all me, and so if you see me screw up or a camera gets messed up, just know this is like one guy trying to answer all your questions and do all the wacky video stuff that you're going to see. Yeah, we should be having some fun, though, too, so just keep that in mind. All right, I feel like I need to take a deep breath. I'm like going at right now the pace that I usually go at for when I'm doing a live stream, and I'm doing it like for an hour and a half, and I got to keep reminding myself that, hey, I'm going to be doing this for 24 hours, and that's going to be kind of ridiculous. And so there you have it. Okay, RJ checking in. RJ always seems to have these weird local questions that verge on the border of uncomfortable, but RJ, I think you're doing it with much love, so I'm going to answer it. We have actually two streams that run through our farm. Actually, if you're looking at these aerial shots, on the south side, which is essentially the right-hand side of the screen, there is a brook called Hendry's Brook that runs there. On the north side or the left side of the screen is what's known as the South Peachum Brook, which is what RJ is referencing. Both of those held up as they ran through our property. You can see right here, this is our pond. It actually just filled up, and then we have the overflow that goes to the right, which is like, it actually feeds into Hendry's Brook, and that's all full. So everything is full down there, but because of the structure and the way we built the pond at this point, nothing overflowed, and we didn't have any problems on that front. So we are good. And I do know though, RJ, that the South Peachum Brook did cause flooding further downstream for some folks. Yeah, actually, particularly one of my friends, who's actually in Barnet, he was impacted a little bit too. And so like he's actually a sheep and chicken and pig farmer in Barnet, and the South Peachum Brook runs through his place, and he got lucky, but he had a very close call where there were like, I don't know. It was super, super close to him. Like, if it had flooded over probably another foot or two, it would have, like, kind of gone over this bank and caused him some real problems. Hey, what's going on, Chip? Good to see you, buddy. Yes. NOFA overall is a great organization. NOFA Vermont is specifically the chapter here in Vermont, and they're the ones administering the fund, and as Chip says, they do a lot of great stuff in terms of how they think about managing things. Hey, we got Michael. We got a lot of folks from the Grass-Fed Co-op. I'll actually be talking to Ben from the Grass-Fed Co-op later tonight, and I'm sure we'll talk about what some of these guys are doing, which is some really awesome stuff. All right, let's see. What other questions? Yeah, and I guess here's the other thing, too. I'm doing this specifically to support folks in Vermont because that's where I live, and I'm trying to support folks locally here. That does not mean that there are not problems all over the place. Like my home state of Connecticut, I think has had some serious struggles. And look, it's not just flooding too. This is the reality of climate change, right? Where you've got, I think, some of the craziest, hottest temperature streaks ever in the southwest of the United States right now. Here in the Northeast, we've been getting hammered with like heavy rains. There's droughts in other parts of the world. And so just knowing that climate volatility is like one of the biggest things that comes as a result of climate change. And so, just keep that in mind. Oh, wow. We are already up to $1,300. I can't believe that. So shout out to Julianne and Delia. Thank you, guys. Thank you to more anonymous folks. This is amazing. Wow, you guys, I can't believe we're already over. Liz from By Their Farm over in the UK, actually Wales specifically. My good friend Liz, she's donating, and it's cool when Liz donates. It ends up coming in pounds. So yeah, wow, that's amazing. Thank you guys. Renee, thank you for that donation. Kayland, thank you for that donation. Random V user, thank you. Wow, very generous donation. You guys. Delia, thank you. Wow, thank you guys. I'm just crawling through these and trying to catch as many people as I can. You can also donate through their website. KLV, thanks. Yes, awesome guys. You rock. This is amazing. Can't believe it. We're already up over $1,300. All right. Alfred is coming. Let me talk a little bit about some of the things that are going to be happening here, though, because Alfred is coming in a little bit, and he and I are just going to kind of shoot the breeze and answer your questions and hang out in the new barn. After that, Anson Tebbets, who's the Secretary of Agriculture for Vermont, he's going to be calling in. We're going to have Miss Vermont, my friend Bella. She's going to be calling in very, very soon after Anson. We're going to have several different farmers from Vermont here actually calling in to talk to me about some of their experiences and some of the things that they're seeing. My buddy Johnny Wanzer, if you guys are Vermonters and you're familiar with Vermont comedy, you probably know Johnny Wanzer. He's going to be calling in and making things interesting. Okay, Rob, I am sorry. I didn't mean to pick on Sarah. I actually think she's very talented. So that comment was meant to be much more just, hey, I'm not going to be going for a certain vibe for this. People sometimes think of like live streams and telethons that are fundraisers, like where it's like all sad, doom and gloom and tragic. This is meant to be like upbeat, positive energy. We're going to be having fun here. That was my point in that. But yes, I'm sorry, Rob. I did not mean to pick on her. Hey, what's up, Liz? All right. Wow. No, Chip. Jerry Lewis apparently won't be coming back from the grave to join. I'm just simply channeling him, and yeah, maybe at the very end. I think I will do this at the end, like 150 on Sunday. I'll be singing the "You Never Walk Alone" song. Maybe that will be the thing that I do. But yeah, no, Pam. My area is actually, like I said, not too flooded. Yeah, like specifically my farm, and the area around us has actually been bad. There were a number of roads here in Peachum that washed out. Like for a while, one of the main roads that like you would get to Montpelier on was completely washed out. Our town road crews actually did a phenomenal job. Like those guys are such good folks, and they just worked hardcore getting things done, and it's all cleared up. And so yeah, actually pretty much all the roads are back online here in this area. Okay, what other questions we got? Oh, Culture Nerd asks, is Lil Barncat lurking in her cat tree? No, actually Lil is not in her cat tree. She's actually, and you can see it below this trunk. Oh, actually, I don't want to move this. Lil is sleeping on the couch. What I've noticed is it's actually really hot in here right now. Like, it's about 80 degrees inside my office just because we don't have air conditioning and it's like hot part of the afternoon. She likes to sleep on the couch when it's hot, and she sleeps in her cat tree when it's cooler. And so she's here in my office right now, but she's not there. You guys might be wondering what's the deal with that trunk. Well, the reason it's up and open, and actually the reason I can't close it right now, is because I'm going to be playing video games later tonight. So one of the things that's going to be kind of one of the late night activities as I try to do this thing where I stay up for 24 hours is I'm going to be just hanging out playing video games. And so I have like this cool retro video game console that I built in like an old steamer trunk. And I'll be playing games. I'll definitely be playing NHL 94. Also, high donators are going to get the opportunity to pick the games that I play, even pick the teams that I play as if it's a sports game, and so there's going to be that sort of thing. Hey, Carol, thank you for that donation. Kriya and Kid, thank you for that donation, guys. You guys are amazing. Julianne, thank you. Yes, amazing. Whoa, we're almost at $1,500 and just past the 15-minute mark. That's crazy. All right. You know, I was saying that this was going to be upbeat and happy, but Dick now asks this question, and it does deserve an honest response. And unfortunately, that honest response is not necessarily an upbeat story. And let me tell it to you, but actually, let me pull up, bear with me as I pull up some video aids to tell the story, because buckle up, this is a sad one. So, like I said, overall, our farm is in pretty good shape. We didn't have any major flooding. There's some parts of the upper pasture where the cattle are that are a little bit soggy. Also, we have a lot of like the pond's full, and there's I was going to do brush hogging this week, and I'm not doing that now because I don't want to take my tractor out in certain parts where it's soft. But we did have one group of casualties. And so specifically, what happened was we had some ducklings hatch here on the farm. And so, as you guys know, we've got kind of set up on the farm this pretty incredible habitat. And specifically in the habitat where all the adult ducks and geese are living right now, I have ducks that have been nesting. And those nesting ducks actually produced a whole bunch of ducklings, and you can see them here. And so, actually, this was on the afternoon before the flooding started. I actually discovered a whole group of little baby ducklings who are just absolutely adorable, and it was amazing. I feel really lucky that we were able to have these little ducklings. They did great, right? And I had this struggle, though, of trying to decide what to do. And determine, do I bring them inside and take them away from the mom? Do I take the mom inside and bring her in? And eventually I came to this conclusion of, hey, look, ducks usually do pretty well in storms. And so it was a mistake to think that. But let me share with you a quick little video that I made talking about this so I don't kind of break down crying talking about it. You guys hear that? Oh, look at that. We got some ducklings born today. You see, part of what I've done on my farm is I've tried to build a little habitat for all my ducks and geese. So they have plenty of wild plants. They have these little streams that form that they can go swimming with their ducklings in. Here's another mama duck. She's got her own little clutch of ducklings. When you look at the mixtures that we're starting to get, it's pretty exciting. They're actually in the stream here. Or swale, technically. Holy smokes, would you look at that? And so these birds are a mixture of khaki Campbell, cayuga, and runner duck genetics. And I even think actually this one here, she might be part Pekin duck. Because we do have Jemima Puddle Duck, who is our farm's oldest duck, still in the flock. And so I wonder if she actually maybe laid that egg. Hey, little guys. So sadly, though, as a result of the flooding, those little ducklings actually passed away. I don't even know. I found a couple of them. I think that what happened is the moms weren't letting the ducklings keep up with them, and so yeah, it sucks. And so those were the one casualties we actually did end up having on the farm as a result of the flooding and the storms. And it sucks, and I feel bad because I also recognize it was so much my fault. I should have just taken them in, and I regret not taking them in. But I seriously was thinking of it. I was like, no, I really want to let these ducklings live outside and kind of grow outside and let them kind of grow up entirely in the permaculture orchard. And I blew it. And so, yes, that was the one death that we did actually end up having on the farm, Dick. So I'm sorry to report that one. But I did also see the question from Edna asking if there's going to be barn cat cam on today's live stream. And the answer, Edna, is 100% yes. Now, this is not something I can do live streaming because it's just impossible to mount. Like when I put these cameras on, like Ginny Barncat, who's wearing this camera right here, you know, typically what I'm doing is I have like a little special collar that she can wear and it sits in here, but there's no way to stream this. And so what you're seeing is something I recorded at, I don't know, probably about 8 o'clock this morning. But yes, there will be moments where you guys, like, for example, if I need to like have a bathroom break, you're going to probably be watching Barn Cat Cam. That's what's going to happen. And, oh, look at that. Isn't that adorable? She's just licking away. That's little Ginny right there for you. So yes, Edna, there is going to be Barn Cat Cam for sure over the course of this live stream. All right. Oh, don't you worry, Florin. Toby and Abby Dog are going to be making appearances later today. Really what I meant to do is kind of from 2 to 2:30 today. The plan was I was going to kick things off and get things started. But yes, very soon. Oh, thank you, SB Rogers, by the way, for that donation. And Chicken Boo, wow, thank you. But yes, Carol, thank you. But what I was saying is there will be like all sorts of things. I'll be going on different parts of the farm. Over the last 2 days, as I've been getting ready for this live stream, one of the things I've done is like I've stashed some like Wi-Fi connections and found some spots where my cell phone works. I even moved the cattle to a spot on the farm where my cell phone works. And so when I do my evening chores tonight, you'll be able to come with me as I do some of those things. This was like a logistical challenge, but I'm gonna be working on it. Game Farmer asks, question, are you going to make a cow plushie? Oh, I don't know if I should do that. I'm going to do this because you guys are hanging out already, and I can't believe we're already up over $1,500 in donations. So as a special thank you, I bring to you guys the prototype. This right here is my Macho Man Bull prototype plushie. And so, yes, this is in the works. It's not quite finished yet. There's some things I have the manufacturer fine-tuning. But there will be... I'm going to say this is going to probably make its appearance like in the fall and almost leading up to Christmas. I will have a Macho Man plushie available. And so, yes, that is in the works, Game Farmer. The other thing that's probably worth talking about is, you know, I know you guys are excited to hear about the Toby Dog book. And tonight, I think at about 9 o'clock tonight, 9:30 tonight, what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be reading from the Toby Dog book. I'm going to read some select chapters, maybe even use it as a little bit of a way to hustle some extra donations. But I will be reading... Oh, thank you, Waka. I'll be reading chapters from the Toby Dog book and giving you guys a sneak preview. And the Toby Dog book will probably be going on pre-sale by the end of next week. And so that's also in the works. So stay tuned for that. Hello from Romania. Yeah, wow, I can't believe you're coming in from Romania. What's happening, Michael? Good to see you. Yeah, I should pace myself. All right, I'm going to keep jumping ahead here, guys. Also, the other thing, just know, because there's like, I'm live streaming directly to TikTok and, I'm sorry, to Facebook and YouTube. I'm also going to be jumping into TikTok and Instagram, occasionally as well. And so I'm going to try to answer as many questions as I can, but I will struggle to try to keep up with all of them. And just know that I'm not going to do a great job. So just want to manage expectations. No, Ryan Seacrest will not be joining. There will be other special guests, but not Ryan Seacrest. I can answer that. The price of the book is going to be $15.99, and it's going to be that way for all the versions. There's going to be a print version, which is like loaded with all sorts of cool illustrations, but then there's also going to be an audio version, which is like, it's going to be like a fully produced thing where I read as the narrator. I've got some actors who are going to be playing the parts of the different characters doing the dialogue. There's going to be some sound effects. It's going to be it's meant to be a lot of fun, but it'll be $15.99 is the actual price that we have it set for. Okay. Did you make a video on how... Yeah, you know what? I did, AJ. I'll probably play it before I do video game things tonight, but you'll see it like the how-to of how I made it. Yeah, it was like a fun... It was one of those projects where, like, when you're, like, stuck inside the house and you're kind of bored, you're looking for something to do in the winter. It was looking for something to do during the winter type of project. I'm just actually keeping a lookout, too, to see if Alfred's coming, because he should be here in a few minutes. Okay, so Kate asks, why did you choose not to put them in a brooder like last year? So there's actually two reasons to it, Kate. Number one, what I have found is if I take ducklings away from a mother and put them in a brooder, I have to raise them all the way to adulthood. If I leave them with the mother, they'll be okay. I thought about trying to create a brooder to take the moms in, but I couldn't actually figure out who the moms were, because they were like all being raised communally. So I was gonna have to take like 4 ducks and it was like about a dozen ducklings into like one space. And so I made the decision. I was like, I think they should be okay. They're with their moms. There's enough duck to duckling ratio. They should be fine. And I messed that one up. It was a really bad call and I screwed it up. Like, no doubt about it. We have 2 male ducks. So within our flock, we have a runner drake and a cayuga drake this year, who are unrelated to everybody else. And so that's where I get just some fresh genetics in. I usually do that by cycling out the drakes and having fresh drakes every year or two. That's how I keep the fresh genetics, particularly for the duck flock. Yeah, I know, Carolyn. Hindsight is always 20/20, and oh wow, Gareth, thank you for that. But yes, I do feel a lot of regret with how things went there. It sucks. Yes, Allison, the ducks did perish. Heather, you're 100% right. I mean, I see this as a way to say, hey, I screwed up, I learned something, and now I just gotta act different. So Salm asks, have I let the ducks and geese have access to the pond? And the answer there is I'm letting the the goslings, so our younger geese, they're the ones who are getting access to the pond right now. So let me see if I can get actually some shots of it. There. All right, so those are the adults. Maybe it's actually on a different reel. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. I have so many different clips and footage going on here. Nope. I bet it's on this one. Nope. There you go. Okay. So as you guys can see, so the goslings can now get access. It wasn't that I was going to let it rest for an entire year. I just didn't want the ducks doing the pressure thing that they typically do to it in the spring. And so I gave it the whole spring to like really bounce back. particularly with the floodwaters too, I felt like there was enough water that it would be okay with the goslings to get access, and so the goslings have been the ones who have been enjoying it right now. I'm glad you like that, AJ. Oh, Nancy, thank you very much for that donation. That's super, super generous. Thank you. And Pigpen Gaming, thank you also. Really appreciate that, guys. Wow, we're almost up to $1,800 already, and we haven't even been going a half an hour, or just hit the half-hour mark yet. All right, Game Farmer likes the Macho Man plushie. And yes, Kathy, these horns are soft. Like, I can... Whoop, whoop, whoop. I can poke myself in the eye, and it's just fine. Yep. Yeah, we'll let the Macho Man hang out with me here. I honestly don't know. What is the like? I don't know how to set targets, Nate. I would just love to try to raise as much as we can, and in this next 24 hours, that really is my goal. Oh, thank you, Anonymous. Yeah, by the way, guys, I appreciate these anonymous donations too. And I can't believe Annika's coming in from Holland. We're getting folks all over the world here. That's crazy to me. Okay, what else do we got? Hold on, I gotta check to see if Alfred's here yet. Oh, Alfred's here. All right, guys. Here's what's gonna happen. I am going to be going outside, and I'm gonna be meeting Alfred, and we're gonna go hang out in the barn. And so, while I do that, I'm going to let you guys experience Ginny Barncat Cam, and I will be back very, very shortly. Good job not with me. I'm very proud of you. I know. I'll give you 5. No, don't hit that. No, please don't hit that. This is why I'm putting the bandage on you, bro. Abby, sit. Sit. Good. Hey, 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 hey. Don't eat. Don't eat. You're a good girl. I know you don't like it. It's part of the deal. The only way your cut will get better. Cut out an infection. What happens? Okay. Look. Hi,
everybody.
Alfred came in resplendent Canadian tuxedo.
Yeah, Morgan told me that was the dress code, and I'd heard, and I'm starting to think that maybe he was joking a little bit. I don't know.
So I had this whole nice like camera and laptop setup going here, and unfortunately, I think we're really close on this.
Hey, buddy.
But yeah, so the plan was we were going to come out and hang out in the barn and just kind of shoot the breeze with everybody. And so that's what we got. We've got our ginger lime mule seltzers here. And yeah, have you ever had this?
I don't think that I have.
Pretty good. It's like ginger beer without the sugar.
Oh yeah.
So no.
Yeah, I'm a big ginger beer guy. Actually, it's one of my favorites.
So yes, unfortunately, my laptop isn't working out here in the barn, and so we're on my iPad, and it's a lot harder to angle your iPad in a way. Yeah, here, Alfred, take it over. So, talk to everybody about what you've been seeing and experiencing here over the last couple of days. Because I know you just put out a video you've been talking about this, but there's been a lot going on in your world.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of stuff that reminds me of Hurricane Irene back in 2011. I was living in in Bethel, Vermont at the time, in central Vermont, and we lived right on a brook, and it was quite the experience. And so yeah, seeing a lot of, I don't know, getting a lot of flashbacks to that event. My quarry is up on a mountain. It's a really rough road that I had buffed out for a second there, but it's yeah, it took a beating. I had quite a bit of work to repair one section in particular, and the rest of the road is just super rough. And yeah. Oh. Yeah, RJ, my quarry is located on the south side of Blue Mountain.
Yeah, RJ always has very hyper-specific local questions. Like he's always asking about your uncle.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, the morning after, there were a few roads that needed to be worked on and in town here, and I don't know, I was gonna go do some of that, but found somebody with a backhoe a little closer.
So comparing this to Irene, like how bad was it, relatively speaking?
Well, here in Peacham, it wasn't really bad. But I mean, you know, Central Vermont seems like really similar ordeal, and yeah, you know, it's just, I guess, it's a similar situation in that in the time leading up to the storm, it rained and it rained and it rained for weeks on end. I've been trying to build a chimney, but you know, every day in the forecast for the last month has been, you know, lightning storms and stuff. So anyway, ground saturated, and then we got the big rain.
All right, I think I fixed the laptop in here, so we're gonna hold this one. Ow, hold on a sec. Problems. How about now? Now I think you guys can hear us.
Yeah.
Hold on. All right, so Alfred, how are your lungs?
Yeah, my there we go.
I told you guys there was going to be technical problems, guaranteed. I just didn't expect them in the first 45 minutes.
Yeah, after a great deal of testing and doctors and all that, I finally got diagnosed with asthma, which is a little surprising because I'm like 39 years old and it kind of seems to be a little late in the game. But yeah, asthma, and I got a prescription inhaler, Symbicort, I think. I puff on that twice a day, and I'm generally fine. So yeah, it's not silicosis, so I'm not dying of that. So I'm pretty grateful for that.
Yeah. So, because everybody was saying that, hey, they were really concerned about you. So
yeah, well, I appreciate the concern. I do.
So yeah. All right. So there was another question. All right. Let's see what else we got. Oh, so Alfred, let's talk a little bit about the retaining rock wall.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is a little kind of an experimental style of masonry for me.
Wait, it's experimental?
It's experimental.
You should have told me that before. I was like, oh yeah, go for it.
Nah, you don't need to know. Yeah, most retaining walls. Actually, first of all, you guys got a good dose of the Canadian tuxedo. All right,
I kind of have my own Canadian tuxedo.
Yeah,
I'm doing denim on denim too here.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right, there we go.
A little too warm for that jacket.
Yeah, too warm for that. I think we can have a serious conversation now. Yeah. So Morgan just found out that this retaining wall is experimental, and what it is I'm calling it like gauged wall stone. And so up in the quarry, I took a bunch of big blocks and I split them down into 12-inch tall strips, basically. So big, otherwise unusable pieces of granite, I was able to turn into nice pieces of wall stone. And so we're laying them out
in a coursed out fashion. And I've never really had the opportunity to build a wall like this before, because it's kind of a it's not an easy stone to come by, unless of course you own a granite quarry, in which case you have all the stone you need. I'm really pleased with the way it's coming out. Actually, it's like a really crisp wall. It's like, a little bit of both. It's super crisp and tidy, but it also has a lot of like moss and a lot of like texture about it too.
And now the plan was actually we were going to at some point walk around the corner and actually show you the wall, but now the laptop needs some time to charge. So maybe at the end of our hangout time, we'll go around at the end and show everybody what it's looking like. So I think it's looking really cool. I mean, it is like the precision that I'm seeing that you have to put into like getting it so that each piece sits right. It's mind boggling.
Yeah. Every stone, like the smallest stones don't weigh any less than 150 pounds. So every stone is a machine set piece, and then you gotta work it exactly into the right position with bars and stuff, stuff like that. So it's I mean, most retaining walls, most stone walls are like smaller pieces that you can like pick up and put down, and they're just way easier to handle. And this isn't that, but it's, I don't know. I think the juice is worth the squeeze. It's coming out pretty good.
Is it harder than you thought it was going to be, or
yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the thing I'm excited about is because this will, like, the area that we're talking about is going to probably ultimately be like a new spot where we live stream from on a regular basis, because it is like, I don't know, it's situated like on a nice spot in the property. It's like a nice background. You've got the retaining wall where you can almost like sit on it and hang out on it. And then you've got this barn, like the exterior of it directly behind you. So just in terms of like a place to like shoot something, you guys will see me shooting a lot of videos on it in the future.
Yeah. In July, we've been keeping track of the sun, and, there's a nice big old oak tree out there, and the barn blocks a lot of it. It's really
shady. It's like pleasant. It's like, I think that's exactly a good way to put it. Yeah.
It's pleasant place to be.
So Alfred, Taste Fairy has a question. Read it aloud for her.
Whatever happened to the pipe bending contraption? Well, it's sitting right out there.
It's just out in the weeds, like back where my bucket got lost. It's not too far behind.
Yeah, exactly.
It's in that same equipment graveyard.
Yeah, well, I think I walked by it the other day with Morgan, or I did make a comment to Morgan how it's not dead. What happened was, we were experimenting and kept finding like new weak links, and then just like the last weak link I think I found was using a hydraulic motor that had bad seals in it. I salvaged it out of a sander from my neighbor's house, and so the motor was leaking a bunch of fluid and didn't have enough power to really turn that through. So one of my objectives at some point was to find out how, more of the details about that motor, the displacement specifically, and replace that motor, and then go and see what the next weak link. I think it will bend like lighter steel, but the steel that we got for your project was pretty heavy.
I mean, that's the dilemma where it's like, those steel poles are strong, like way stronger than you'd expect them to be, which you need, particularly if you're building stuff like a greenhouse, and like you need like to be able to hold up against the snows. But it takes a lot of power to bend those things, for sure, especially on like tight curves and stuff.
Yeah. I'd gone to a trade show, like a manufacturing trade show, around the time I was working on that project, and I saw a ring roller, same principle, but this commercially available option was a big, massive piece of equipment, like a 2,000-pound piece of equipment with big, gigantic shafts and stuff that like 10 times the unit that this thing is.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I think someday it's worth getting going.
Yeah, there's hope for it. It's just the old time and money thing.
So, Alfred, Omar has a question here. Were you born in Vermont?
Alfred, were you born in Vermont? You bet your boots I was born in Vermont.
You were just doing the math the other day. I feel like you were like, I think I'm an 8th generation Vermonter.
No, I'd be a 9th generation.
9th gen. All right, yeah.
Yeah.
But you're from Connecticut, much like me. Your people are from Connecticut.
Yeah,
I
I'm
should
part
say.
Flatlander. So there's a, in Peacham here, there's a book, The People of Peacham. It's just a genealogy of Peacham families, and I was flipping through that the other night. I'd always heard that, our family's been in town here for a while, but I did the math, right? Did the research and looked back, and one of my ancestors moved here in 1774 with his family from Connecticut, so that's that Flatlander part, and bought one of the original lots here in town, and so that was 9 generations ago, Abijah Martin, and so then my kids would be 10th generation Peacham residents.
So like Martin Pond, that's like a descendant, I'm assuming. There's a
I
pond
think
here
it
in
is.
Vermont or in Peacham, Vermont, called Martin's Pond.
Yep.
So yeah.
And lot 26 was the end of Martin's Pond, like where the fishing access is now.
Huh.
I think Martin's Pond is named after my family.
There you go. All right, here's another question that I don't even think I could attempt to answer from Barbara about needing to do water remediation because of granite.
I'm backfilling with with some large crushed stone, because I just want, if any water gets behind it, I want that to drop down into the base and then kind of perk into the soil.
So it's actually stuff not that different than what we've got here on the floor.
Yeah. One thing you don't really want to do is create a situation where you're holding water behind the wall, because the wall is trying to hold up the soil, and you just, you're asking enough of the wall at that point. You don't need to ask it to hold up soil and water at the same time. Hydrostatic pressure, you don't want to introduce that. And I think water is going to be negligible in this situation. There is a barn roof coming off, but we put in we're in the process of putting in I guess it's called a French drain, maybe a trench drain. I don't know. We're going to catch all the water coming off the roof, send that off, and then so whatever makes it behind the wall will be negligible. So yeah.
All right, let's see. Hanson's asking, do I have an office here in the barn? And the answer is no. So my office is like just across the way back in the house. There used to be a space that would connect the house and the barn, and that's actually where my office is. I don't have any plans to put an office in here. There will be like a hatchery up on the 2nd floor, but mostly, particularly like the space that you see here, is going to be for like tractor and equipment parking and storage and that sort of thing. That'll be what's happening here on the 1st floor. You know my office well, right?
Yeah.
So all right. So
beepy office, don't you?
What's that?
You have a pretty beepy office, don't you?
Oh gosh. All right. Let's talk about both of these pieces. I don't think I actually talked about the beeping part. But this is worth. I know a lot of people are probably wondering this one. All right. Let's talk about back when in the spring, when I was actually doing the renovations on the office and getting ready, and I found that safe.
Yeah.
What were you thinking through that whole experience when I showed up at your house with like, hey, I got a safe?
I was like, well, that's a pretty liberal use of the term safe. It seems like kind of a bake sale rated box was the first thing I thought. And then I thought, Morgan has all the luck. I've been rooting around in attics for years. I've yet to find a single safe.
Meanwhile, just in his own house.
Yeah, in his own house. And then I thought, well, there sure are a lot of cameras set up in this operation, but that's part of hanging out with Morgan is there are cameras everywhere. I don't know.
Now, I think the other question a lot of folks had was, wow, is he going to bury that hammer he was using in Morgan's head? Did that thought flash through your brain at any moment there?
No. I knew once the dots connected, I knew I was just getting my just desserts.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I did wonder, like, what is this going too far? Like, there wasn't like, it was not a thought that I had leading up to doing it, but when I did it, I was like, oh wait, because like I've always been a kid who like when I was a kid, I would like keep messing around and playing pranks and doing stuff for as long as I could until like I crossed the line. And then realize, oh, I crossed the line. I better reel it back. I did have that flash of a feeling at one point as we were doing it, for sure.
Well, I mean, I still have 10 fingers and 10 toes, so I think we're still on this side of that line.
That's fair. That's fair. that's maybe a good way to define it too. And actually, I think the funny is there was like a revenge prank that you pulled, which was pretty good. Even though it wasn't like one that translated well to video. Where so what happened is like, that prank happened. Eventually I finished my office, and at one point Alfred's like, oh, I want to come over and see it. And I'm like, yeah, man, come on over. And like, I don't know, it was like a Tuesday afternoon. He came by and came in and checked it out. And like, I didn't think much of it. Then, like, for the next couple of weeks, suddenly I noticed that there was this like intermittent beeping. This went on for like 2 weeks, where it was like every so often you're like a beep, and it was like a chirping beep, almost like a smoke detector didn't have its battery. And like I checked every smoke detector in the house, and it wasn't that. And it was just like I couldn't figure out what was going on. But then eventually I like sat in one spot and waited, and like the beeping would happen. It would be like not on the same schedule. It wasn't like, oh, every 60 seconds a beep, every 5 minutes a beep. It would be like, first it's like 1 minute, then it's like 7 minutes, then it's like 2 minutes, then it's like 15 minutes. And so like trying to like audio locute the thing was like very difficult, but I eventually like got patient and just did it. And I found this little like, it looked like a circuit board with a watch battery, and I noticed a sticker that had a goat on it.
Yeah.
What was the origin? What the heck was it?
It was an annoying PCB was the Amazon search term. Yeah, it's just a little beeper that beeps randomly. Super tiny little device, pretty easily concealable. I had to put the goat sticker on because my business is Old Goat Masonry, and so I had a bunch of those stickers. So I just a little calling card just to give them a sense of where it came from. And yeah, Morgan offered me a cup of coffee, so we vacated his office, and I had it in my pocket. And I real quickly I was able to throw it into a cabinet or something like that. It just happened pretty quick. And then I forgot about it, and Morgan thought he was going to torture me by not acknowledging.
Yeah, that was actually so as people are wondering, the revenge prank, I figured that Alfred would have been like chomping at the bit waiting for me, because like usually whenever you play a prank on one of our friends, you're always like, oh, I can't wait to like, guess what I just did to Will? I can't wait. Like you're so excited about the prank that like that to you is like where the real joy comes from. And so I felt like the best thing I could possibly do was like go months without acknowledging it whatsoever. And it turned out like you completely forgot about it when I finally confessed it to you.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm actually, oh man, I'm pretty sure Will's not watching this. I got another one in the works right now. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, this is good. So yeah, we have a mutual friend who doesn't live too far from here, and we're hoping that he's not going to be watching this live stream, and we'll give you guys the inside scoop on what this prank is going to be. I'm actually curious to see what it is too, because Alfred and Will have had this like epic prank war going on for I think decades, and they grew up together. So like it's very, very long standing. And Alfred just pulled something out of his truck. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
So this winter I left my truck unattended, and I came back, and I found this air freshener, Bob Ross with my buddies, their neighbor's face glued on. And that was hanging up from my mirror. And yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. But then on Instagram, I found a company that'll make air fresheners. So yeah, on the way down here, actually, I was hoping to find his truck. So I'm gonna hang this up from the mirror of his truck.
That's gonna be a good one.
I think it'll be a good one. Yeah.
But I don't know. I think our prank war is like chilled for. It's like I don't know.
I can neither confirm nor
I don't know.
nor deny that. I don't know.
I can't wait to see what I find next.
Yeah, we can say that, but obviously,
there's no, it's never over.
Yeah.
All right, Alfred. One question I get all the time is, when it comes to the My Buddy Alfred song, which is done by this guy by the name of Ryan Burns, who's like this super talented musician who doesn't live anywhere near us. Like, what do you think of the song?
I don't. To be honest, when I first heard it, I was really, really flattered, and upon reflection, I still am. I think it's a good song. And yeah, like I don't know. Sometimes when I'm out and about, I get GSF'd is what I call it. When people, when your viewers recognize me out and about, and every once in a while, people just, oh, it's my buddy Alfred, and they get all excited. And yeah, it's I don't know, it's a good song.
I mean, I think you did a good job with it.
Yeah,
we kind of collaborated on the lyrics, and
yeah,
it's catchy. It's very, very catchy.
It's
like
very,
the melody
catchy.
He put to it, like it's definitely an earworm. I know, and I know everybody. You're probably mad that I didn't play it because of the technology problem I had when we first came out here. Unfortunately, I didn't have it queued up, so I'll play it later when I get back inside. My apologies. So Michael's asking, do you know? I'm assuming he's asking you. Do you know where in Europe your ancestors came from?
Scotland.
I don't know. Your uncle, so Alfred's uncle's my next door neighbor, and he knows way more. Like one afternoon I spent with him planting some trees. Like he was telling me, it's like they came over from Scotland here, and they were buried here, and like he's got like some in-depth stories about it. But like it's
yeah, yeah, Scotland. He found one estate outside of Glasgow is one place where they came from. I'm half Indian or Native American. My father's a Micmac Indian from New Brunswick. So obviously, half my family's indigenous, not necessarily to the region, but the northeastern North America is close enough. Yeah. So
there you go. And actually, how long is your hair?
How long is my hair, Nancy?
It's pretty dang long.
Pretty long. Let's see here. I don't know.
It's luxurious. It's like you just took a shower.
Yeah. You know what?
You're like, hey, I'm doing the live stream. I got to wash my hair.
They might smell it. Yeah, I don't know. It's that long. It's pretty long. I get these little, these short little guys in the front that never grow or keep breaking off, and so it's kind of a nuisance on a windy day. But yeah, that's how long my hair is. And despite how long it is, I always just keep it up in that hairball. Not a bun, it's a hairball. And so I guess it really doesn't matter how long it is because it's the same style, and I probably should just cut it down a little shorter.
Yeah, there you guys go. We're answering all the mysteries here. And I'm going to answer this one from Aspect. So I've considered getting other duck breeds. I will admit, sometimes with ducks, I wonder if the juice is worth the squeeze. I mean, I love ducks. They have some of the best personalities of any animal on the farm. But I don't know, if I look at the farm business and what we're trying to do, I'm always like, oh gosh, I got to do duck chores, and it's like taking time. And so it is the struggle. So I don't think I'm going to get new duck breeds or expand out. I also don't think I'm going to get rid of the ducks that I do have. But at the same time, I would do sometimes wonder, hey, does it actually even make sense to have ducks? Which I know must sound like sacrilege, but yeah, there you go. All right. And Stefan is asking, why don't you put sprinklers and hang them on the top of the hoop coop? I think that might be a project I do for next spring. I just didn't do it this year. The sprinklers are actually on the ground, but that could be something I do next spring. It just take everything you want to do anywhere. And Alfred, you know this, right? It like takes time, and I feel like I'm always writing checks that my watch can't check. I think you probably have that problem too.
Holy smokes, yeah.
and
found it a lot at night.
Yeah, it's a struggle.
Can you explain to me why you would put sprinklers in the hoop coop?
Well, so right now inside the hoop coop, I'm growing like a ton of pumpkins, cabbages, and buckwheat. And so the plan is that you probably haven't been in there in months. Like the plan is that like when fall comes, I'm going to send all the animals back, the birds back in there. And that's where their feed's going to come from for the first month or two. They'll just be able to harvest it all right off the vine. And then like particularly the buckwheat and oats that they trample becomes the bedding that they initially start on. And so like it's just like a cheap way to feed them and bed them for a month, between seasons. And so, like twice a week, I'll run the sprinklers that are in there just to water, because obviously with the covering, I can't get access to the rain. And so, it's more efficient to just probably hang them than do what I have right now where they sit on the ground. And so that's what I think Stefan's talking about here.
Yeah, neat.
Yes, I do think everyone needs a friend like Alfred. 100% agree. No, Dreen, there will be a weird chicken moment of Zen later on. That's something planned for later. So stay tuned for that. Okay, Alfred, how's the quarry coming along? Like, how are you feeling? Because you're now, a year in to ownership, almost?
Yeah, had it a bit over a year. I'm starting to see a few more sales to other contractors. Like my name's kind of getting out there, and also, guys are having time to sell my product, and so that's good. Additional cash flow certainly never hurt anybody. And it's really allowing me to build experimental walls. And it happened again. I just got super bogged down in my day job, so I don't have as much time available that I'd like to have to spend up there and keep developing that property the way I'd like. There's a certain inventory of dimensional blocks that had been sitting up there for 100 years, and that's kind of like the cream, the real easy money, just the real nice stone. And I'm kind of plowing through that pile a little faster than I thought I might.
So you're gonna have to start breaking out the dynamite and like digging deeper in the distant future.
Yeah.
Well, what changes if you have to do that? Like, is it new equipment or different things that you have to do, or is it just now you start having to chip off from like the actual source?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there are a few benches up there that I think I can start to work with the equipment that I have. Fortunately, because it's a mountain, if I work up higher, then I have gravity on my side, and if I got to work in a manner that provides me access with ground traveling equipment, whereas back in the day they had these derricks or cranes that they could pick up stone and fly blocks all over, without any regard for the condition of the ground. But I mean, really, to break new material out of the hill, it's the same process as splitting up. Just drill a hole and put in a feather and wedge.
Just crack and go.
Crack and go. I think I'll probably get some, hydraulic like jacks and stuff like that to help facilitate that. I have a bit of a metal working shop at my house, and I use that term. It's in pretty rough shape, but I can make stuff. And so one of the things I want to make is basically like a big gigantic, like a 50-ton toe jack, basically, but take a big piece of plate steel that I'll cut it up into a hook, and then I can drill a big hole into these blocks, and it'll give me something to put a bottle jack underneath. So then, so then I can, I can pick up a block, and even if I can get it up, one end of it up 2 inches, then that's enough for me to work with. And start reducing it down into a manageable piece from there.
Right. So like in a given month, how much time are you spending like working in the quarry versus working on a job site, like building a wall versus like doing like metal fabrication or other kind of random things? Like how do you like, how does your like month usually break out, and like how do you make that decision on what you should be doing?
At this point, with the projects I have on hand right now, it kind of feels like 20% of my time is down there in the quarry. And metalworking projects are, they kind of come and go, but I try to take care of those on rainy days. And then, while I'm out, site work, if you will, I mean, that should be about 80%.
Especially, I guess, this time of year versus other.
It's yeah.
Did I just remind you of all the
all this stuff? These are 3 a.m. thoughts.
Sorry, man. Sorry. Well, I mean, I guess the question for you, like, so one of the things I've been seeing as people are talking about Vermont's recovery from like what's just happened over here in the last week is there's a lot of concern about tradespeople being available to like actually just do the work.
Yeah, that's a very legitimate concern. I mean, I'm not necessarily in a relevant industry, emergency stonework isn't really a thing, but I guess they could be doing some excavation, but I'm booked pretty solid for a year. Like, I should be working right now. And I think that's probably the rule, not the exception with skilled tradespeople. Before there's an emergency, all these books are full, and so.
I mean, I'll say this. One of the actually biggest things I'm worried about right now is actually on this barn is the electrical, which I was slated to do for August. Now I'm worried some kind of more emergency things might be popping up. And so, that's that's, I think, a really big and scary thing there. All right. How did the Morgan Alfred... Ooh, that's an awkward question.
Only if you make it awkward.
I don't know, that term bromance, heebie-jeebies for me.
All
right, how did we meet? I'm trying to think. Like, was it the evaporator?
Yeah, I know we met at the cafe.
That it was. I think we were talking about, and I think we've been emailing or something.
Yeah.
I think it was something along those lines.
Yeah, I created a blog to like a WordPress little thing to document the building of this evaporator. I think you must have read it or somehow.
I think I was doing research on maple evaporators because I was like really like interested in like trying to figure out how to get one going. And I stumbled on this and saw that, this guy's in Peacham. And so I think that's where I messaged you, and we just figured out a way to meet up. And we met up at the cafe one day, and then I remember going over to your place, and you showed it to me because it was like just after the season. And I remember actually meeting Rose, and she was like wicked pregnant with your daughter. and just like, it's funny because like now your daughter is like a human, and she talks, and like it's just like, wow, that was a long time ago, I guess.
Yeah.
But I guess, I mean, there's a milestone that hits for me tomorrow. So tomorrow marks 7 years since I bought the farm.
Really?
Yeah. So it was July 16th, 2016 was when we bought, actually I closed on, signed all the papers and was in the lawyer's office type of thing. And so, there you have it.
Time flies.
It really does. All right. I know we're way behind on the chat, guys. Right, we're going to catch up. Oh, your cat's looking for the meows on the live stream. Don't worry. That will be back again pretty soon. Wait, did we lose sound again? Oh no. Everybody's saying sound's fine. Okay. Sorry. This is what happens when we're all doing this like this. Oh, all right. Here's RJ with another hyper local specific question. So, did you finish your job at? I don't think you were working on the Fairbanks, were you?
No. Oh yeah, the Fairbanks. I was trying to think of the context there. I went and walked around there. Looked at the style of stone on that structure. I think it's like Portland brownstone is what it's called. It's also a really exemplary, is that redundant? Exemplary example of an ashlar style of masonry. I walked around that, and I really, I wanted to talk to the restoration contractor who and kind of get some insights on just like on the workflow for like heritage restoration projects like that, because it's, I mean, to me, it's really interesting work, but it's also like such a very specific knowledge in a specific discipline in the wider trade of masonry. I thought it'd be really interesting to bring that perspective. And the reason I was so confused about that is because I've been in talks about building a sundial at that museum.
A sundial.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty rad.
It would be pretty rad. Yeah, it's designed by this fellow whose name I can't remember, and I named some shops that might be able to fabricate the stone pieces. It'd be like 3 different stone pieces, and really the way to build this thing would be to draw it out in some CAD program, get a DWG file, and then water jet, just cut with a CNC machine the pieces of stone, and then you can assemble them on site that way. So I gave that guy a few different shops that might be able to do that work. And I'm just now realizing that I got an email from him like 2 days ago. So.
Wow, I'm just giving you anxiety left and right here. I feel super. I don't know though. Actually, the idea of building a sundial, it's a really cool thing. Like, I mean, I guess you got to figure out based on your location and how the sun moves exactly how that timing works. But like, that'd be like just a fun project, I think.
Yeah, it's neat because there's like a little plaque that explains it. In the middle of it, there were like a number of different squares for you to stand on depending on which month it is, and then there's this elliptical. Well, it's not a circle, but an ellipse that goes around it that has the time. So yeah, depending on the time of year, you go stand in a certain place, then your shadow
will tell you exactly the time.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. All right. Are you gonna ever get a mullet? Yeah. I mean, you could cut to a mullet at any moment at this point.
Yeah.
Like, no problem.
Yeah, I could. And I like a good joke. So if I were to ever have a mullet, you can probably bet that it'd show up on like October 30th and maybe disappear November 1st. But thing is, I just don't like short hair. So like I'd get a legitimate mullet for a Halloween party or something, but then the morning after, like I'd have to have short hair, and I'm not cut out for that short hair life.
See, I'm the other way around. So like back during the pandemic, I think I went like about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months without cutting my hair, and it just got shaggy. I mean, it wasn't even like remotely long, and I was just like, I can't handle this anymore. And that's when I actually learned how to cut my hair myself, and now I just do it pretty much every 2 weeks and don't even think back about it. Just it's for some reason just. The problem is though, right? This is where my Russian Jewish heritage of like lots of curly hair comes into play. It gets weird and wavy in ways that just don't work for long hair at all.
I'm a fairly articulate individual. I can generally communicate what I want to say rather concisely. However, all those capabilities shut down when I'm sitting in a well, not a barber's chair, but when I'm sitting in front of a stylist and like, well, what do you want? I don't know. Just make me look hot, I guess. I don't know. And then, I just can't communicate that. And I just abandoned the practice altogether. It's like, you know what? If I cannot tell them how I want my haircut, then I just don't deserve a haircut.
Well, after like learning what it takes to cut my own hair, I realize now that there's actually a very specific language that you'd want to communicate with the barber in. It's like, well, I want a 3 faded to a 6 on the sides and the upper corner. Like it gets into very specific things, which is why I feel like most barber shops like have those books where it's like, give me this one. I want this picture right here. Like, make me look like this with my face, but their hair. And like, it never works, but at least he gives them a general direction to work towards.
Better than a description of like, emotions and memories that never happened. You make me feel like I'm staring off into the sea. Yeah.
Can you give me like a 72 Paul Newman vibe, like, but not so high and tight, like God, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so it's easier just to have long hair.
So Alfred, are there things that are like household items that you can make out of quarry stone?
Paperweights,
huh? You should start selling paperweights on your website.
Yeah,
you know, just all the scrap, I guess. Like, have like some sort of stamp you put to it.
Yeah, household items. I mean, I don't know. You know, if I had different saws, could conceivably make like what are those? It's not like a cutting board, but for like rolling out pastries or something like that.
Oh yeah,
or crepes or
like a charcuterie plate kind of deal.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like we have a slate one that Allison like only lets us use when we have like company over kind of thing.
It's funny. I've never seen you bust it
yeah,
out.
Man.
Me,
I don't
so.
think you count as company. So there you go. But yeah, I don't know. That'd be interesting. I mean, like, how hard is it to shape like make a granite bowl? Like, I imagine that's really really difficult because it would just crack and break pretty quick.
Yeah, the way to do that is you can cut granite with flame with torches. And so there are a few different commercially available torches that use propane and oxygen. And it's like a super high velocity. And so you can use that to burn holes in stone. You know, historically, they could use flames like that to cut channels like in quarries along, into the mountain, or so you can like free up one side of the block. But you can use it to just shape stone into weird shapes. So that would be, to create a bowl, that would be the thing to do. There's this one product in particular called the Jet Stick that I want to get my hands on. It's kind of expensive, but anyway, yeah. So you can use a torch to shape stone. That'd be the way to cut a bowl.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I mean, yeah. These are Alfred's bowls. So Nancy, the donations are going directly to the emergency fund. So it actually doesn't go to running NOFA VT itself. Like all the donations that are coming in through this one specifically are earmarked for that fund. So it's like it goes into the grants that they're issuing out to folks, basically. Okay. Disc golf asks, will I eventually be able to sell beef across state lines? I actually could sell beef if I had beef right now because I'm actually all sold out, but I can sell it because I went to a USDA processor. The struggle that I have had still is like being able to take that beef and turn it into beef jerky because there aren't any processors willing to do that step of the process. And so that's why I can't ship it. And so if I took like some beef that I had that was processed at a USDA processor and opened that package up and made the beef jerky either here or at a commercial kitchen, I could sell that actually in Vermont, but I couldn't sell it across state lines or like mail it to you guys. And so that's still sort of my dilemma there. All right, let's see what we're going to keep jumping ahead. Oh, somebody's asking me about the white Highland. Guys, I know this is like probably one of the more popular questions about it. So I was supposed to buy a white Highland cow from somewhere and it has not come yet. And I actually am not going to talk about that one. Sorry, guys. I can actually see a number of folks asking this one. Sorry. All right. Okay, let's see. Pondview is asking, have you ever thought about getting Muscovy ducks or Chinese African geese or turkeys? I've thought about all three. Muscovy ducks, I think actually could be something I still maybe one day get. They might actually be more suited for the habitat I have built up in the permaculture orchard versus the mallard-based ducks I have now. I highly doubt I will ever get Chinese or African geese. I prefer the breeds like Toulouse, Toulouse and Emden are essentially more European breeds that I've found do really, really well in our setup, along with the Pilgrim, which I think is technically an American breed. And then, maybe one day I could see doing turkeys. Maybe not a lot of turkeys, but a handful of turkeys could be fun to do one year. So I don't know, maybe that might be something that happens next year.
Can you tell me what a Muscovy duck is?
Yeah. So, ducks, there's different kind of breeds of duck, obviously. Muscovy ducks are actually, I'm not even sure they're technically the same species as a like mallard type duck, like the ducks I have here. Muscovies are actually almost like kind of a a species unto themselves, sort of like a half step between a duck and a goose. They're big, they're heavy birds, so they're good for like meat production if you're looking at it. They're really self-sufficient. They're really good at raising young. They have these like claw talons, which make them a little bit dangerous too, which is maybe part of where some of my reluctance comes into play. And then they have these like really interesting kind of like I forget what the carnicles, I think is what they're called, but they're like these like warts on their face. That I think they make them look cool. Allison thinks it like creeps her out. She's not a fan. So yeah. All right, what else we got? All right, I'm not even sure if you want to hear this question, or should I just skip over because it gets so weird. From RJ here.
RJ, has the road driving up your quarry gotten any better? I mean, I fixed it. I fixed the bad spot, but no, it definitely got worse. And I mean, fortunately, I have enough clearance on my truck where I can like not get hung up. But yeah, the trail's long, and I'm solely responsible for the maintenance. So it's probably going to continue to be rough because it'll cost a lot of money for me to. It's like almost a mile long. So
yeah, I mean, if you go to Alfred's YouTube channel, Vermont Heritage Granite Company, you'll see videos where he's driving up. There's like even one where like you and your son like had to like get the truck back on the road. Like you had some problems. Like it's a pretty intense road.
It is an intense road. There's some really steep sections in there, and I mean, I can get heavy stuff out of the quarry, but getting heavy stuff up into it just really isn't an option. So yeah, I don't know. It's passable. Every time I walk the excavator up and down, I'll kind of work on the worst spots, kind of dig new water bars, stuff like that, and just keep gnawing away at it.
Well, I mean, I think that's actually one of the things from the flooding that I've noticed the most, just driving around pretty much everywhere in our area where, we're in Vermont. It's a relatively mountainous state. I know people will laugh at like calling it mountains relative to like out west, but like for here, it's, we're pretty high elevation, and there's just the topography itself is not flat at all. Like there's like, you can't find flat spots. Like, and so the amount of water that's been moving and what that does to driveways and to roads and the erosion, just all over here, it's been pretty intense. Like that's been one of the like just potholes everywhere, and like gotta be careful that you don't drive off the side of a road on a lot of spaces. Like I was on an old cemetery going to the dump today, and it was like, ooh, that's getting kind of sketch over there.
Yeah.
All right. Ava is asking, are you being treated better now than when you first started being a farmer? I don't know. I don't feel like I've ever been mistreated. I think there's like a contingent of folks who are not fans of how we do our farm and maybe how I've gone about talking about certain issues related to the farm. But I don't feel like I'm mistreated. What do you think? I mean, you've been around here a while and seen Flatlanders come and go. Like, I don't feel like I've been mistreated necessarily.
No, I don't think you've been mistreated. I think you definitely, I mean, you do have two, not strikes against you, but two elements. From the outsider, you are new to the area and you are trying different approaches. And so I think that breeds a certain amount of skepticism for, for like locals who've just been doing it this way. But yeah, I mean, just because there's some skepticism, I don't think there's necessarily a, like mistreatment, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, there's like been a couple of folks who like, I've had some like head-to-heads with, but I don't know. It's just not getting along with somebody. I don't think that's mistreatment necessarily. Okay, let's see. Slump Nasty. What are we? We're an hour and a half into the live stream. So of the 24 hours, we've got 22 and a half to go. So yeah, we're moving along pretty well. I'm pacing myself. I'm staying hydrated. I don't know. Like you're pretty much done with your time slot. We could actually go give everybody a tour of the wall. I think we have enough battery juice to do that. Let's see if we got any final questions before we do that, though. Here's one. How much has Morgan regaled you in farm animal facts and knowledge?
Not as much as you'd think. Morgan is a wealth of information, and so he's constantly regaling me in different, he probably knows what 73 Paul Newman's hair looks like, and he knows facts about pandas that might breed some sympathy towards that otherwise useless breed or species. But yeah, no, our conversations are all over the map. And I'm actually, even though like almost every single one of my friends are farmers, I'm not particularly interested in farming, agriculture. And our conversations don't really head in that direction.
Which actually maybe is a nice segue to this next question here.
I do not. My wife does. My wife has a couple big gardens. We always have a bunch of chickens. Every couple of years we'll raise a couple of pigs. I think it's kind of like an alternating thing. She'll do like 50 meat birds each year, and then she and my son, my oldest boy Amos, they have I don't even know, maybe 18 hens right now. And my son sells the eggs.
Yeah, he's become quite the egg entrepreneur.
Yeah,
he knows how to do the egg hustle.
Yeah,
sure.
he's stacking that egg money, and he she'll get him grain, but he'll pay her for it. So, So me personally, no animals. My family, yeah, we got animals.
Yeah, that's quite. I mean, I'm always impressed with your wife's garden setup. She really knows what she's doing there.
Yeah, she's definitely good. And, we're getting into the time of year where everything on the plate will have come off the property. She's pretty proud of that fact, being able to grow everything that we eat.
Yeah, I actually think it is a kind of fun thing where because I actually think the dinner I'm going to make for myself tonight is going to be probably steak and kale, which is 100% farm based here. So it's like, I don't know, it's kind of a cool feeling. You're like, yeah, this is all from our place.
Yeah, I guess that's what it takes to make the kale appetizing.
I like kale. Kale's not bad. Mix it with a little garlic. Let's see, what do we got here? This is very much a weird question for Alfred. Do you make headstones?
I do not. That type of monument making is like kind of a separate but parallel industry, and I don't. Really, what you need for that is some like large format saws, big gigantic bridge saws, and big, just like a lot of big equipment, a lot of like heavy, just big facility. And I don't have any of that. I'm a pretty low overhead kind of guy, so I don't make headstones. I've thought about buying a plot at the cemetery in town here, and the cemetery, like everything else, is on a hill, and thought about like cutting blocks specifically for like a little retaining wall in the cemetery. I'm sure it has some very specific term if it's in a cemetery, but I've thought about like buying a plot and building and doing a little stone installation before it's too late.
So that you can then be installed in the stone?
Yeah, then I can be installed in the stone.
There you go.
But yeah, no, I don't make headstones.
It's funny, actually, this question reminds me. So Alfred and I have had like mini book clubs over the years. And we had one book that we read that another mutual friend like encouraged us to read. And he was like all about, hey, we're going to do a book club. It'll be fun. Yeah. And never happened, but A Prayer for Owen Meany, which I don't know if you guys ever read, John Irving, really good book. I really enjoy it. But like, yeah, because Owen's father is a granite man, which always makes me think of you. And then like, Owen and John like spent a lot of time like working in the quarry and making gravestones. Like that was like a part of like I think their college summer employment or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. This question just sort of reminds me of that.
Yeah, that's a great book. That's a great book. I read it once before and then again after buying the quarry, and it kind of changed my perspective a little bit. John Irving, he's a great author.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, what else we got? Okay, Calvala. So those hickory seeds. So Calvala is a gentleman. I think he's in New Hampshire or Maine. I met him at Homesteaders of New England last year, and he sent me some hickory seeds. Unfortunately, I buried them to sprout them like I usually do with a lot of my tree seeds, and they developed a fungus. And so, unfortunately, a few of them actually did sprout, but they died because of the fungus. And so, it was a bummer. I actually meant to send you a note on that, but sorry to say that. All right, Alfred. All right, we're gonna do a couple finals. I keep saying this, but they just never end. How did you get into quarrying?
I mean, I wouldn't even say that I'm fully like into quarrying. I'm sure a proper quarry operator would just kind of laugh at my little operation, but really it's just an opportunity to buy the historic quarry. And what I'm working with now are like, blocks that have already been pulled out of the ground and are sitting there that were unusable for the previous, application. And so basically I'm just applying my knowledge as a stonemason to the granite. And then I'm hoping as, time goes on, I'll get more kind of quarrying specific knowledge, which is a little tricky because, any profitable quarry in 2023 is working on an incredibly large scale. And, so like these small mom and pop hole in the side of the mountain, I think it's just like the economies of scale just makes it not a super viable, thing to do in the first place. So basically, as a stonemason, there's a community of people who I can consult with, and I just don't think there's that same knowledge, relevant to my situation with the super small scale granite quarry. I don't know, by accident, I guess, to answer the question.
Yeah. All right. So here's a question for me, and maybe I'll ask you too. If I were to get a tattoo inspired by Stephen King, what would it be? That's an interesting one. I think it would have to be something Dark Tower related. It's probably my favorite Stephen King series. Like maybe something like related to the number 19 or something related to Ka being a wheel. I always really like that premise. I think it's something that pops up in a lot of his work, not just the Dark Tower stuff. So if I had to go that route, that'd be what I do. What would you do? Like get Pennywise like across your chest, or maybe you already have that.
I don't know. Maybe I'd get somebody like riding an oversized bicycle screaming "Hi Ho Silver." Right? That happened in it. Right?
Yeah. No, that's what Bill was riding the bike. Yeah. Like this whole deal.
Yeah.
So Mark, I won't be painting the barn, but next year, so what I want it to do is like let the barn like develop a little bit of a patina, and then I'm gonna stain the barn to help preserve it. But actually the plan is not to paint this barn, just let it actually be kind of a natural wood finish, which will go nicely with the wall, which we're gonna look at in a minute. But first, let me get my phone set to do this. And I guess we should answer Edna's question because she's wondering this. And Alfred probably didn't even notice that this was there. But there is, in fact, a watermelon right here sitting on the ATV. Just purchased it at the grocery store yesterday. And this will be actually a live stream activity that we do tomorrow. We're going to try to have a competition to see if we're going to feed this to the gooselings or to the pigs. And so that will be something that you guys get to check out a little later. That's planned for tomorrow morning though. So we're not going to spoil this one yet. But Alfred, would you like to go give a little tour of the retaining wall that you're giving off here?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's go do it. Hang in with us for a second, guys, while I switch cameras, and we will be right with you. All right, and we're back. So this is the retaining wall that we were talking about. You guys can see. And so, Alfred, why don't you explain what's going on here and what you're doing?
So we built the barn, found out that that back corner was like 5 feet high. Anyway, we had to bring in a bunch of fill, and the fill resulted in a bank here that I think is like kind of a disservice to the space. So we were building this retaining wall, and it's 3 feet tall, and yeah, so I cut away the bank, determined where the face of the wall needed to be, and cut away the bank, put the material over there, brought in the stone. So this portion is just a straightforward retaining wall. Again, you can see it's 3 feet tall. And every one of these stones are massive. And
How much do each one of these stones weigh?
Well, granite is about 165 pounds a cubic foot. So, this one would probably be pretty close, about that, 175, maybe 200 pounds. This guy is probably a 250 pound stone. So they're all pretty substantial.
Because I'm watching you guys. You usually kind of putting it in place with the excavator and then like pushing it, fine tuning a little bit.
Yeah, we're getting it real close and then kind of working it in with bars and stuff. And so, again, as I stated earlier, that most walls are out of like smaller stone that you can just like pick up and handle and put down and everything. So these are big pieces. And one other thing is this is technically just kind of like a single thickness wall, which is in other contexts is really an abhorrent practice. But because these stones are so massive, like many of them go all the way back to the bank, I can get away with the the single thickness just because there's just so much mass with each individual stone. And
so that means that like if I'm looking at like right here, right, like so this one only goes this far, this one juts out this far, but like you're gonna kind of cap it so they all sort of look like this, or what does that mean?
Well, just like if we come down here, we can see that there's only one stone. The wall is only one stone deep, and that's like it's a common practice, but it's not necessarily a good one. And the only reason I'm doing that is because these stones are so heavy, and they're so big, and they tie all the way back in. If I were building this retaining wall out of field stone, I'd have the exposed face. Then I'd also build up the back of the wall with another layer of stone, and have stones that tie the two faces together. And the only reason I'm skipping that in this application is because, again, these stones are so big, and just one stone spans the entire depth of the wall. So that's the only reason I'm letting that fly. And I mean, yeah, it's like it's kind of something I'm a little self-conscious about, like demonstrating without explaining, because because it's in other contexts it's just not a good practice.
So and then so if everybody's wondering, so this is going to be the ramp where the tractor drives in and out from. These two large bay doors are for the tractor to come in and out of. And so the idea is we have this nice sort of curved space that can kind of let the tractor come up without being too steep, get in there and settle in. And like I was saying earlier, this is where I feel like this is going to be a cool spot to shoot videos and hang out in the future as things start to come together.
Yeah. Oh, and hey, and while we're right here too, this piece of ledge that I'm standing on right here, this boulder, is too high. Needs to be like 6 inches, maybe a foot lower. And so at some point I'm gonna pick up this
cracking agent called Dexpan, and it's a powder you mix up with water, you pour it into holes, and as it cures, it expands. And so what that'll do is just break up this boulder into a bunch of tiny little pieces that I can pull out, and just get this grade down lower. So it's an alternative to blasting. I think it's safer in many situations. Probably not economically better, but I don't have a blasting license. I don't have any experience with explosives, so it'll be a fun experiment to work with that in this application, and I'll make a video about that when I do that, because I'm just as curious as maybe some of you guys are.
Yeah, cool, man.
Yeah,
Well, thanks for coming out.
my pleasure.
And what I'm going to do now, guys, is I'm going to head back inside and gear up because we have a couple of guests coming. And I think, Alfred, you got other things to do this afternoon. But,
Family's in town.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, thank you to everybody who's supported us as we've been doing this stream and donations. I know I haven't been able to see the donations come in, but it's crazy to see what everybody's been doing so far. So thank you. It means a lot for a lot of folks here in Vermont. And so thanks.
Yeah, like I said, all my friends are farmers, even though I don't care about it. And it's hard to sit on the sidelines and watch them all struggle. Year in, year out, there's always something that the farmers are confronted with. And this particular year, they got a big dose of troubles. So all your donations to NOFA, that's really gonna help some people who need the help as bad as anybody does right now. Yeah. For the sake of their own livelihood and for the sake of feeding their respective communities, it's important to get them back on their feet as soon as we can. Yeah. So I thank you for your generosity and helping us out.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. All right. And while I'm going inside, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you guys watch something special here. I think I'm going to need to switch my camera here for a second and more. Hold on a second. I got to go back to the laptop. I'm doing my best here, guys. This is where being the person on camera and the producer is always a little tricky. But what I do have is a special animal cam that I want to show you. Specifically, it was something I shot this morning, so enjoy.
And with that tiny camera, we will observe the chicken behavior.
All right, and I am back. Yeah, thanks again to Alfred for hanging out. Thank you guys for hanging out. I can't believe it. I was actually wrong. We're up over $3,000 now, and so that's incredible, you guys. As you know, this fundraiser is for farmers impacted by the floods here in Vermont, and so specifically, what we're raising money for is NOFA, which is the Northeast Organic Farming Association of Vermont. They have a specific fund that's designed to help farmers in need in emergency. It's something that's actually been around for a couple of decades at this point. And right now, a lot of the funding that they're going to be giving out over the next few weeks and months is going to be directed at farmers who've been just absolutely getting crushed by some of the flooding that we've had here in the past week. And so it's NOFA Vermont, Patricia, and it's the Vermont Farmers Emergency Fund is where it's going specifically. And yeah, you can donate through the NOFA website if you're on Facebook, or if you're on YouTube, you can donate, and you can just like click the little donate button that you see on the screen there. And that's how we're raising money. And like I said, already through just YouTube alone, I know we're up over $3,000. So thank you guys. Really, really appreciate the support. And I know it's coming in from all over the world. We got, Norbert over in Hungary. We've got Wonderbee in Central Illinois. And so, yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, there we go. So now what's coming up next is we're going to have Anson Tebbets, who's the Vermont Secretary of Agriculture. He's going to be joining and talking to me a little bit about some of the things he's seen in the past week. He is a super, super interesting guy, and I think he's doing some wonderful things here in Vermont. And so I am looking forward to chatting with him. And so he will be dialing in at 4:30. But until then, it's just going to be us hanging out. Because like I said, I wanted to make sure there was plenty of time just to hang out on this live stream as well. I will also be doing chores live streamed later tonight. I will be hanging out with Toby Dog and Abby Dog later tonight. At 9 o'clock, I will be reading chapters for the first time ever publicly from the new Toby Dog book, which is coming, and pre-sales are probably going to start next week. and so that's going to be going on as well. So stay tuned for all of those things. But yeah, no, I hope you guys are having fun. If there's anything you want to see me do or talk about here, just let me know. I'm gonna do my best to kind of catch as many comments as I can as we're chatting here, and do want to catch up and shout outs to thank yous for the donations that have come in. So Mooncake, thank you. All the anonymous folks who have donated, thank you guys. Who else did I miss here? Leah Walcott, thank you. Dave Turnbull, thank you. Nelly Young fan, thank you. More anonymous folks, thank you guys. So super appreciated. Seriously, these donations are going to make a difference for folks. Abby and Denzel, thank you. Josh Brucksh, I hope I said that right, thank you. Donna, thank you. Starcy, thank you. Guys, seriously, this is so much appreciated. Rod Isham, thank you. Pam Shaw, thank you. And that's as far back as my chat's going to let me go. But thank you guys to everybody who's donated so far. It really makes a difference. And again, like I said earlier, if you can't afford to donate, please don't feel guilty or bad about it. The other thing you can do is even just sharing and spreading this live stream so that other people catch us as we go through all of this stuff. It will be greatly appreciated, and you'll help us reach more people, which will help us raise more money. So even just by hanging out and watching, even just by sharing the live stream, even just by hitting the like button, you're helping as well. So thank you guys. Okay, Murray Mutter asks a question. How do you make a good YouTube channel? Honestly, Murray, I think the biggest thing is, it's number one, figure out what you're passionate about and share what you're passionate about. Number two, focus on telling your audience a good story. I think if you do those two things, you're going to be successful. Excuse me. But that said, later tonight, I think probably around 11 o'clock Eastern time, I'm going to start editing a video I shot this morning, and I will give you guys the inside glimpse into how I edit videos, as well as a chance to ask me questions about editing and creating videos. And so, like, later tonight, we're going to dive really, really deep in on video editing. So even if you have to go do other stuff and you want to come back later tonight, go look at it. I don't know how long or if YouTube's going to let me have this stream stay live after I go live. And so just know that a lot of this content will perish. But yeah, that would be probably something to look into if you're interested. All right, question. Am I right in remembering that you're doing a holiday in my home country of Scotland this year? Oh, gosh, I got to tell you this. So, unfortunately, Allison and I had to postpone our trip to Scotland. There were a couple of things that came up. I can't really talk about them. But, unfortunately, I did have to postpone that. And so we won't be going this year. And I don't necessarily want to talk about what we're doing that's going to be a little different just yet. But, unfortunately, it had to get postponed. Okay, what else we got here? Oh, Annika. Yeah, the book will be available in Europe, either the print, the Kindle, or the Audible audio version. All of those will be available. Yes. Marvy, you're in the Philippines. That's awesome. I'm really glad to hear you. Yes, Barbara, I will be doing a brush out of Toby Dog either this evening or tomorrow morning. Hey, Texas Rose, good to see you, buddy. Ticks are kind of a problem. I will say that, like, you know, I pull off several ticks off of myself on a regular basis, and so it's something you have to watch for. And honestly, it's one of the bigger risks I have just for my own health is with those ticks. And so, yes, it is a challenge, and how to deal with those ticks is something I'm always looking for good suggestions on. And so if you have them, please, by all means, feel free to drop me tick suggestions. Honestly, my biggest suggestion is that you check yourself twice a day. And so twice a day I will fully check myself head to toe, looking for ticks, because, you know, if a tick like attaches itself to you and it's less than 12 hours or so, the risk of getting some sort of infection or problem is very, very low. And so that would be my suggestion there. Well, thank you, Rose. I really appreciate the fact that you're watching and hanging out. Yeah, Rose is another one of our awesome moderators, and I really appreciate her hanging out. If I could choose any animal to add to the farm, what would it be? That's a good one, Drake. What would I choose? You know, I think let me give you the ones that are on the list. Sheep, turkeys are probably the two biggest ones. Maybe a donkey. And then the two that are animals that I do have on the farm, but I do think about a lot, are a dairy cow and a herding dog. And so those would be the 5 that are like in the realm of possibilities. I think the most likely would probably be turkeys because it's the least amount of work to add one more animal to. I think the one that I'm probably most passionate about is the dairy cow, but that's also maybe the most work, and so that might not be the case. I think sheep actually might make the most sense, and so I could see that coming into play. The donkey is completely impractical, so that's probably the least likely of that group. So that's my best way to give you an answer, Drake, even though I didn't pick any. Yeah, so again, please, I really appreciate everybody who's been donating here so far. Our grand total right now is $3,360. So thank you everybody for that. Yeah, and no, I will not get goats, like full stop. Like goats are not happening on this farm. Like I know people are always saying that, but yeah, no goats. I don't care if they're cute, Chandra. Goats aren't going it. If I could have any extinct animal on my farm, what would it be? I don't know, Texas Toast. That's a crazy question. I mean, I don't know. Am I talking about like a mastodon or something? I don't know, but that would be kind of destructive. Do I have like a flock of dodos running around the farm? I don't know, maybe, but they might not be able to handle the Vermont winter. I don't know. That's a good question, though. So, Sarah, here's the thing. Like, and I know a lot of folks actually call this out of saying, oh, well, if you have Abby, can't Abby be a herding dog? Like, a good herding dog, and like if it's coming from like a herding breed, like a border collie or, Australian shepherd, like as corgi is another example I'd throw in there. All of those, like, are dogs that can be trained to, like, move animals on command. Abby doesn't do that. Abby has an instinct to, push and move her animals around to different places as needed. It's hard to, like, get her to do it on command because she's got the independence of a Maremma. And so she's not really a herding dog. She can, like, help me in a pinch is really what it comes down to. But she's not a herding girl. I just, and so, like, if I was really going to do it and use it as an animal to move ducks and geese and, like, cattle for that matter, then that would be, definitely something that I would look into. But for the most part, I would not say that like, I can really use, like, Abby as a herder like that. So there you have it. So actually, though, it looks like we do have a special guest coming in, and I don't know if he wants to give me a thumbs up and come on sooner. I'm happy to bring him in. All right. So, guys, I would like to have you welcome Vermont Secretary of Agriculture, Anson Tebbets. Anson, thank you for joining.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be on today, and thank you for doing this service. It's a great service. I'm actually I'm in Montpelier now, and as you know, Montpelier was one of the areas that was really hard hit by this flood. But I might be able to. I don't know how this works. I could maybe pop out of the car here and show you some of the stuff that's happening It's a big cleanup day here in Montpelier, and the Agency of Agriculture has a building on State Street, and our building, the bottom floor was flooded, and today's the day that we're in there, and lots of folks are helping us clean it out. But it's in an extraordinary scene here in Montpelier. But maybe I can hop out of here and maybe show you what's going on.
Yeah, let's take a look. I think for a lot of folks, just that devastation that Montpelier's experienced is significant, and so to kind of see it in action, I think would be awesome. So go for it.
If I can do this here. So this is the magic of technology and television and streaming. So here I am. So I'm just to let you know, I'm in just off State Street. I'm on the back side of State Street, and I'm going to show you. Can I turn my camera the other way? I don't know if I can. Maybe I'll do it this way. So here we go. See if I can do this. Get my earphones on. You see me? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm just off State Street. And if you can see some of the stuff we're just taking all the stuff out of the basement. I can stop. You see that?
Yep. Wow, that is crazy.
Oh, there we are. You still there?
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me, Anson? Oh, we might have lost him. Yeah. See, the one downside of Vermont is that cell phone signals are always a little patchy. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Now I think now you're back.
Okay, there we are. So
Yep.
we're in. This is where we are in Montpelier. We're right off State Street, and the Veterans Affairs is next to us. But I'm going to turn around here, and I think in the back of it you can see lots of cleaning. Lots of stuff that way. Let's see. There we go. See all that stuff there?
Yeah. Wow.
So that stuff is that's just come out of our basement here in 116 State Street. I'm going to turn around and see that's our building there, and it's all coming out of there. Now I'm going to walk with you. I'm going to walk onto State Street, which is you're going to be able to see the Capitol, which is one of the most beautiful capitals in the United States, and our building sits right across from it, and you're going to see the Golden Dome. See it there?
Oh wow. Yep.
So there we are.
That's crazy. Wow. I mean, so it does look like things have drained though, but
Yeah,
have they not?
and there's just today is just massive cleanup. Now, I'm going to walk down State Street, and our damage is minor compared to what folks are facing here in Montpelier. If people know the Capitol all, there's State Street and Main Street. It's a very small downtown. I think it's the only capital in the United States that doesn't have a McDonald's. So there's no McDonald's, lots of local shops. And I'm going to go up to the top of our building here, and I think you maybe can get a better. So see how beautiful it is across the street.
Yep.
There's the pavilion. That's where the governor's office is. Now that was heavily damaged on the top floors, really. I mean, in the bottom floors, but his office is on the top floors. But the bottom of it has an auditorium that was flooded. Now I'm going to walk down State Street, and I think you'll get a better picture of just the destruction that's. You'll see it along the road here, but. This is the farmers market was held today in Montpelier. It's normally on State Street, but they moved it up to the old Vermont College campus. So there was a farmers market in town, and Montpelier has one of the finest farmers markets in Vermont. A lot of vendors, but they didn't have it in downtown because it was all underwater and there's so much cleanup going. They moved it up to the top of the hill.
Wow. So Anson, let me ask you this. So as you're out there talking to farmers right now and kind of some of the struggles that folks are having, like what are some of the things that you're hearing?
Well, we've got some issues. Couple things. Crops. So either crops for feeding animals. So that is a significant problem right now. So you got a lot of corn underwater. We've got hay underwater. And then we've got the vegetable produce world. Those crops are just coming in, whether it's wholesale, direct to consumer at farmers markets, whether they have a farm stand. So anything that was along any major river. So the Winooski River, Lamoille River, also the Passumpsic, also the spine of Vermont, a lot of problems there. So the produce world is really, I think, struggling. Intervale in Burlington has a number of farmers. So they were underwater. So all their crops are lost. And then there's the animal feed. So corn for cows, hay for cows, hay for horses, hay's for those beautiful Highlanders that you have. That's going to be. So I think we're going to have a hay problem and a hay shortage over time because we want to make sure there's no contaminants in the feed. So we got to deal with that. We got to make sure there's no contaminants in the soil. Now this is not everybody, but there is a lot of difficulty for a number of farmers on that. The other thing is the transportation network kind of broke down because of so many back roads were damaged. So we had milk deliveries that were an issue, but for the most part, there was not a lot of milk dumping. Trucks were able to get to the farms to pick up the milk and bring it to the creameries. So that was a lot better than we thought it was going to be. So those are the areas. So it's tremendous loss, though. It's the worst time of year. It was just especially in the produce world. For example, someone has pick your own blueberries, and his entire blueberry crop underwater, lost it. Blueberry season's just coming into the season here in Vermont. And on top of that, a lot of these same people had a horrible frost in May, where in May here it got down into the 20s, and a lot of those early blossoms in the apple orchards were lost, all that kind of stuff. So that's sort of what people are facing. I'm going to keep walking down a little bit more.
Yeah, no, Anson, I mean, just to kind of add what you're saying, some of my neighbors in the next town over at Joe's Brook Farm, where they're like a pretty good size produce producer, like I just actually am flashing up a picture from their Instagram right now. Like they were completely underwater. They're right along the river. And so as they're trying to figure out what they're going to do, like that was just catastrophic for their business at an extremely peak time of year. And so that's where, as Anson's kind of saying all these things, like that's where this is a real struggle for a lot of folks when they're looking at the time of year when they're frankly earning their livings the most at this point.
Yeah, and of course, this is the time of the year they make their income. So this is the time that, they've got a lot riding. They pay for the seed, they pay for the fertilizer, they pay for all the labor that goes into it. So now is the time the harvest is coming in. So it's the critical part where they have a very short window to make their money, make their income. So that's been lost. So now the focus is, it's pretty loud here, so I don't know if you're hearing that. You can see the septic system here. So I'm on the State Street again. Right across here is the movie theater. So this is the Capitol Movie Theater. The Fisherers own this, and that was totally underwater. And the sign says, I don't know if you can read it, it says, "We will be back after a brief intermission, Vermont strong." So that's what's on the marquee right there. There it is.
Oh, at least they're doing it with a little cheek. That's nice to see.
Yeah, you cry or you've got to have some humor through this, and I'm sure there's been a lot of crying and there's been some humor through this. Yeah. So you can just see everyone out here on the street is now just cleaning up. There's so much mud, there's so much silt, and this is downtown Montpelier. In the farm community, there's tremendous amount of debris on the fields too. So if you think about it, all the rivers and all the trees, propane tanks, all that stuff down the riverbank, and it's ended up on beautiful farm fields. So we got to figure out how to clean up those farm fields at some point.
Yeah. So now, and for folks who are watching this and are out of state or out of the country and they're seeing what's going on and they really do want to help, like what are the things that they can do to help farmers here in Vermont who are struggling?
Well, there are some funds out there, and you can search them. They're all out there. So you can make a direct donation to various farm funds in Vermont. You also can get on the internet and buy products. You can get anything in the mail now. You can get cheese, you can get meat, you can get jams, you can get jellies, all that kind of stuff. And that's going to help, because what they need right now is they need some sort of revenue to bridge them until possibly the federal or state or some of those other things come through. It's sort of a really critical time. So the smallest things matter too. If you're nearby and you want to volunteer, there's a volunteer system where you can sign up to volunteer to help. But now I think there's a lot of you just need to support your farmer in any way you can, and sometimes the smallest gestures really do go a long way.
Yeah, and just so for everybody who's watching this knows too, if you click on the link, if you're on YouTube, you'll actually see that donate button that donates to the NOFA Vermont Farmer Emergency Fund, which is one of those funds that Anson referenced. Also, you'll see it pinned on Facebook as well. And so definitely take a look at it, and anything you can do to help out. And yeah, if you're buying Vermont products, you're going to be helping those Vermont farmers too.
Yeah. No. So this is just a small sample that's coming out of the hotel. There's a beautiful hotel here. There's some nice small shops. There's a place to get your hair cut. But all this stuff is just stacking up. The post office is right across the street. There's the federal building for the state of Vermont. So government office is in there, but it's also the post office. So that's not happening right now. And as you go further down the street, there's lots of neat restaurants, small businesses, the core of downtown Montpelier, little shops, coffee shops, restaurants. Vermont has some tremendous restaurants with wonderful food, and they've really worked to make it local. And a lot of those are completely shut down, and people are doing a lot of evaluating. What do I do next?
Yep, completely. No, this has definitely been one of those. Yeah, makes everybody who's been suffering really struggle with what to do, and then folks who haven't even just. I'll say for us, our farm wasn't affected in a significant way, but at the same time, it makes you realize just how lucky and fortunate and how close it can be.
Yeah, it was, and if you have to buy hay though, at some point you may be impacted because.
Oh no, I already talked to my hay guy. Like he's very concerned about being able to pull the second cut off right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There was only the season was maybe.
Oh, we might have just lost Anson.
There I am. Back.
Oh, there he is. Okay, he's back.
They're back. So it's just a critical time where, never a good time to have a flood, but this one hit right in the middle of crops. We think maybe some of the corn may survive for the animal feed. It's a little too early. A lot of it was hurt, but it may bounce back. So some of the experts at UVM are saying, hold on, don't plow it under quite yet. We'll have it tested, look at it, and maybe it'll be okay. I'm on the back side of the hotel now. So we have a nice little hotel in downtown Montpelier, and that's completely been wiped out.
Yeah.
And there's just so much mud and debris, and there's a little bit of nervousness in Vermont now because we're expecting storms tomorrow. Yeah. So there's a little bit of heightened alert that we better keep an eye on the forecast because we haven't really been able to have a stretch of good weather in Vermont for a very long time.
Yeah. Well, so Anson, I guess if I zoom back a little bit and think about what this means and what's happening here, I know there's a lot of connections you can make with this related to climate change because really the last 3 years here in Vermont, we were either in drought or near drought conditions. Now we're just getting hammered. That climate volatility is something that seems like it's becoming more the norm.
Yeah, and I think it's the unpredictability that everyone is kind of like, what the heck do I do? And there's no way anyone can really plan for this event. I mean, we had pretty good notice that this thing was coming. So people did everything they possibly could do. Like in Intervale, they harvested all they possibly could do, knowing that the flood, it was likely for them because it is such an area that's it's prone to flooding. So they had volunteers out there prior to the storm, harvesting as much as they could get and getting it into storage. So that was saved. But there's these wild sort of swings. We had that frost in May, then it was dry for a while, and then it hasn't stopped raining. It's not, in Vermont, we're fortunate if we're lucky to get 3 days of dry weather. And that's, you can get your crops in, you can get your hay in, all that kind of stuff. We just haven't had that. And I guess it's our turn to have sort of this, bad natural disaster thing. And it was just our turn. But this is a doozy. And we're just going to have to see what we can do to give all the support we can to our farmers. And events like what you're doing are very, very important for letting the general public know what's going on. And those small gestures go a long way of giving people support because people love Vermont, and they love Vermont because of their farmers.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point where it's like when you think of call it the brand of Vermont and what is Vermont known for, it's agriculture is one of those biggest things. And so for folks who are watching, again, there is a link pinned in the Facebook live stream as well as on the YouTube live stream where I can see, yeah, we've got more than 700 people here hanging out. Like, you know, give it a click. Feel free to donate. It really will make a difference. Those dollars that are going to the Farmer Emergency Fund over the next few weeks are going to be doled out to a lot of the folks that you're hearing Anson talk about, and really kind of those folks who are in need to kind of just keep their businesses going at a time that is essentially their peak operating time and when they earn their money for the year, and they're going to really need that help. So anything you guys can do is just greatly appreciated. So, Anson, thank you for calling in. Any final thoughts or things you want to leave folks with as we go forward?
You know, I think we're at a point in our lives that we're just going to have to put one foot in front of the other. There are going to be a lot of tears. There are going to be some real struggles. We're all concerned about everyone's mental health. People are really tired right now. The adrenaline keeping them going. One thing that we've only had one fatality in this major event, which I think is really quite amazing. I think the public really took notice that this thing was coming. But Vermont, 12 years ago, we went through Irene, which was a significant event. Many of us never thought we'd see anything like that again. But here it is. People rallied during Irene. We learned some things from Irene. And here we are again. And we're coming off a pandemic. But we're a small state. Pretty much everyone knows each other. We're kind, we're gentle, and we're hardworking, and we're creative, and we just got to do the best to get through this. And we understand that there's going to be some losses, but we're going to try to do our best to try to get through it.
Awesome. Well, Anson, I really appreciate calling in. Good luck with the cleanup, and thanks. And let us know if there's anything else we can do out here in Peacham.
Well, good luck, and thank you so much for what you're doing and all the people around the country and the world are helping Vermont. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. So that was Anson Tebbets, our Vermont Secretary of Agriculture, and he's down in Montpelier today doing the cleanup. And as you guys can see, I mean, it's been pretty crazy, some of the stuff that folks have been experiencing, and I think, anything folks can do, if you can afford to give, it really does make a difference. And yes, thank you to Secretary Tebbets for calling in. Super appreciated. Boy, guys. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, though, I did want to make this fun, and this was not going to just be like doom and gloom. That was very much what is intended. I do want to give a couple shout outs to Heg for their donation of $50. Thank you for that. Rachel Bryce, coming from us I believe in the UK. Thank you for your donation. Super appreciative. D Lad, thank you. Anonymous folks who are donating, thank you. It's super appreciated. Bourbon Girl checking in with $50. Thank you. Jenny S, thank you for that as well. You guys, this means the world to folks, and so it makes a big difference, and thank you for doing that. And yes, as Tijin is saying here, there is a lot of risk that comes to field remediation if you are an certified organic farm, and what happens post-flood, because those waters that are coming in are carrying a lot of things, and so how you remediate is a big and often expensive thing that needs to be addressed as well, and so it's tough. I do want to address Susan Underwater's question here around any particular farms we should order from, who needs it the most. I think it's actually kind of tough to say, and there's just a number around. And if you go to the NOFA Vermont site, I think they have actually a list of certain farms that are in need. One farm that I will call out that are, actually I'm going to give you 2 farms that are friends of mine. I'm going to give you 3 farms that are local here to my area that I know they will do shipping all over the country. And actually, let me go with my buddy Ben's first. It's Snug Valley Farm. And hang on, I'm gonna bring it up. Just give me a second. Ben is a farmer. He runs a family farm with his family out in Hardwick, Vermont. It's like 2 towns over from where I am. It's Snug Valley Farm. is definitely one that you can order from. And hold on, I'm bringing up their website. Here it is. And so they do grass-fed beef, they do pasture-raised pork, and actually you can shop from them online and you can order food from them. And here's actually the important thing too. So Ben is part of this group that you heard me mention earlier, called the Grass-Fed Cooperative. And what they are is actually a network of grass-fed beef farmers and ranchers all over the country. And what they've done is tried to create coverage for good, sustainably raised grass-fed beef, meeting some very specific standards. It's actually some of the same standards I follow with my beef that I raise for the farm. But the beauty of it is they can ship it all over the country and do it where they're not shipping, like, say, beef from Vermont all the way over to California. And so I would strongly suggest that you check out Snug Valley Farm, just snugvalleyfarm.com. I'm going to drop their link right down here. And if you guys want to check that out, be sure to say hi to my buddy Ben. Ben's going to actually be calling in later today. I think he said he was going to be out haying this afternoon, so he's probably not watching right now. But if he gets flooded with orders from you guys, he'll know to thank. So he's one, and they've been dealing with some real problems with flooding on their fields that he's going to talk about tonight. A second farm to reach out to would actually be, hang on a sec. Okay, so my friend Rebecca is actually, like, more in the southern part of the state, but she was actually trapped in her house for most of the week. She's actually at the Rutland Farmers Market today. Her farm, a ton of her product has been wiped out. All of her restaurant orders got canceled, or most of her restaurant orders got canceled, I should say, over the last couple of days. And so Fiddler's Green, it's a farm and apothecary in Plymouth, Vermont, worth checking out. And why it might be good, particularly if you're somebody who lives far away from us, what I would suggest is worth looking at is basically they have all sorts of different products that are made from the things that they grow on their farm. And Rebecca, like I said, she's going to be joining as well later today. And definitely worth checking out and going through their apothecary shop, whether it's teas or tinctures or skin cream or hair cream or anything that you could want to use. They've got, like, an incredible range and selection. They will ship. And so, definitely check out Fiddler's Green. That would be another one I would call out, and definitely worth considering. And she has been hit very hard by the flood. So if you're looking for an option there, that will be an option to go to. Excuse me. And then lastly, another farm that's been hit hard, but they don't do shipping nearly as much, but you could probably pick up some produce from them, are my friends over at Joe's Brook Farm, not too far away from us. They're actually just over the border in I think technically they're in Barnet. But yes, Joe's Brook, they have a CSA, they have a farm stand not too far from us, and they have a farmer's market. Really worth checking out. And as you saw with their Instagram pictures that I was showing you earlier, like, this was their field where they grow a lot of their stuff. Their whole strawberry patch got kind of wiped out. They were very much underwater. And so if you're looking for folks who are looking for support or help, Joe's Brook is also a really good option. And this is what it's supposed to look like. This is what it looks like. And so, yeah, they were significantly impacted. And so if you're looking to, put your money towards a farm business, that would be definitely worthwhile, and going to look at Joe's Brook as well. And so if you want to say hi to them, I will leave their website here in the chat as well. Whew. Cracking open another set. You guys are going to hear that sound of me cracking up seltzers, like, over and over again. I actually bought 2 12-packs at the store this morning, just being like, I'm going to need a lot of that seltzer to keep me going. This is actually one of my favorite flavors. It's orange vanilla. It tastes like an orange creamsicle without a lot of sugar, and I really enjoy it. Okay, wait a minute. Uh-oh, wait. I'm seeing a challenge here. I will get dates, $100 if you get on Toby Dog Live. I hope others would join. Okay, all right. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to set up a challenge that if by... Let's see. Let me set the time clock here. If by... Hang on. I'm trying to do too much at once. I like where you're going with this, Mike. I like where you're going with this. Here, and I'm just going to share this tab so you guys can see the running tally here. So far we have raised $3,600, as you guys can see up here. So we've got $3,600, or $3,610 actually. Let's zoom in on this one. Can I do this? Woo. There we go. So we're at $3,600. The challenge I would like to put out to everybody is if we can get to $3,900 in the next 15 minutes, so by 4:45 Eastern Standard Time here, if we can get to there, what I would love to do is I will go outside and I will have Mr. Toby Dog make a quick appearance and say hi. And yeah, he will be out there. So well, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll go out even into the barnyard as far as I can with the Wi-Fi and check in with everybody. If by 4:45 we can get up to say, I'm gonna say, let's make it an even $4,000. If by 4:45 we're at $4,000, we're going outside and we're hanging out with the animals and checking in with everybody. How do you like that now, huh? And so let's keep watching that tally. I will keep talking, and I think eventually we're gonna get there. So Susan, I'm not sure Toby will learn a trick, so I don't want to promise that. I don't want to over-promise that sort of thing. Yes, and as Ginny's saying, please share it. The more you share, the more it goes. Yeah, put OJ vanilla. Yeah, that would be really good. AJ, I'm trying to avoid sugar, but yes, that sounds incredible. It's like almost like an orange egg cream is what it sounds like you're describing. Okay, I saw a couple questions here. I'm going to answer those while we wait to see if we can get up to... Oh, we're up 3,700. Like I said, if we can get to $4,000 by 4:45, we got 11 minutes to do it. Let's see if we can get it here. All right, Papillion asks, before buying your farm, did you check the flood maps before you not have these issues, or is that just luck where you wound up? I mean, I thought a little bit about it. I did not check floodplain maps because a lot of them, and actually Black Dog Apiary just says exactly, a lot of them are outdated because things are changing so quickly lately. And so I didn't really focus on that. I did focus on the topography and thinking about what things looked like. And then I think the more significant thing is I've done a lot of like earthworks remediation on our farm. And so if you like look at like this, pond that we have here where the geese are swimming right now, that was something that we dug. That did not exist. That pond catches a lot of water and routes the water back down towards the woods and into the stream. Because the water's flowing in that direction, it actually prevents the water from, say, going into our house or going into where Allison's garden is or going into a lot of other places. And so, doing that earthworks to route the water appropriately has been something. So that whole field drains into the pond. Also, you'll notice that we have these swales and berms all with the trees. So, like, specifically, notice how, like, there's this bump that exists. Well, that's like basically a trench, and that trench can hold a whole heck of a lot of water. And so as we have bigger rain events, and like even just like what we had just recently, those were filling up pretty significantly. And that was another way that we're keeping the water from flooding us. And so our pastures are in good shape, more so I think because of the earthworks that we've done than anything else. But then also, Papillion, a lot of it has to do with luck. So yeah, all right, let's check in. Let's see where we're at. Let's see where we are at. Oh, 3,900. We're getting close, and we have we got like 9 minutes to do it. Can we get to 4,000? We're getting close here. Can we get to 4,000? That'd be crazy if we could. Yeah. All right. Next question. What's your favorite video game of all time? Ooh. All right. You know what my favorite video game of all time is? I mean, like, I love sports games, and I have a lot of fun with those. And, like, you'll see me playing NHL 94 later tonight. You'll probably also see me play Baseball Stars, which are, like, all-time favorites of mine. But maybe my favorite video game of all time is Red Dead Redemption. Like, I like it so much that it was a game that made me give up video games for a very long time because it was wasting too much of my time. And I was just getting too sucked into it. And I've actually never played Red Dead Redemption 2 because it looks so incredible. I would be worried that I would just not be able to use it responsibly. And so Whitaker's Heritage Homestead is my favorite. Jemima Puddle Duck is, I don't know. I think she's about 7 or 8 years old. I don't even know how old she is. But she's getting on in years, and she's actually looking a little slow. I was talking about this in the video I shot this morning. Honestly, like, that to me is like, I'm a little worried about her. I could actually see her struggling. So, Kathy, if you're on Facebook and you want to donate, look for the link that I posted here, and I will post it again now because I haven't posted it in a little while. Look for that link, and you can donate that way. Or, honestly, the even easier way, if you want to impact the total, you got to go to YouTube. And if you go onto our YouTube, you'll see the donate, like, really easily available. It's right there. We're getting close. We're getting close. We got 8 minutes, and if we get it in 8 minutes, we are going outside. So we are getting very, 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 very close. Let's see if we're going to do it. Excuse me. My throat, I'm going to have to pace myself. I think I'm talking too loud and too much. Oh, $14. Can we do it? $14. Can we do it? Oh my gosh. Red Dead stole 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, it's the best. I could see. I would guess that, Dexter, if I played Red Dead Redemption, I would be saying the same thing. I'm intentionally not doing it because I don't think I can do it responsibly. Yeah, super easy to share. If you guys want to share this live stream, that's another huge way you can help bring in more people into this whole 24-hour hangout that we're doing. Yeah. Hey, Michaela, good to see you. Michaela, guys, it's funny that Michaela just checked in here. There's going to be a new Abby Dog t-shirt later this summer. I'm going to give you guys the sneak peek of it right now because here's the design. It was actually painted by Michaela. It's pretty incredible. I have it sitting right here near my desk. It's beautiful. And yeah, this Abby Dog design is something that is incredible. Michaela is a super, super talented artist, and that's going to be a t-shirt later this summer. What's cool is she does a lot of her paintings on rocks too, which gives it this beautiful shimmer and sheen, and she's super talented. And we crossed! Oh, whoa! I was so focused on talking to you guys, we crossed it. Whoa, we're at $4,000, and we're going outside. So here's what I'm going to do. And I will introduce you to these newest members of the farm. I am going to go outside. While I go outside, I will leave you guys with this feed. And you'll be able to, kind of watch them for a little bit. I'll explain what's going on with them when I get outside. But, yeah, I will be right back. But thank you guys. That's incredible. I have so much gratitude for the fact that you just helped us cross that milestone. And, yeah, wow. So shout outs and thank yous to all the anonymous people who just donated. Shout outs and thank you to Rebecca Cornish and to Nancy Curtis and Quilted Kitten Fosters and Roach Ant and Christine Wallace. Like, you guys, all of you guys, everybody's donated today so far to get us up to 4,000. Super, super appreciative. And yeah, I will be right back. I'm going outside. Here comes your reward, guys. Okay. We're outside, everybody. Let's see who we can find. I will go outside as far as I can confidently look at the Wi-Fi. There is like a limit to how far the Wi-Fi will go, and so I don't want to push that limit. Oh, here we go. We got the welcome committee here. How you doing, Abs? So I don't know if you guys know this. I have not talked about it in a YouTube video yet. Abby hurt her paw, which is actually why she's down here right now. Hi, dogs. Hi. Hi, guys. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come with me. Toby, come on. No, Toby's got to pee on the fence as he always does. Hey, sweetie. So yeah, Abby hurt her paw. And so you can see it's actually bandaged. She's been kind of very tender with it lately. And yeah, it's, I don't know. I've got her on something a little bit. She's probably going to be on something more. She keeps trying to chew on it, and she shouldn't. Don't do that, girl. Hey, leave it alone. Stop licking it. I think the licking has been the problem. Come on, guys. Toby, come on. Toby, come. Come on, Toby. Come. Abby, you want a treat? Hey, Abby, you want a treat? Sit. Good girl. There we go. Come on, Topes. Inside. Let's go. Don't think just because we're out here doing live streaming means you can wander all over the place. You know, people always think that Toby's the perfect dog, and overall he's a very good dog, but he does like to wander, especially when he gets free. So would you guys like to meet the newest additions to the farm? Oop, here we are. Hey, don't you even try to go in there. I know, you get so excited every time you visit with them. But yeah, these are our baby chicks. We have, I don't know, there's about like 28 of them, I think, or so. They're all doing really well so far. They got here about 2 days ago. They're a mixture of a variety of breeds, and yeah, they're the newest additions to the farm. And so that's what you've been seeing the live stream of. Come on, Abs. Abby, come. And yeah. All right, so I've been ignoring questions because I want to let people watch Abby chug some water. It's a hot one today. It's like 80 degrees or so right now, so definitely heated. Okay. Would you rather have a lagging stream that is sincere than highly produced slick stream? Is that like a live stream? Maybe I'm missing it. I mean, I'm having fun doing this. I hope you guys are having fun doing this. I don't know. AJ Groom. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't want to have to put Abby in a cone of shame, but if she keeps trying to play with her paw, that might be the next step. So we'll see. I got to actually change her bandage later this evening. I've been trying to change it twice a day. And so that will probably be what really comes next. But yes, as you guys are saying. So I actually don't know how Abby hurt herself. And you'll actually see this in an upcoming video as well. I just came out here one morning and she had a cut on her paw. And then I think she's actually gotten into some dirty water or something. And so I'm trying to prevent infection and keep her from licking it, which she was starting to do as well. And so that's why she's bandaged up. So it's not all that bad, but she seems to limp whenever she has the bandage on because I don't think she likes the feeling of the bandage more than anything else. But otherwise, she's good. And then this fella, he's always good. Let's see, is there a nice shady spot we can go sit and talk that's still within range of the Wi-Fi? I'm not sure. Should have put a chair out here. Hang on a sec. You guys can wait with Abby. I'm going to go get a chair to sit. There you go. Hey, stay put. I'll be right back. on. We're gonna all hang out. Let's go. Let's go. We are hanging with the dogs. Hanging with the dogs. All right. Yeah, this is gonna be the first Toby and Abby segment of the day. Settle down, calm down. Hey, whoa. Have some treats. Hey, down. No, Abby, sit. Girl. Of all the very kind people who just donated a lot of money to us to help with things. All right. Yeah, I hope she heals up quickly as well, Linda. All right, let me get to a place where I can kind of answer questions and maybe pet a dog. This would be my happy place. Yeah. Yeah, you know, Rose, I actually was thinking about getting some bitters to be able to put on their things. Oh, hey, buddy. How you doing, pal? I'm sorry, guys. Here, is that better? Well, you know, that is a really good question about how will I manage my chores while I'm doing this streaming. Um, it's going to be tough. Like, so I have evening chores tonight, which I feel like I'm in a pretty good situation to do. But then I'm going to have morning chores tomorrow, which are going to be tricky. We're going to see uh, how this goes. And yes, Sam Gray, it was a fat finger muting as I'm trying to like do stuff on my phone while streaming. This is harder than it looks. I have new respect for all the Twitch streamers out there who are like able to do this on a regular basis. And so yeah, here we got a Toby dog and an Abby dog, and they both look like they're doing pretty good. Abby, please don't lick that bandage. I know, girl. I know. All right, sounds good. Would I breed? Yeah, you know, Ava, I'm or Eva. I don't know which one. I would potentially breed him if the right situation came up.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
AJ, you're pretty funny. I used a bitter apple spray one of my cats from chewing on cords. Yeah, that's probably what I should do. I'll have to probably pick some up tomorrow. But yeah, she's not handling the bandage well. Like, and it's funny, she doesn't limp when she doesn't have the bandage on, but I think because of like where the cut is and where the bandage puts pressure, it almost pushes on her when she steps. And so I think she really needs the bandage because it's keeping her from licking it, and it's just giving it a chance to heal and get like, I've got antibiotic ointment on it as well to help prevent any infection. But yeah, she comes to do it, and so it looks like a very dramatic limp, but I actually don't think it's nearly as bad as it looks. Cinna, that's a pretty interesting question. I don't know. If I look at my YouTube analytics, which is just maybe one way to try to answer this question, I would say that about 60 to 70% of the viewers are in the United States, and then the remainder are outside the United States. And so I don't know if that carries over to like TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, but my guess would be it's probably around that as well. So we'll say it a little bit more than half. Like yes, it's usually like around 60% is what it typically clocks in at these days. A little more than half are outside the U.S. All right. Now, guys, I'm going to have to run inside again because we have another guest, and I'm worried about my ability to try to have that guest join here. But we will be back out to visit these guys very soon. Hey, guys, you want to say goodbye to everybody? And yeah? You want to say goodbye, Abby? Say goodbye to everybody. I know, sweetie. Come on, Abs. Hey, don't lick. I'm just checking her. I'm just checking it. I want to make sure it's okay. I get worried. But yes, we'll be back real soon with Abby and Toby and everybody else. Oh, and look, we actually have a couple of other folks here as well to say hello. They're basking in the sun, just being lazy barn cats. Would you look at that? Hello, Molly Wobbles. Let me pet your belly. Aw. Hi, sweetie. How are you doing? Oh, and would you look at that? We got Polly Bobbles here, too. Will you let me pet your... Hopefully you don't bite me. Aw, that's a good Pablo. Yeah. Good boy. Oh, hey, don't get fresh. All right, I will be right back. Hang on a sec, though. I'm going to leave you guys with maybe another live feed from what's going on inside the brooder house. So bear with me here for a second. All right, and I'm back inside. So yeah, this is, by the way, in case you guys are going to be wondering how's like all this going to go, it will be a lot of this where I'm going in, I'm coming out, I'm jumping around. I will be all over the place, but the idea here is to just kind of keep this interesting and keep it moving, and hopefully it doesn't get too boring. Colloidal silver, co-band wrap. Yeah, you know, I actually... I'm probably going to just take her back to my vet on Monday is really the plan. And so this is just, you know, keep it from getting too bad or keeping too gross. And yes, I have a huge frog gang, Mary. Like crazy frog gang. But yeah. Wait, what's AJ doing? Oh, AJ, hang in there. Good luck with the move. I don't know if you've already left, if you don't hear this and maybe you watch it on the replay. That's awesome. All right. Yeah, I'm feeling super lucky about it. I mean, if you guys are seeing all the stuff in the news, which will actually play into our next guest in just a moment, there's a lot going on, and things are really, really difficult in terms of what's going on. Yes, it's a live stream from the brooder. I have it set up. So I've made some like very special temporary adjustments to the Wi-Fi here on the farm. and so the Wi-Fi now reaches like all the way out to the brooder and to where you see everybody, like where you saw me with the dogs. It doesn't go too much further past that, but there will be a chance to do that. But yeah, guys, I did want to actually bring on our next guest in just a moment. She is like a super talented photographer. She's originally from here in Vermont as well. And what I wanted to do is actually just have a kind of conversation with her to see some of the things that hear about some of the things that she's seen in the past week, because there's a lot going on here in Vermont. Hillary, what's going on?
Hi.
Good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
So guys, joining me now is Hillary Swift. She is a incredibly talented photographer, does some amazing photojournalism work, and she actually, let's talk about the first time we ever met. How did we first meet, Hillary?
I got sent to photograph your farm for the New York Times.
Yeah, so back in 2019 when the New York Times did a story about us, Hillary came out to the farm. We had a great morning just sort of hanging out, doing farm chores, and that's actually first came aware of you, but like over the years, I've just been always so blown away with some of the photos that you've taken, where it's just like incredible stuff from a photojournalism perspective that tells a great story, but then also really captures a lot of emotion. So yeah, I'm just glad to be chatting with you again.
Yeah, 100%. Is your farm okay? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, the farm is okay. As I was telling you folks, we lost a few ducklings that were naturally hatched, but other than that, things are okay. Yeah. We were very lucky in terms of like no major flooding, not like what a lot of other folks have been experiencing. But now, how are you doing? Because I know you're originally from Vermont, and you got a lot of family still in Vermont, but you still in New York?
I'm based in Brooklyn for the moment. That'll be changing heading into the fall, but for now, yes, I'm still there. And I'm speaking to you right now from my dad's house that I lived in when I was like a teenager. So hello from his backyard in Middlebury, Vermont. It's warm out.
Definitely. Now, Hillary, you've been in Vermont the last week or two. What's been going on? What have you been doing? Like, what have you been seeing?
Yeah, so my editor asked me to come up on Monday. This past Monday, I was just in my apartment. I knew that the floods were coming, but we had absolutely no idea how bad they would be. So my editor called me at like 11:30 on Monday, and by noon I was driving up to Vermont. And by the time I got here, a lot of roads were already impassable. So there wasn't like a ton that I could do initially. But it quickly became clear that this was a lot more serious than anybody had been anticipating it would be. Tuesday morning, I arrived in Montpelier, and we were all pretty shocked to see the scene there. I mean, it was flooding like they've never seen before, and being a Vermonter and being familiar with Montpelier, it was pretty striking to see that people. This is even before people were like getting on their kayaks and canoes to go like pick up people, because that came later in the day. And the following day, folks were getting in kayaks and canoes and going around trying to ferry people from one location to another, or take them to their businesses to check on them. But I left Montpelier because my colleague was there, and I went to Barrie, and Barrie was really, really, really having a hard time. They've had flooding before. They got hit in 2011, but what they were experiencing in this was really intense.
So say more about that. Like when you're saying, like, I mean, because I've seen the pictures and some video, but I have not left the farm to go to Barrie just because like you can't even drive there right now.
Yeah. I mean, getting in there even was like a huge struggle at the time on Tuesday morning, because the Highway 89 was shut down, so we had to like find creative ways to get in there. But I got in there, and the difference was between like Barrie and Montpelier was that Montpelier had a lot of water damage, like a lot of water damage, but Barrie has experienced like a lot of like structural damage as well. So they had a couple buildings that have been destroyed, and they have an excess of mud. They've really, really been having a hard time getting rid of this mud, and of course, this mud is toxic mud. You don't want to be anywhere near that mud or that water because it's all like propane sewage. It's really bad. If you're in the state of Vermont, please don't go swimming. Uh, I please just avoid it in any kind of waterway because the water is all going to be so polluted and so unhealthy. And I actually heard from the from an emergency operations manager that there was a death today over in I forget the name of the gorge right now. Huntington Gorge, maybe. I forget, but somebody went swimming in the water and I think drowned. From what I understand, from what I was told before.
Yeah, no, that is where Vermont's one fatality came actually from, not necessarily just damage issues, but just somebody not thinking smart about what they're doing.
Well, yeah, that one. I mean, Barry had a fatality of a man who drowned in his apartment, unfortunately. But this was just today that where Huntington Gorge had a person who went swimming and they passed. Anyway, so you know, a lot of these communities have been struggling a lot. We were really worried on Friday night that more rain would come and totally destroy all of the work that people have put in. Ludlow's also been hit really hard. I think from what I've seen, Ludlow and Barrie are the two communities that have been hit the hardest. Johnson also had over 7 feet in some places in flooding. But they're dealing with that water damage now. And of course, this is like devastating for a lot of the farmers in our communities who lost not only their crops, but also entire like farm equipment and supplies for fertilizer and et cetera. And of course, that fertilizer is then going into the rivers that we like to swim in. So again, don't swim in the rivers.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really important point that you're making, like around the farmers, because I mean that's where, as we look at what this fundraiser is all about right now, we're raising money for the Northeast Organic Farming Association of Vermont's Farmer Emergency Fund. Those funds that are raised for that fund go directly to the farmers. They're basically issuing out grants to folks who are applying right now who have been the hardest hit in terms of having fields underwater, hay getting destroyed, like all of these things that are happening to folks very, very consistently right now. It's a big problem.
Massive. And I mean, I spoke with particularly one farmer in Johnson, who at a Footbook Farm, I'm forgetting the name exactly right now, but I think it's that. And she and her husband made all these changes after 2011, after the flood in 2000, like after Irene. They made all these changes so that they could be prepared for a flood in the future. But this was just so unprecedented, and they had no time to prepare. And so much big, like it was like Irene, but even bigger for them. So it wouldn't have mattered no matter what they did. They had no idea that it would be as bad as it was. And I asked her if she had flood insurance, and she said, no, I don't, because it's $10,000 a year and we can't afford it, which is, I think a lot of farmers in Vermont can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the struggle where, for folks who are doing like larger scale commodity crops, like say rows and rows of corn, like there is a specific market for doing it. And yes, it's a cost. Like for folks who are like market gardeners, like I have some friends at Joe's Book Farm where they are essentially just raising vegetables over the course of the summer. It's very hard to insure. And if they do insure it, like you're saying, it's so crazy costly that it doesn't make sense for their business to carry that insurance because they just would be unprofitable effectively. And so it's a really difficult dilemma. And so, a lot of folks do not have crop insurance for, say, like tomatoes that you're growing in high tunnels.
Yeah. And going into the next tonight and tomorrow, a lot of the state is also concerned about heavy rains tomorrow. Like I'm out in Addison County. I saw a landslide today, or I didn't see it happen. I saw the effects of a landslide earlier today. And that's what's going to happen going forward is all of these saturated hillsides and trees and grass and everything. It's going to we're going to see more. I think we're going to see a lot more of landslides in the coming weeks, unfortunately. And we're getting a bunch of rain tomorrow, mostly in the south. We think. I talked to my contact at the National Guard and a couple of people who are, swift water rescue, urban search and rescue folks, and they're all moving south. So it seems like the danger is kind of moved from the north, but we will see.
Yeah, no, it's going to be scary because I think you're right that sort of the holding capacity for the Earth, right, which is where you typically have rain, it gets absorbed by the ground, it goes down to the aquifer. That's the way it's supposed to work. Because things are so saturated right now, a lot of water will fall, and then it will just keep running, and that's where you get more erosion. That's where you get more flooding. That's where things start to pool up in lower lying areas. It becomes the real problem.
Yeah, and it just gets, the landslides, things will get too heavy, and then they'll just. I saw like an entire hillside that was just gone, and a house that had been on it. It was actually an interesting story. It was in Ripton, Vermont, and the Ripton fire chief, went to this house to go tell this woman that there was a down power line outside of her house, and he was trying to get her to evacuate. And in the course of their conversation, the hillside started to collapse, and her whole house started sliding forward. And she and her two of her dogs were able to escape alive, but I guess she lost one dog, which is sad. But it's it and I think that the odd thing for a lot of people in the state of Vermont is that you expect flooding maybe if you're at like a valley, but a lot of folks are still experiencing flooding even if they live in the mountains because or they have to worry about the mudslides and landslides. It's I never thought that we would see this.
Yeah, no, I had a neighbor here who's like, yeah, they're on the slope. They're not like, in a valley or anything. And like their entire driveway is gone. And so they actually can't drive out of their house right now because like their vehicles just would not be able to go over the rocks that are just now have been exposed because of the washouts that have happened.
Yeah. What a world.
So, are you hanging in there? Are you doing okay? You seem very tired.
I'm extremely tired. I'm very, very tired. I did, when you're covering stuff like this, it's just, you're going from one thing to another thing to another thing to another thing. You're following up on leads, you're checking in, you're sitting around, you're waiting. It's a lot of hurry up and wait, and then talking to people who just lost their houses and cars and possessions, but still have their lives. For the most, everybody I've talked to has been just grateful to be alive in a lot of ways. But it's exhausting. And I did like an embed with a fire department, and so you're sleeping like 2 hours a night, and I just haven't had time to catch up.
Well, hang in there, Hillary. I really appreciate you calling in and sharing kind of what you've seen. I got to say, the images that you're creating and kind of how you're able to tell folks stories and really bring this to the whole world, it's super important stuff. And so I just want to say thank you. I'm really appreciative of it.
Yeah, thanks for asking me to come say hello.
Yes, good to see you. Sucks that it's these circumstances. Maybe next spring or something we'll figure out a way to get you back on the farm and do something fun and not nearly as grim. But thank you for what you're doing, Hillary. This is like seriously some amazing stuff, and hang in there, and we appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Right. It's nice to see you, and take care.
All right, bye. All right, so that's Hillary Swift, and again, guys, if you want to check out Hillary, I'll actually leave a link for her Instagram, where it really is some pretty incredible stuff that she's posting right now, go check it out. Tell her Toby Dog said hello, and just some of the images that have been coming across her feed just are heart-wrenching in terms of what she's seeing right now, and it's some tough stuff. And it doesn't seem like it's been as covered as broadly as you might think, and I don't know. So guys, I'm gonna actually take a quick bathroom break because I actually I've been slugging down these seltzers nonstop. I will leave you with a little bit of what should I leave you with right now? We're gonna do some aerial footage of. Actually, no. You know what? We're gonna do some Ginny Cam. I think everybody could use some lighthearted Ginny Barncat action and activity. I will be right back with you very shortly, and we're gonna have comedian Johnny Wanzer join in to lighten the mood in just a few minutes. But I'll be right back.
Don't lick that. No, please don't lick that. This is why I'm putting the bandage on you, bro. Abby, sit. Sit. Good. Hey, 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 hey. Don't eat. Don't eat. Good girl.
Don't you guys just love Ginny Cam? I think it's so much fun, like just watching her just chill, and like even when she's just sitting on some hay bales, like waiting for a mouse to pop out. It's really fun to see. And yes, as Crispy's saying here, the footage is pre-recorded. Like there's no possible way for me to live stream Ginny Cam. Like it won't work. Like the chicken footage that you guys are gonna see here, like I can actually pop in a little bit. That stuff is all live streamed. What you're seeing from the yards is live. This is live. All of this is live. But yeah, unfortunately, Ginny Cam is impossible to do pre-recorded or do any other way than pre-recorded. So guys, I'm excited to have my next guest. He's a friend of mine. He is a crazy, funny, and smart dude who is a native Vermonter here and has been seeing all sorts of stuff over the last week. And so I asked him to come join and hang out and chat with me for a little bit. And so everybody, please welcome Johnny Wanzer. What's going on, Johnny?
Yo, what's up, Morgan?
Not too much, man. I'm just hanging out here, live streaming with folks. I think we're already up over $4,000. We might be closing in on $48.50 right now. So we're closing in on $5,000. It's super exciting. I got to turn off Ginny's audio. And yeah, it's been good so far. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Just working a little bit here and there. Yeah, and glad to be on the stream.
So for folks who are not familiar with you, like how would you describe what I call you a comedian, but I feel like that does like a shorthand disservice for what you do. Like, explain to folks like what are you all about?
So I do videos on I do like political satire for Vermont. So what I do is I educate people on things that are going on here, but I do it in a very weird way through videos that are just like insane through green screen, weird humor.
And I think that's a really good way to put it. And like I don't know if you guys have like remember a video that I put out last summer where I went around and like talked to some haters. There was one hater in particular that I had in the video that was a little bit of a stretch because it wasn't exactly a hater. It was Johnny. And hold on a second, I'm gonna pull this up and play it. It was pretty incredible. Because I asked Johnny to do a roast of me, and yeah, I walked away pretty much charbroiled from
it
all
was
of that.
Super fun to make because I really like your channel, and it made me have to watch like 30 hours of your channel to get the research and to like really hone in on jokes that your audience would get. So it was a really fun challenge for me.
and yeah, I mean there are some real deep cuts here. Hold on a sec. I'm pulling it up, even though this is like the whole video. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna jump ahead.
It's a podcast by this guy.
What inspired you to write that message?
Hold on.
Who goes out
Sorry,
there,
bear with me, guys.
in Hartford, some of my farm's biggest critics.
It's interesting how there happens to be a nice, neat explanation for everything.
And really try to hear and listen to what they have to say, understand why they hate me, and frankly, undertake a little bit of self-reflection and see if there's a way that I could ultimately be a better person. So yeah, that's what we're doing in today's video.
Hey, it's about time real Vermonter put Morgan Gold at frickin' Goldshaw Farm down a peg, okay? Sought by good and you, I'm Donnie Wanzer, and I'm frickin' 200 generation Vermonter vibe. Hold my beer. Who do you think you is frickin' coming up here from Hartford, DC, opening your little Fisher Price Tonka Truck Duck Farm? Everyone knows raising chicken nuggies is the easiest Blues Clues baby farm in this side of the Adirondack. You frickin' Flatlander wussbag. Just cause you cry in front of a U2s about not being frickin' man enough to raise your dog Abby, don't mean you belong here. If your farm street ain't got your French last name on it, like Billadu or Bassett, you ain't a good farmer. Time to get got while the pudding's good, alright? The frickin' Shaws must be turning in their graves seeing your little pansy ass using their name walking around their property, crying in front of a camera about little chicken nuggies roasting in a rotisserie at Tractor Supply. They frickin' end up in one at the Fly's Corner store because of you anyway, so I ain't seen see what the big frickin' deal is, bud. It's not like you took care of them bees good, acting like you care about birds stealing, free-ranging them, when you just cutting off their heads anyways. What? Release the quacking? That ain't got old after the 4,000th time. How about release your wife Allison from the frickin' hellhole you dragged her into? She don't want to even be there. You must got a Morgan Gold rod down there or something, cause she looks like the ghost of Halloween's past every time you flash a camera in her face. She's welcome to come ride my Kubota though. She want to know how a real man plows dirt. They say us boony folks are behind the times. Must be why you're trying to fit in, quoting and showing dated movie clips only my Uncle Randy knows every goddamn second. Also, you need to shut your freaking trap about my Uncle Butch too, bud. He's a good dude. People know him, ask around. Just cause he looks like an alcoholic Santa Claus and his dogs do all the work cause he ain't ever been good at hunting, don't mean you gotta crap schedios all over him, okay? Just like my cousin's granddad said to ya, when the bear comes and visits you, you're really gonna think it sucks. I'll knock your frickin' chicklets out 2 twos to the moon, bud, if you run your gums again. My cousins call my fist the fortune teller, cause you're about to know your future when I release the frickin' quacking on you and knock you into next Tuesday up your grazing hill, bud. Gonna feel just like walking into that electric fence again. I feel bad for little barn cat though, probably tried going away forever under that car just to get away from your stupid mug. Now living a personal hell forced inside all day surrounded by you. Makes sense your cows are always trying to escape too. And your dog Toby? No, he's freaking dope. He's good people. He can come grow dope on a big boy farm when your little sad Vermont exploiting puppet show crumbles like an Oreo and you gotta move back to DC with your ghoul looking ass. Must be why you put Shaw on the farm's name, cause you look like they dug up a dead one. No wonder you can't keep them 1,000 flies away from your cows. Congrats though on being able to finally frickin' fill in your duck pond, cause now you can do us all a favor and disappear at the bottom of it forever. Cause then your heifers would be happy, Toby'd have a real dad, and your wife would have a real man who don't cry and actually would like being here. Wow, I'm done, bud. I'm gonna go get chicken nuggies outside of Home Depot now. My cousin Trevor's working. He just got unjilted from Newport. He ain't do it though. He's a good guy. Boy, yup.
The last 4 years.
Yeah, I always, that just always just kills me. Like, and like Lendra's saying here, like you did like deep cuts research and pulling out some of those references.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wanted to do a good job on it. So you know, I make content, but I'm a huge fan of consuming content too. So I really wanted people to be like, wow, okay.
And yeah, no, you nailed it. So now, Johnny, talk a little bit about your background though, because you are native. You grew up here, like, you know, kind of like, tell me about your experience and let everybody know.
Just like, yeah, I mean, I grew up with a single mom here in like Chittenden County and Franklin County and kind of moved around, but I've mostly been in Burlington my whole life. After that, I went to school in New York City at Pratt for 4 years, and then I moved to Seattle and then San Francisco, and then I moved back here, and I've been back for like, I don't know, like 12 years now.
Yeah. Now, when you compare Vermont to other parts of the country, though, like what are some of the distinctions that you see, and like what makes Vermont Vermont?
I think you know, it's kind of weird because it's like there's a lot of old history here, right? But we also have tried our best as a state to kind of conserve what has made Vermont like really awesome the past like 100 to 200 years. And we're also kind of like a weird liberal hub too, surrounded by, I mean, there's liberal states, but like even some of the surroundings are a little bit more conservative. So it's really unique. And especially with some of the lengths our state takes to be progressive or to really, but like also balance like conserving that sort of like quaint Vermont feel. It's really a unique place, and I don't think there's a lot of places around the country that have that sort of balance that are like this.
Yeah. Well, and now, like one of the things that you have is, so like you go into character, right? And so like the roast video that I showed, like that's you in character. That's not you as a real person. Like when you and I have like sit down and hang out and have a beer, it's like that's not that guy.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Talk about the Donnie character and like what's the origin of that? What's that rooted in?
Yeah, so Donnie is kind of my side character on my channel. And he is rooted in like your classic Vermonter. And he's rooted in like the stuff that me and my friends would make fun of when we were growing up. And he's It's just basically like my family and people that I grew up around, just like personified. And I hadn't really seen somebody do like that kind of character the way that like I grew up with it. So I started doing him for fun on the side, and it really resonated with a lot of people living here because they're like, "Oh, I know a dude at the corner store that's just like that," or like my brother like does that all the time. So he kind of he's been something that I've been doing just growing up, but then I decided to put a video camera in front of it.
No, I mean it's so like I know 3 dudes who are like, yeah, they're down east, like basically.
You know what's funny about that too? It's like the people that I am basing that off of are the first to like be fans of that character, and they're just like, "Yeah, I love this," because I feel like they kind of have some representation, and like the culture here with that kind of crew is like we're always kind of making fun of each other, like poking fun, anyways. So I think people see that and they're like, "Oh, yep, yep."
Well, and I think that that's one of those challenges, right? Where, and I think you and I are both of this mindset where it's like if you can't laugh at yourself, if you can't laugh at things that are not great in your life, like it actually makes it even harder versus being able to like be a little self-deprecating, be able to chuckle at kind of the ridiculousness of yourself or the situation or the context of like what's going on.
Yeah, and I mean, like with my regular stuff too, I'm doing that essentially, but with like the political or like weird social economical stuff that it's going on. So like Donnie is kind of like a representation of that, but just of like true Vermont culture and like cataloging it really.
Yeah. No, definitely. Now, as you've been kind of watching everything unfold over the last week here in Vermont, like what are some of the sadder things you've seen? I guess let's start there first, and then I'm going to ask a follow on to that.
Yeah, so I've had a lot of friends that live in that area in central Vermont who have lost their houses, lost their businesses, or have taken substantial damage to their houses. And it's just really sad because Vermont's already in a housing crisis right now. And it's just sad to see people that actually own their houses lose that and have to be thrown into that housing crisis. And so and that's what I've been really feeling. And also just all the small businesses that will either have to spend like a ton of money to get back to where they were, or the ones that will have to close. I think one thing that's very special about Vermont, and especially smaller towns like Montpelier and that area, is it really prides itself on being a town that is like mostly just small businesses and not like the corporate sprawl that you see throughout most of America. So this I see as a big hit and impact to that, and it really makes me sad because like it's just like it's a dent to our culture, and I don't want to see it get lost in any way.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point about the housing crunch, right? Like, yes,
Mhm.
as Papillion's saying, nation's in a housing crisis, but it's
Sure.
been crazy acute for a number of years here in Vermont, and especially in places like Burlington, and because of that, there's just no flex whatsoever. I think also like the ability to get tradespeople or builders or anybody like that going for recovery efforts is going to also be hard, and so when you see just how much damage has happened and like what's going to be the long-term ramification, I do think that that's one of the more concerning things.
Yeah, and one thing that I'll say to Papillion is like when COVID happened, a lot of people went from living in cities to secondary cities that were attractive, and that happened here. And while that was like happening at like some sort of rate, it really accelerated here. And you know, it is true, it's happening everywhere, but we were a destination second city, and definitely like, you know, the popularity of Bernie did not help with that. But I mean, you know, but like we were one of those cities, and just in 3 years alone, I've seen housing like costs double, if not triple, in some areas, and it has really accelerated. But yeah, it is something that is happening across the country.
Yeah, and if folks are actually really curious about kind of this topic of like the housing crunch and what's going on, Johnny actually made a pretty incredible video that breaks down sort of like why is like, for example, Burlington so expensive. And please note, this is all pre-flood, and there's a lot of stuff that relates to that I think it only gets exasperated over what's happened over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and sorry for the vertical format. I'm mostly on Instagram and TikTok these days.
But yeah,
I do put everything on YouTube. I just never promote it.
Yeah, but if you guys want to see something, yeah, check out Johnny's channel. Like it's entertaining stuff, and yeah, if you want kind of particularly the inside dirt and view on Vermont, it brings it to life. Now, Johnny, as we talk about the sad stuff and the sad like realities that a lot of people are going to be facing some real crap, what are some of the more cringe-inducing things you feel like you've seen in the last week here?
Oh, I went off on that. Did you see me go off on this?
I did, yes.
Okay, so the first thing is like when those floods were happening, a lot of people were taking like their canoes and paddle boards into Montpelier and riding on it. So like I understand it. When there's flash floods, sometimes it's fun to like go out there and do that. But I also had friends that were in the process of losing their businesses, losing their houses, washing away in this water, right? And then like meanwhile the city is like, hey, this water's contaminated, don't do this. And then like these privileged folks would come out on their canoes and stuff, and just they're in the center of town like having a good time. And this is separate from the people that are there like rescuing things and doing actual work. It's very separate from that. I just want to put that out there. But I just saw people just like having a blast out there while like I'm sitting here watching other stories from my friends who are just like I just lost $200,000 in my house, you know, like. And so I thought it was really in poor taste for people to kind of like go out there and really flaunt their like privilege of like not being affected by it. And then this is just a personal thing for me, but like I fucking hate it when people make montages and put it to sad songs. So I'm seeing all of these things happen, and then people are just like putting bridge over troubled water. I'm like, it just like that shit fucking, it's so cringy to me. And I'm just like I think like VPR and I think like VT Digger and all those people did a really good job with it. Like they're just showing it, and like there doesn't have to be music, but like then you have these like influencers that were putting music to it and like getting a ton of views because of the content, but like just like packaging it in the most cringy way. And like that's not what us real Vermonters like do and want to fuck with. Sorry for my language.
It's all right.
Yeah, but we just like the real Vermonters here. Like we don't subscribe to that like tourism sort of like everything is like cookie cutter Instagram stuff. Like that stuff pisses us off. So I felt like I needed to speak for some of my friends, and I had a lot of people that were just like, "Yo, thank you."
Yeah, I mean, look, and this will be kind of more of a comment I'll make kind of from somebody who makes videos on a regular basis, right? There are a lot of incredible strings you can pull with like human emotions by adding music into something. And when like there's an actual tragedy going on, you don't need to like add the extra sauce of like, you know, just yeah, like something that's so on the nose like bridge over troubled water. Like it just don't do that. Just show what's going on. That's all you need. You don't need to add the extra.
It's about timing, really. And like these people were putting this up while it was actively happening. And so like I think people weren't seeing like I get that people's intentions weren't bad, but it was like insensitive. And like I might not have thought that if it wasn't for like my friends posting about it or experiencing it. And me even just imagining it. Luckily here in Burlington we didn't get hit by any of the floods. But like it still was crazy. Like my mom, she lives in Bolton, and luckily she's on a hill, but the roads like below, like on both sides of there, she was trapped in the town for a couple days. So it was like a really real thing that like I just see these people like bringing their drones out or going on their kayaks, like laughing with their buddies, drinking beers. I'm like, this is stupid.
Yeah, no, I think it's a tough thing, and I will admit I was actually a little bit worried even just trying to put this together, right? Like what we're trying to do is raise some money for some farmers who are going to be in need, and I'm psyched that like we're actually getting some traction, and we're $75 short of 5,000, but at the same time it's like how do you do this without it feeling like this like cringy exploitive like riding that. Like that was something I was actually really worried about, even just in doing this.
I think this is the right context where you're having people that live here come on, or people that are in the industry, and you're dedicating your platform and your fan base to just simply raising money. It's not like you're on here hawking like the cereal brands or anything like that. And listen, no,
No,
hate
that was my video that came out earlier this morning. I'll leave it just to that.
no hate to that, but like like
you got to pay the bills.
I'll give you this right now. Ben and Jerry's is from here, and Ben Cohen lives here, and like he's even launching like some brands in the weed industry right now. I see all these little weed brands that are like, hey, we're going to be say like doing money, like raising this for the floods. I have yet to hear anything from him, and that dude, like, it's Ben Cohen, so like the fact that you are taking your time to do this, like this is the right way to do it.
Yeah. And that's probably a really good plug to say, hey, if you guys want to donate to NOFA Vermont's Farmer Emergency Fund, right here on YouTube, just click that link for donate. You can hit that, and the money will actually all go directly to the emergency fund. So it's not going to administrative costs, and not going to overhead. It's going to the grants that NOFA is issuing out over the next couple of weeks to farms that have been significantly impacted by the damage from the floods. So Johnny, what else are you working on? What's going on in your world other than a lot of water?
I am launching something in the next couple weeks.
And we'll just leave it as something, but yes, disc golf was talking about that thing too.
It's a big thing, and none of my followers know. That's why I'm like, man, I want to.
All right, don't talk about this one. Then you don't want it.
Okay.
Don't just leave it as is.
But I'm also on a separate thing. I'm going to be doing, like, my next real video is going to be on the marijuana industry since it launched in October, and how that's been shaping out, and how corporations are basically trying to destroy it right now and take it over from a lot of small businesses and a lot of small farms that are trying to establish the industry right now. So that's basically what I have on the horizon. The other project that I can't say right now is taking up a lot of my time right now, but that video is gonna be next.
Yeah, and I actually will say it too. We'll give everybody a tease of this. There is a project that Johnny and I are working on together that I'm not sure if it's going to be like Lisa's saying here of a positive video, but it's going to be something that combines farms, Vermont, and Johnny Wanzer and me. We're going to be working on it, and so stay tuned. That's going to be, I think, a fun one that comes out in the not too distant future.
That's such a funny comment. I have always wanted to do like a positive video, where it's like I present it in like a I'm angry, but everything is actually like really awesome. Yeah, it's a funny idea.
Yeah, that is. Maybe we could do a Toby Dog video.
Every once in a while, I like to put out those videos that lampoon my own style, so that would be a funny one.
Well, I mean, I think that's important, because I feel like too often people will get too, I don't know, focused on their image, focused on being, hey, this is what I want to be perceived as, and they sort of almost lose touch about how do you be real and honest and authentic. And making fun of yourself is one of the best ways to do it, no doubt about it. Acknowledging your flaws and the things you suck at, that's important.
And here's the other thing too, and I don't know if I'll speak for you on this, but video editing and video creation is a creative outlet, and as a creative, you want to do different things. You want to switch it up. You want to challenge yourself. So for me, I like having the dichotomy of the serious videos and the Donnie videos, and then even within the serious videos, changing up the format every once in a while. And I know, especially this year, it seems like you've been changing up certain things. You'll have your classic videos, but you have very specific ones that you've been doing too.
Yeah, no, I mean, number one, yes. I actually this is why I feel like I finally found the job that's right for me, where I have the work of doing the farm and actually building something, which is something I'm always passionate about. But then at the same time, there's the creative outlet of making content. And the combination of those two things is what makes this, like I said, the perfect job. And so changing up formats, telling stories in different ways. Like that's what keeps it interesting, and that's what keeps it fun. If you were doing the same like chore vlog over and over again, I probably wouldn't still be doing this.
Yeah. I am very thankful that I get to crap on Vermont for a living, and people just keep subscribing and giving me money for it.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Johnny, thank you for joining. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, this has been great. And yeah, if you guys want to check out Johnny and what he does, just look for Johnny Wanzer pretty much anywhere, right?
Yeah, it's all my ats. It's just my name here, Johnny Wanzer. And yeah, my main platforms are like Instagram and TikTok, but I'm also on YouTube and Facebook. So
yeah, so just Google Johnny Wanzer, no H, and you will find him pretty much everywhere. And yeah, Johnny, thanks for coming on, and good chatting with you, bud. And we'll be talking again real soon.
Awesome, man. Take it
All
easy.
right. Take it easy, man. See ya.
Yep.
All right, so that is Johnny Wanzer, and Jason, I'm gonna be up all night doing this. I will be hanging out here the whole time. Tammy, I don't know if Johnny inspired me to get the green screen, but I think some of the things that I want to do with my videos using green screens, I think might have come into play, because yeah, he's a master at how to use it in terms of yeah. So there you go. So thank you to Johnny for coming on, and yeah, I'm sorry if there was some spicier language than we typically use here at Goldshaw Farm. I know I always try to keep this like kid-friendly more or less, but yeah, sometimes people will talk a certain way, so there you have it. By the way, guys, we got a couple minutes, so if you want to drop more questions, I know it's always tough as I'm doing like answering and talking with guests and trying to balance things out. It's always tricky, but yeah, if you have questions, feel free to drop them. Also, I know some folks were mentioning that there's like an echo that happens when guests are coming. I will be wearing these headphones to ensure that that doesn't happen, so sorry about any previous echo that has been happening here. But yeah, let's check out the leaderboard. Let's see where we're at here, huh? All right, so if I'm looking at Facebook right now, oh my gosh, we are $20 away from $5,000. I wonder if we can hit it here. And yes, thank you and shout out to a lot of the folks who have donated, a number of anonymous folks. Keith Chang, thank you very much for that generous donation. Who else we got here? Thank you guys, this is amazing. David De La Rye, thank you. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you for that. That means a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, that what's the weather forecast? You know, we are going to be getting more rain later this week, Nancy. So yes, that is actually one of the things that has me very concerned as well. So that is most definitely an issue. All right, what else we got? Oh, we're so close. Who's going to be the person? I wonder who's going to be that magical person who hits $5,000. Oh, Karen Wiley. Did Karen Wiley do it? I think Karen Wiley just did it. Yes, Karen Wiley. Congratulations. You were the person who just put it at $5,000. And so thank you for that, Karen. That's amazing. It's really very much appreciated. And yeah, thank you. And like Michaela says, keep up the great work, everyone. I'm wondering, do you guys? So we are like 3.5? We're almost 4 hours in, and we're up to $5,000. I'm wondering if we can get to 10. Do you guys think we could get to 10? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna be here till 2 o'clock Sunday, so 2 p.m. Sunday. So I don't know. I wonder if we could get to 10 disc golf. What do you think? But yeah, so let's slap everybody on the back here. And yeah, because I'm feeling in a good mood. Elaine, I want to give a shout out to Anna, because if she's 97, she might be in the running for oldest fan. No doubt about it. And I'll also say in a couple of minutes, we have another guest joining, so you should ask your questions now. But we do have another guest. It is going to be Miss Vermont Earth, and so I'll talk about that and why she's calling in. But that'll be another fun thing. I don't know, Papillion. I'm wondering the same thing myself. I might go, if I'm getting sleepy in the middle of the night, I will probably cut to some animal cameras. But I'm going to see how long I can go, because I want to try to keep this up. I really want to see if we can hit $10,000 Just going to keep going. So many hours to go here, but I really want to see if we can do it. I think $10,000 would help a whole heck of a lot of farmers who are really struggling right now. Yeah, feel free, guys. You know, as Ronald's saying, this is meant to be a place where you can come in, hang out for a bit. The more you guys can share this feed and pass the feed along to other folks too, the better it will be. And so yeah. All right, here's a question. Do you plan to get different breeds of weird bantams? I mean, I'm not getting any new weird chickens other than the ones that I might hatch this year. So we just got 3 new weird chickens. So we got Mr. Frizzle, we got Bet, and we got what was the other name? Mr. Frizzle, Bet, and Lavender Brown. And so those are the 3 that we're adding. So I won't plan to add any more new weird chickens this year, but those are the weird chickens. And yes, there will be a weird chicken moment of zen where it might be an opportunity for me to take a nap as well. Yes, 10,000 is reasonable, but it's going to need your help. I need you guys. I know I don't mean to like make everybody keep giving money, but if you can help spread the word, that's going to be the thing that I think really gets us to 10,000. So the more you can do that, the better. Yeah, this is amazing. I can't believe it. 5,000. I would have never guessed that we would have gotten this far yet. Oh, now we're at $5,013. Thank you. And in case you're wondering, that $13 is always when it comes in from other countries. So we got $5 Canadian and 10 British pounds. So that's awesome. What happened to the beef jerky thing? Okay, Aspect, that's a good question. So a lot of folks recall that when I first started raising cattle, my plan was to raise them for beef, but primarily raise them for beef jerky. But the problem is I ran into a production issue. So in the United States, we have a multiple system of inspection, and specifically what we have is we have what's known as state inspected, meaning it's been butchered in a facility that can be sold in the United States, or there's what's known as USDA inspected, meaning it's butchered in a facility that meets the standards of the U.S. government, and so it can be sold across state. And so, for example, we're here in Vermont. If I took it to a state-inspected facility, I could only sell that meat in Vermont. If I took it to a USDA-inspected facility, I could sell it in New Massachusetts or New York or even California. In order to make beef jerky, you need to have your animal processed at a USDA-inspected facility, but it has to go from end to end. So I can't make like a beef roast and then take that beef roast and open up the package in like a commercial kitchen and manufacture the beef jerky and then sell that across state lines, because the product has now been altered and not altered in a USDA inspected facility. I have to make the beef jerky in a USDA inspected facility. The problem is there's so much demand for processing and not nearly enough capacity to keep up with it all, that most small-scale processors do not want to make beef jerky. And so it's very hard to find a place to process your beef as jerky. And so that's the dilemma I currently have. And that's why you haven't seen me sell it. And so I've sort of struggled there. Yes, everybody should be like Marilyn. Donate. It's really, really helpful. We're at 5,067. So thank you to Clayton Berg, as well as to the anonymous person who donated. Thank you very much. Why is the thumbnail so different from this live cast? Well, the answer is when I'm scheduling. So I scheduled this live stream yesterday, and when I was scheduling it, I just was outside, and I went and I took a picture, and I posted it up. But then, the live stream's the live stream. And the live stream, as you guys have been watching for the last couple hours, I was in here, I was outside, I've been running videos, so there's like so many different things that it could be. That is why it's different. And I don't think I'm going to, I don't know, Five Pandas. Maybe it depends on how much money we're raising in the middle of the night. I might take a nap, I might not, we will see. But now, guys, I do want to take a moment and introduce our next guest. And she's somebody who I've known for a little while, and kind of interesting backstory how I got to know her, and we'll talk about that. But please welcome Isabella Williams, who is Miss Vermont Earth. What's going on, Bella?
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
So I don't even think I've seen you since you won the title of Miss Vermont Earth.
Thanks. Yeah, we haven't seen each other. It's pretty new, just since April.
So for folks who are unaware, what is Miss Vermont Earth?
Miss Vermont Earth is a pageant that is dedicated towards efforts to advocate for the environment as well as be a spokesperson and role model for anything environmental related. And it's one of the only pageants that's super body inclusive. So that's pretty awesome.
That's really cool. So congratulations. And now what happens next? Are you like competing for Miss America Earth? Is that like the next stage of the competition?
That takes place on New Year's Eve in Orlando. So that's when that will happen. Pretty exciting. And I've just been prepping for it.
So what does prepping actually look like?
Well, lots of community service for starters. I just got back from Asia and I learned a lot about sustainability. So a lot of advocating through social media, on top of all the fun stuff of like wardrobe and getting ready to be seen by that many people.
That's crazy. So yeah, you were in, it was like Malaysia that you were out, like, or something?
Yeah, in Thailand.
Thailand, okay. And
Yeah,
so
what I loved about it there, it's so much like Vermont in the sense that everyone really has an opportunity to eat local and be a part of their local farms. And the food is just so good there. It was just incredible.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And yes, everybody is wishing you luck and the best in the
thanks.
competition as you represent the great state of Vermont.
I feel like Vermont has a lot to teach. You know, we do things. I was raised here, so I just have seen my whole life the farm to plate and support your farmers and just the truth about where our food comes from and how the world is sustained. You know, it's just so crazy that no one else gets to see it like we do here in Vermont.
Definitely. Now, for folks who don't know, so our farm is in Peacham, Vermont, which is like the Northeast Kingdom. And so if you look up in the upper left-hand corner, up here in the corner of the screen, you'll see like a little version of the map of Vermont. Yeah. On the far northern right corner is where we are. Bella lives in an area called Addison County, which is like the lower left-hand corner, essentially, of the map as well. So what's happening down there? Because you're in a much lower-lying, flatter part of the state.
I am. We were really worried. We did, in fact, have a tornado. I saw online this morning that came like right through just about my town. And somehow we're fine here. We don't have, it's like a sunny day here. There's no excess water or anything. But Ludlow near Killington, which is only 40 minutes further south, is just completely flooded. Roads are out.
Yeah, it's really scary stuff. And you know, it's funny, the part of the state that Bella lives in is actually, and this is how we got to know each other. So back in the day, guys, before I knew that I was going to buy this farm, I was seriously considering buying a farm down the road from like a family that I was really good friends with. So like one of my best friends from growing up, his dad owns a farm on the same street that Bella lives on. And basically he was trying to convince me to like try to figure out a way to buy the farm at the end of the road, which is like, it's like right across the street from you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now.
There you go. And so there could have been a chance where we were neighbors, but that's cool. Actually how we first got to know each other, right? Like, and that farm's now up for sale, I believe.
It just sold.
It just sold. Okay.
The owners have started renovating it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Because that house is going to need a lot of work.
Yeah. It didn't even have a septic. No plumbing.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. I mean,
you would have to live in a tent.
Yeah,
all the animals.
I mean, that's crazy. I didn't even realize it didn't have any plumbing.
No electric either. Nothing.
Oh wow! Whoa.
It's just walls.
And do you know what they're planning? Are they like doing like a full like?
They're just like kind of hobby farmers from Connecticut.
Okay. Now there you go, huh?
Yeah.
People from Connecticut coming up again.
Yeah, more Connecticut folks. That's all right. I'll be nice.
So
give them a chance.
other than defending your crown as Miss Vermont Earth and going on to fight for the American title, like what do you do with your time? Like what are you up to?
Okay, so I've been writing a children's book, and I got so lucky, and just like meeting you at random, met this really lovely, they're native Vermonter, and she is doing the illustrations right now. So we wrote this book all about, youth empowerment, specifically for girls. And it's been like a really fun project for us. We're really excited to start sharing it.
That's awesome. And so, okay, so if it's youth empowerment, is it a story or is it like a how-to?
No, it's
or
written
like
more like a how-to guide. When COVID hit, my siblings went to a high school nearby, and I started substitute teaching. And what I learned as a substitute teacher was not a lot of kids had two parents or two guardians at home teaching them all the things that we now as adults, really needed to thrive. So I was like, you know what? These kids don't have anyone. What is the best way to reach the most amount of kids and like give them all just a little bit of a leg up, all those things that we take so long to learn. So the themes are friendship, failure, perseverance, doing things alone, being a good friend, just all the things that I think have made my life better. So we wrote them in a book. We're really excited, and that will be coming out soon.
very, very exciting.
Yeah.
Cool. So now, as you've been talking to friends who've been affected by the floods, like what are some of the things that you're seeing? Who are some of the folks you're struggling? I'm curious to hear, particularly down south, like what's going on. Like what are some of the challenges?
Yeah, I think similar to everyone, a lot of farmers were affected the most. A lot of their crops are damaged. And, that's a bummer. A lot of them have crop insurance, but the bummer about that is none of those crops will be able to be harvested. And even if they can grow after this, they're completely just have everything on them from all the rain, all of the bad yucky stuff that you wouldn't want on your produce. So that seems to be what their concerns are.
Yeah, I mean that is a very big one, and which is why when we talk about the NOFA Vermont Farmer Emergency Fund, what's so important about it is it helps folks who are in that situation where summer months for a lot of folks in Vermont in agriculture, that's when they're making their money, and then you have a really quiet winter, and so kind of the financial hardship that gets created here is a big impact, and so if you really want to help. Definitely click the link that you see on the screen here, or if you're on Facebook, click the link that I've pasted before, and I will paste again right now. But by clicking that link, you're able to donate to this fund, or by just even clicking through YouTube, you're able to donate directly to this fund, which helps a lot of folks who are in need.
Nice.
Cool. So, Bella, thanks for coming in. And I think at some point we're going to get you out to the farm and doing some chores.
Yeah.
I think that's the plan. We were going to do it the other week, but yeah, I think we've got to figure out a date to have you come out, and it'll be fun to just hang out and catch up.
For sure. Yeah, you've seen my neck of the woods. Now it's, I got to return the favor.
Got to get you up to the Northeast Kingdom,
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for calling in, Bella. Good to see you, and be well. Talk soon.
Bye.
All right, so that is Isabella Williams, Vermont's reigning Miss Vermont Earth, checking in and kind of giving us an update from the southern part of the state. And so, guys, again, I want to say just really shout outs and thank you. I'm seeing it now. We are, let's see, where were we at from a donation standpoint? We're up to 5178. That's incredible. They just keep coming. And yes, thank you to the kind of what's coming. I don't think Bella's book is out just yet, but I think she's working on it. One of the things I have learned very, very much is that Michaela just texted me, and it's very hard for me to catch up. Michaela, I will text you back once I take my next break. It's hard to get your book out there. Like I said, the Toby Dog book's going to be probably out next week, I think, is when pre-orders might start. It might be a little bit later. It's always a little tricky because you don't get the exact date when it gets all the approvals it needs. That's part of what you struggle with. Okay, I can hear my son gets back from his dad. Okay, wait. Sorry. If you guys have questions, questions actually have gotten quieter. So, and I'm just looking at my schedule that I made for myself. We're going to have a little bit of time. I'm getting almost to the point where I'm going to start to have my dinner break. While I have my dinner break, I think what I'm going to do is let you guys watch the chicks for a little bit. What I will do while I'm going on that dinner break is, you guys can watch the chicks. I will be back in a little bit. If there's something you want to do too, let me know. The agenda for this evening, just so you know what's planned. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have dinner. Kind of take a little bit of a break, and then at 7 o'clock, I think I've got another farmer friend who's gonna be calling in. She was like significantly impacted. She's gonna talk a little bit about what's going on there. Then at 7:30, I'm gonna go out and start doing my evening chores, and we'll do that. And so it'll be live streaming chores. And then at 8:30, my buddy Ben, who's another farmer, is gonna be calling in. And then at 9 o'clock, this is an important one. I will be reading select chapters. I'm not going to read the whole book, but I will be reading select chapters from the new upcoming Toby Dog book and give you guys a sneak preview. And so stay tuned for that. That's going to be a fun one. Yeah, I can't wait to share with you guys. I've been, working on this book for so long that I'm excited that it's going to be kind of eventually coming to fruition. But before we get to that, let's go to a little bit of a live feed from the brooder, and let's see what's going on. Oh, I don't know if you guys heard, but little barn cat's yelling at me because she wants to eat too. She always gets a little bit feisty when that happens. But yeah, hang out with the chicks. I will be back very soon. And again, thank you to everybody so far who's been participating. This is a lot of fun. And as Under the Sea is asking right now, who is feeding the animals? I'm going to be feeding the animals. That's like literally what I got to go out and do when we're going to go do chores together at 7:30. So there will be a lot of fun. So yeah, enjoy the stream. This poor Wotan. I mean, this is, I think, exactly what you're asking for. Okay, I am back. Oop, there we go. All right. Good to see everybody. I am back outside. Well, Angie, it has been very hot and very humid. It's still like 79 degrees right now, and it's like 7 o'clock at night. But I'm really glad to be here. Animals are good. You know, honestly, they just go for shady spots during the day when we have this. Like the cattle have shade with trees. You'll see when I go up and visit them in a little bit. The dogs are usually hiding in their shadiest spots. The birds usually go to shady spots too. And so, yeah, that's pretty much where everybody is. Yeah. So what's going to happen is I'm going to hang out here for a little bit in the barn. Maybe I'll get a barn cat or guard dog coming to join me. And then eventually I will go back out and do the chores. And so that'll become the next thing you see, sort of live streaming of chores. And some of the chores I'll be able to, you guys will see immediately. Some of the chores, it might take me a little minute or two to like navigate how I do it because unfortunately I have this dilemma of like, I have Wi-Fi down in the lower part of the farm, and then I can get cell phone signal when I go and visit the cattle, but like in between I don't have range. And so I'll have to like figure out a way to cover that. But yeah, things are going good. I just had a nice, wonderful supper. It was a steak. It was actually Kurt Cobain vintage steak. It was wonderful, along with some kale from the farm, as well as what else did I have? I had kale and then some broccoli. So it was wonderful. We are almost up to $6,000. Whoa, I can't believe it. Thank you guys, the folks who've donated. A number of anonymous donations have come in. Gordon Green, thank you for that donation. What else did I miss? But yes, at least those are the ones I can see right now. But yeah, things are going well. I am enjoying doing this. I hope you guys are having fun. If there's something that's not working with this live stream or you don't like, please let me know. I really just rely on you guys for feedback. I am doing this all solo by myself. And so I told you we were going to have a visitor, and it is the Ginny Barn Cat. Just getting her dusty footprints all over my laptop too. Hey, sweetie. Say hi to everybody. Yeah, I'll just hang out here though for a little bit and answer your questions. My friend Rebecca she's a farmer. She got tied up coming back from the Rutland Farmers Market, so she might be delayed. So we might have to change her timing. Yes, it was Cat Cam. Yeah, you guys were watching earlier, and I'll replay this at some point. We had Cat Cam going, and yeah, here's a large scale version of Cat Cam. But the actual cat that broadcast that cam, that was Ginny, and she's just hanging out here with me right now. Molly's in the barn with me. I saw Pablo a minute ago. He's around as well. Really, all the cats they always know to like come close to me at this time of day because they know that I'm going to be bringing them food, and so that's what you have. Yes, keep chick. Oh, the chick audio is still going. I don't know if I'm going to keep the chick audio. I'm seeing conflicting reports. Some people are saying it's distracting. All right, I'll turn off the chick audio for now. Oh, hey, Stephanie. Thank you. That's a very kind comment that you have here. And by the way, guys, just so you know, the setups that I have like out here, it's a little trickier to like look at every comment and kind of do everything, but I'll do my best. Oh, I didn't know. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's an actual cat, and then there's an actual cat cam, which is what you're seeing in that feed right there. That I shot the cat cam this morning. Okay. Hey, Paul, thank you for that. So let me do this as sort of a re-rack and reset for folks who have not joined and wondering what the heck is going on. So our farm is here in Peacham, Vermont. And a lot of farms here in Vermont right now have been experiencing some really historic flooding. And it's been really bad the last couple of days. Things are just starting to recover, but I was actually just looking at the weather reports while I was eating my dinner. And it seems like tomorrow's just going to be straight up rain most of the day. You guys will see it start as I'm probably doing stuff and might have to limit some of the things I was planning on doing outside. But anyway, we've had some crazy floods. Our farm is fine. We lost some ducklings, but other than that, no real significant issues. And so we don't have any problems. But I'm just seeing so many of my friends and neighbors struggling right now. And so I felt like it was important to do something. And so that's something I ended up deciding would be, let me do a 24-hour live stream and see how much money I can actually raise. And thank you, Mary Ellen, for that donation right there. And so today we are raising money for NOFA Vermont. It's the Northeast Organic Farmers Association of Vermont. They are a group that's really important to the farming community here in Vermont. And specifically, though, they have a farmer emergency fund that's been around for decades. And what they do is they take money and they issue it out in grants through this emergency fund to people who are in need. And over the next few weeks, they're going to be issuing out a lot of funds to farmers who've been impacted by the flood. And so we are raising money tonight directly for directly for that emergency fund. And so all the money that gets raised goes directly to NOFA. It goes specifically to their farmer emergency fund. It doesn't go to overhead. It goes to grants that they're writing to put money directly into the pockets of farmers who've been impacted and had their livelihoods destroyed. You know, for farmers who are in Vermont, the summer months are like their peak season. And so the idea of having to deal with this stuff is completely catastrophic. And so what we're trying to do is just raise money and help folks. So far, we are up to $5,866. And so I'm really appreciative of that. I'm wondering if we could actually hit $10,000. That's what I'm wondering as a goal. So with your help, maybe we'll get there. And for folks who can't afford to, oh man, petting Ginny now touching my face. I know I'm going to be sneezing at some point. But for folks who can't afford to donate or aren't in a position where they can donate right now, don't feel bad about watching and hanging out. Just by watching, you're helping. By commenting, by sharing this video and live stream on your social media feeds, by giving us a thumbs up, like all of those things help more people find the live stream, which will ultimately help get more people to donate. And so please, you know, come one, come all. I love the support. But yeah, like, you know, don't feel bad for not being able to donate. All right, let's look at what other comments we got going here. How is Polar not? Yeah, I know, I'm cracking. You guys are going to see me drinking these for like the next, what do we got here? We're, let's see, 5 hours in, so we got 19 hours to go. You will see me drinking a ton of these. I love Polar seltzers. I mean, and they're not sponsoring me. And I like LaCroix too, so I'm just going to say that. I like flavored seltzer is really what it comes down to. So, you know, no sugar, but I like a good flavor. And so like this one's ginger lime mule, orange vanilla is probably my favorite. Yeah, but I will be cracking LaCroix and other things too. It's not a brand thing. It just happened to be the ones on sale at the grocery store earlier today. Have I ever considered getting a weather station to monitor the weather conditions at the farm? Yeah, I've thought about trying to like set something up. I actually think I might eventually. That might be a project that I try to tackle in like the winter months and figure out what I need. But I think it'd be kind of cool to be able to have like more accurate data and show what's going on from a weather and really climate perspective overall. I'm getting text messages from people. Just want to make sure they're not. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there is a sad irony. You know, the ducklings that we lost, they hatched the day before the flood, and they were just too small to keep up with the rains. And I really debated pulling them away from their mothers, but didn't feel like that would be the right thing to do. And I really wanted to try to have the mothers raise them. I think one of the things too to recognize is Wednesday our chicks came in. So the chicks that you guys are seeing from the brooder live stream, which let me add that back into this video picture here. So the chicks that you're seeing right here, like they came on Wednesday, and you know, they are meant to be like the baby birds that like are going to be our future layers. And so I didn't have the brooder space long term to raise the ducklings, but if I took them away from their mom, I would have to raise them to adulthood. And so I was also concerned a little bit about that. But I know I made the wrong decision at this point. Like, and so with that hindsight, I know I messed up, and it's just something I deal with. It sucks. I don't know. If you guys can't tell, I feel horribly guilty about the whole thing. 5,000 crepes more. You turned New England right quick. Hey, you know, just for the record, because I feel like, okay, to say that I turned Vermonter, I think is accurate, because I'm not a native Vermonter in the least bit. I don't even mean to like front and portray like I am. But But I will say this, I am a native New Englander. I was born in New England. I was raised in New England. I went to college in New England. I spent my 20s in New England. I did not even leave New England until I was 30 years old and I moved to New York. That's when I'm like 2010 to 2018, I was living in New York and then Washington, D.C. And those are the only times in my life that I was ever outside of New England. And when I moved to the farm in 2018, I'm back in New England. So I feel like I have straight up street cred on being a New Englander. Vermonter, not so much, but New Englander, definitely. Yes, do exactly what SoCal's saying. We need that. Well, thank you, E. Cole. You know, and I really want to make this fun for you guys. Like I will have folks talking about some of the things that we're experiencing here in Vermont. And so, just for the record, that will be something that goes on. But at the same time, I don't want to make this like doom and gloom and a bummer. And so this is meant to be a fun live stream. This is not meant to be something sad. This is not meant to be something unhappy. Like, I want you guys to hang out, chill, have a good time. I think partners to do, yeah, that'd be kind of cool if I found like a partner to do it. Is there a video on the new? So I haven't made a new barn tour video yet because we're just not done. So the major things that need to happen are the garage bay doors are still being built, and I have to do electrical. And as you guys saw earlier today, Alfred's doing a lot of work out front related to the whatchamacallit, the wall that he's building. But I guess wait, before I lose my sunshine, no, I actually don't want to disconnect the laptop. It'll just create problems. Maybe I'll try to do a barn tour tomorrow morning because it seems like we're going to have rain. And so I'm going to be stuck in here most of the time. I won't be outside. Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of what I would do. If I did like a weather station, I would try to like set up different things around the farm and have ways to check different parts. I don't think there was thunder. I think it was just that might have been me banging around or making noise or something else banging around making noise. Okay. Yes, RJ, I knew that today it's Lake Harvey Day. So there will be fireworks tonight. You can kind of see them from the upper pasture. I won't be able to live stream that, but because it won't look like much for you guys. But yes, they're like every year this Saturday in Barnet, which is like the next town over from me. It's sort of like Harvey's Lake Day, where Harvey's Lake is kind of this like tourist destination not too far from us. And they do like activities on the beach. There's like a giant tag sale that happens throughout Barnet, and there's like just a ton of tag sales that I actually usually go to, but I did not go to this year because I was too focused on getting ready for this. But yeah, like the plan, like, and then at night they do fireworks. And so, yeah, that's been going on today. I have never bred Toby, but maybe one day. As a New Englander, I can absolutely see it in you. Yeah. I think I have, my wife often calls it, you definitely have the Northeasterner, but like I actually think it's even more localized to New England just in terms of how I talk, how I act, like all of that. But yeah. Hey, Liz, thanks for coming out, my friend. And yeah, if you want to come back early, maybe you might actually be a good person to call in and just, shoot the breeze with early on. Like if I'm up at 4 a.m., nobody else is going to be up. So for you, like what's that, like 9 a.m. or something like that? Yeah, if you want to call, just shoot me a message on one of the various platforms and I'll try to connect with you. But thank you for hanging out, Liz. I really appreciate it. The great Liz Zorab. If you guys don't know Liz, she has like a homestead, or I think they call it a small holding, if you will, out in Wales. And she just does some incredible things, particularly with her gardens. It's mind-boggling what she does. Very, very nice person too. All right. So a lot of folks will say that guineas are the best thing for eating ticks. I actually will chart that as a myth. My experience has been that guineas are no better than chickens at helping manage your tick populations. People always point to guineas, but I don't know. I feel like that's like done by like, the big guinea industry as a myth about ticks. Yes, they eat them, but I don't think they eat them any more than like a chicken does, and so they're also a lot more annoying and harder to manage than a chicken's. So yeah. So there are no Rural Kings around here. So there's Tractor Supply, but there's no Rural King. There's also like local farm stores, like Farmway is one that I really like to go to in Bradford, Vermont. Morrison's Feed Bag is up in St. Johnsbury. That's where I get a lot of feed, and they're a local company here. So yeah, that's where I go. We don't have Rural Kings around here. Have you ever gotten too attached? I mean, I think Samson Puddle Duck is a good example where I probably should have put him down sooner because his quality of life was not good, but I was so attached to him, it was really hard for me to make that decision. Some people could make the case for Little Barn Cat, but I would say you are wrong. But yeah, I think that those would be examples. All right, what other question? Yeah, I wonder if Big Guinea's gonna come and try to shut down this live stream for me speaking truth. Oh, you know what, Sarah? I opted not to make Shobi making dinner, and let me explain why. I know I might have said at some point, "Hey, I'm gonna do cooking." Maybe I'll do cooking when I do breakfast tomorrow. Here's what it is. Like, I'm actually realizing that I need to pace myself. I'm only like 5 hours in, and I'm like, I can tell that I can feel my voice weakening a little bit. And so because I want to do the full 24 hours, I might take a little bit more breaks than I intended just so I can keep pace and keep going. So Sarah, you didn't miss anything. You just got back. I just came on about 10 minutes ago. I've just been hanging out, answering questions. Ginny Barncat's wandering around. Molly's somewhere around here as well. So yeah. I don't know. I think even if you use just Goldshaw Farm or VT Flood, those would probably be the two that I would suggest. I'm really bad at planning those types of things out. I'm really bad at planning in general. Yes, you've been shill for Big Guinea and didn't even know it. Yeah, the Guinea myth. Guineas, they're just annoying and loud and hard to keep in a house. That's my take on guineas. No, and like I said, no better at controlling insects than a chicken. Any plans for the old barn? I mean, not really. I mean, the old barn is going to continue to be winter housing for animals. It's going to continue to be where I store food. There's like a workshop portion that I hope to actually make some improvements on, just in terms of organization, really, more than anything else. But yeah, the building I'm in now is really the kind of the modern future of where the farm buildings are going. So yeah. It's really tough, and I will admit, I usually stream for like an hour or two when I do my like monthly farm meetings. I don't do 5. I'm not like a Twitch streamer guy. I think I try too hard. Like when I see other like Twitch streamers or like people streaming video games, they're just like chilling, and then they might make a comment, and then they're back to chilling. For me, I'm like, I feel like if I'm on a live stream, I have to be filling this constantly with action and activity at all moments, or I'm letting you guys down. And that's a lot of work. All right. I'm going to talk about this because I think this is either somebody thinking something's funny when it's not, or they're just being a jerk. The idea that the Lord is punishing Vermont heathens, repent and go back to God, that's just like awful and hateful. And if this person professes to be actually a Christian, that is like antithetical to like say the teachings of Jesus Christ. And I don't consider myself a Christian, but like I did study the Bible. I did get religious training in school when I went to Catholic school and all that good stuff. So I'm well versed with what's in there. And yeah, for somebody to say that, that's just awful and hateful, Ken. You should really rethink your position on things. Yeah, I mean, look, the 24-hour number that you guys see up here is not a lie. The goal here is I will be going until Sunday at 2 p.m. So I will be there. Can I bust any common grocery store myths? I don't know. I mean, I used to work in a grocery store. One of my first real jobs was I was a cashier, and then I got demoted to bagger at Big Y grocery store. So like New Englanders probably know Big Y. But yeah, I when I was 16, I was working at Big Y. Am I a Pats fan? Thoughts on Spygate and Deflategate? I mean, so yes, I am a Patriots fan, a diehard Patriots fan. I mean, when the Patriots won in 2002, that was like maybe my favorite year of football ever. That was like the first Tom Brady season. That was when, Drew Bledsoe got hit by Mo Green and was taken out for several weeks, and Brady had to come in, and he just did an incredible job, led the team. They had the legendary tuck game against the Raiders, and then that amazing win over the Rams. Like that's probably my favorite season of football of all time. I was living in Boston at the time. I was a senior in college. I lived and died with every single one of those games. And so yeah, I'm a fan. I mean, this is the thing about the Patriots, right? Like, especially like Brady and Belichick, especially in that era, right? They were looking to try to do anything they could to win. Some of that stuff probably wasn't as ethical as they could go, but yeah, I think that specifically, it was probably not the best. I actually don't watch that much football anymore. I don't know if it's, realizing just how much the head injuries go, and it kind of like ruins it for me, or just I'm just so busy with other things in life. I don't watch actually as much sports in general. Really, just the Caps and Red Sox are my main focus these days. And even then, I don't probably watch as much as I used to. But I definitely consider myself a Patriots fan. If you were to ask me what's my favorite football team, no doubt. I do. I put it on probably twice a day because my wife would be very unhappy with me if I did not. I usually put it on first thing in the morning, and then usually like in the afternoon I'll do an application. And even then, I mean, if you guys want to see ridiculous farmer's tan right now, like watch this. I'll pull off my watch here for a second. Yeah, like that's my thing. Or actually, here's maybe even a better one. Stop for a second. So, so that's my arm, and that's my leg, and yeah, you can see quite the difference. So yeah, even with like heavy and steady application of sunscreen, I get wicked tan at this point. The Toby Dog book reading will be about 9:00 tonight. I will be reading a few select chapters of the Toby Dog book. I'm very excited about it. It looks like we're up to $5,866. I love to get to $6,000 before I go out and do chores. And I was planning on doing chores pretty soon. So can we get to 6,000? The race is now on. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna do my best. By the way, yeah, there are people who are jerks and like that, person who's professing to be a Christian, and like that's not Christian. I'm gonna try to boot people as much as I can if they're being bad, but honestly, I'm doing my best. I can't expect my moderators to stay on this whole thing, and we've got like almost 750 people between Facebook and YouTube on here right now, so it's a little hard. It's a little bit hard to keep up. Explain, why don't you have hand sanitizers for your allergies? Yeah, I have no good explanation for you, Cheryl. It's because I'm adult and not an adult, even though I am, but I'm adult, DOLT, who doesn't think about carrying things like that, but that is a good suggestion. Well, yeah, I mean, hope. I mean, that's why, like I said, I'm not sponsored by Polar, but like I'll probably be able to make a wall of like Polar cans over the course of this live stream. I will be drinking lots of seltzer, lots of tea, lots of water. I'll probably actually bust out a cup of coffee after I get done with this. Maybe, because I know Sarah's dying to see me in the kitchen. Maybe what I will do is when I go inside, I will live stream myself making some coffee, because that I could tolerate having people watch me make and not be overstressed and not feel like I need yet another break. So yeah, okay, all right. Here's the plan. We're like hanging out all night tonight. I'm just for the record. And so the plan is, we're hopefully going to get to 6,000. I don't know, maybe we won't. But yeah, here, I'm going to post the donation link. A couple people are asking me to do it again. But yeah, my hope is that we can get to 6,000. And if we do that, I'm going to go do chores and stream that to the best of my abilities. And once I've done the chores, I'll go inside and I will make myself a cup of coffee. We're going to talk to my buddy Ben. And once we do that, we are going to go out and I will read the Toby Dog book. But I'll probably make myself a cup of coffee before I read that Toby Dog book. And sorry, I'm repeating myself because I'm doing like 3 things at once. So the plans for the... Who's crying? I'm hearing a cat cry. Sounds like Ginny. Ginny likes to be whiny. So the plan for the barn is this. There will be like vehicle storage down in the spot that I'm in, as well as like, equipment for the tractors is basically what this space is going to be used for. Up on the second floor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be putting in an incubator room. So I will start doing all my hatching out here. Yeah, that will be something that kind of goes on as well. Okay, I saw some folks asking about this earlier. So yeah, I will probably try to expand to a certain extent. The biggest drawback right now is not so much like why it's a combination of power and Wi-Fi range. I can only get my Wi-Fi router to where I have power, but it has to be also in a place that's close enough to my Starlink thing to be able to get there. And so that's what limits me in terms of range right now. I'm sure I could hire somebody and pay a bunch of money to do it, but I don't know. I don't know. Part of me kind of likes not having internet everywhere. It's kind of nice to be able to go out to the fields and take a break from all of that. So yeah, for what that's worth. Oh, wait, whoa, we hit 6,000. Whoa. How did that happen? I was not paying attention. I was too busy talking. Thank you to several anonymous donations. Who else made us get to 6,000? Thank you, guys. We're up over 6,100 now. That's crazy. Who else? I want to thank you guys. Nicole, thank you very much. Stuart, thank you very much. You guys are awesome. You got us over the hump. Poor Wotan. You got us there. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. You guys are awesome. And so as a reward, let's go do some live streaming of chores. First things first, I gotta get my phone set up. Hold on a sec. Yeah, a sec. This is the other thing. I'm acting as my own producer, so I gotta coordinate with guests. And I gotta tell Ben, who you guys are gonna want to hear from Ben. He's got an interesting story, and I don't know if you guys remember the video where I got the pigs. I actually got my pigs from Ben. He's that guy. So yeah, I'm just telling him that. Now let me get my camera rigged up. Hey Jen, you want to come up? You want to come up on my lap? There you go. Oh, Jenny, you are the most affectionate of all the barn cats, no doubt about it. Okay, let's get this going. Get StreamYard going here. There's going to be an awkward moment where we get a little bit of echo, but you guys are just going to have to deal with that. Okay. I think that's working. See? All right. So this is, in case you guys are wondering what the setup's like, this is what I'm looking at as I try to do this. I've got the lights so that I can do this at night too if I wanted to. But yeah, let's go check in with the animals. We will start the experience of doing chores. I will eventually probably need to include we're gonna probably have to go to the chick cam for a little bit when I ride my bike up to the top of the pasture to get to the cattle, and then yeah, that's where we're gonna. And Ginny's making it hard for me to navigate the stream right now. Here, I'm going to highlight Matt's comment. Thank you, Matt. Yes, I will be very tired. I appreciate it. Alfred was here. You missed him. Alfred was here. He was here for about an hour and a half or so. We hung out earlier, but he actually had to go home. Maybe he'll be back tomorrow. We'll see. He's got stuff he's got to do. I don't want to like be a hassle for him, trying to be a good friend for him being a good friend. But let's go. All right, let's go do chores. Come on, Jen. You want to come with me? We'll check on the dogs. We'll check on the chicks. Check on the goslings. We'll check on everybody we can before I start to see that my Wi-Fi range gets really, really bad. And when that happens, I will stop this and I'll switch over to something else. First, we got Mr. Toby Dog. Hey, pal. I still haven't been able to figure out on StreamYard how to switch my camera like to the front camera. Nope, that's not it. Settings, camera. Oh, that's how So I'm going to do this camera. Is this the best one? No. How about that? That looks pretty good. All right, so this is going to be the camera feed I give you guys because I think this is going to be the most interesting. This way I can read your comments and show you what I'm looking at versus have you look at my sweaty face all day. Hi, buddy. Hi, pal. How's my Toby Dog? All right, go back in. First step is we got to go check on our pigs. See how the Piggly Wigglies are doing. Pig. Oh, there's an Abby dog. Abby, you've been hanging out in the greenhouse, huh? Come here, Abs. Abby, come here. Abby, come. Aw. Oh, no, you pulled off your bandage. All right, I'm going to have to get you bandaged back up. Yeah, Abby hurt her paw, in case you guys are wondering what's going on. And so she's been dealing with a little bit of an injury. I'm not liking how her paw's looking. Look at these pigs. You are muddy pigs. Right? How's it going? Everybody. Side. Like, I don't think I can go any closer than this. Yeah, sorry about that. Like I said, I'm going to do my best here. Ooh, here we got Molly Murder Mittens. How's it going, Mouse? How you doing, Abby? Yeah, that paw's not looking good. Yeah, we're going to have to get you taken care of. I'm worried about you. I think you might have to go to the vet tomorrow. We'll have to do that. I'm going to have to figure out this. Yeah, Toby Dog is so sweet. Yes, Leandra, you get Toby Dog and the Piggly Wigglies. Okay, you can still hear me. That's good to know. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I'll have to figure something out. Oh, hi, sweetie. Hi. Here, let's go in and say hi to the chicks. Apparently the chicks killed Earl. Hey, chicks. Abby, don't get so excited. Hey, you got to behave yourself, girl. It's always funny when, like, it's actually so warm in here. They're probably just like, yeah, we don't even need to be under the brooder plate for the most part. But yeah, Abby gets so excited about these chicks. She definitely would eat them. Like, there's no doubt about it. She's learning better and better to respect, like, the larger birds, and particularly ducklings and goslings she's good with. But the baby birds, she just sees them as chew toys. There's like no way around it. She does not see them as living things. All right, let's see how good our internet continues to be. Hang on a sec. Yeah, it's still going to be rough trade out here. So this is probably about as far as I can get. As you guys see over here, let me see if I can go to the telephoto lens and give you a better glimpse. See the sun setting out there on the horizon. Camera. Let's change to the telephoto. There we go. As you guys can see, you can see the adult geese out back there. You can see actually the young geese down on the lower part of the fence. You can see where the weird chickens are. And yes, I pre-recorded a weird chicken moment of Zen. So yeah, it really, yeah, Jose's right. It's not the problem with my camera. It's the problem is that it's just like I don't have great signal. There's no cell signal out here. I'm on Wi-Fi, but this is as far as my Wi-Fi will take me. And so that's what's going on. So I know for folks who are trying to troubleshoot, believe me, I've got it well troubleshooted. I'm just working within my limitations here. And so that is what it is. Sorry, guys. I told you there'd be certain limits that we just have to work within. Okay. But what I'm actually going to do now, because everybody looks fine down here, I'll be back to feed the dogs in a bit, and I got to change Abby's bandage. But I'm going to go hop on my bike and ride up to the top of the pasture. While I do that, I will also set up the live stream of the chick brooder so you guys can see what's going on there as well. But here, for a moment, you guys can watch the Toby Dog and Abby Dog feed. And with that tiny camera, we will observe the chicken behavior. Okay, so I'm back. I'm on my bike. I'm going to be doing chores. I got to ride up to the top of the pasture. I will probably move the cattle to fresh pasture. But in order to do that, I got to ride up. So you'll probably lose me at one point. I'll be stuck with chicken cam, but then I'll be back. Let's see how good this works. Uh-oh. Looks like we got a problem we got to deal with first. Ew. Ugh. And specifically, that problem is, I don't know if you guys can see it. I got some wayward goslings I got to drive home. Huh, this is holding up. I'll come back for them later. They will find their way after they panic. So what happens is those little guys slip through the crack in the fence, and that's how they're able to get down. Let's see, is this streaming? I think it's streaming. Okay, but you guys can still see me, huh? People in the chat tell me if they can see me or not and hear me. Again, I tested this out yesterday, but I wasn't sure how well this would work on the fly. Yeah, it's still streaming. Okay, thank you, Mental. All right, I'm opening the gate here. I'm up at the top of the pasture, hopping back on the bike. Nothing like the thrill of biking one-handed while you hold the phone and talk to, what do you got? About 600, 700 people on here between the two platforms. That's pretty cool. Hopefully I don't like fall and eat it. And everybody watches me live stream like fall on my bike. But yeah, I absolutely love riding my bike like this up through here. It's super, super enjoyable. It's very relaxing. Woo! I don't know if you guys saw it earlier. So yeah, some of the goslings escaped. And so when I go back down, I'm going to have to try to get them back in. I don't know if it's streamed that or not. So can you guys let me know if it streamed the goslings, if you saw that? Yeah, it would be hilarious
pond view if I ate it. Ooh, can you hear that? That's me going through the wetter parts of the pasture. I'll show you in a minute. Whoa. Almost went into that puddle. That would not have been good. So there were spots where the cattle were when we had the heavy rains that just got completely decimated in the pasture, but it's no big deal. I mean, particularly when I talk to some of my friends, you know, I was supposed to brush hog certain parts of the pasture this week. I put that off just because of the rains. But yeah, it definitely could have been a risk. But if you look over there, right, like that's all mud. But yeah, up here with the coos. Whoop, there we are. Gonna hop off the bike now. Let me switch the camera to the front camera again. So you're not looking at my ugly dome and you can look at my pretty animals instead. Oop, that's too wide. There we go. All right, let's go this way. How's it going, Coos? Hey, would you look? It's Macho Man. How are you doing, buddy? Everybody's got water. Baby B has her own separate water trough. That way she can get to it if she wants to. Yeah, I'm glad that it's 1 a.m. there and you're getting to experience us do evening chore time. It's kind of cool. It makes me really happy to, I don't know, live in a world where we can do this. And for all the negatives that people talk about with technology, the fact that I'm able to be up here and do this, this is I don't know, kind of cool to me. So yeah, this is the spot I was talking about that has like been just totally like beaten down. As you can see, it's pretty bad. Don't want to shock myself. I don't know. I wasn't sure if I was going to move the cattle or not. I think I'm going to let them stay in here overnight, and I'll move them to the next cell first thing tomorrow morning. How's it going, Ariel? How are you doing, sweetie? Boop. Can I boop you on the booper snoot? Yeah. There you go. Oh, look, it's my baby bee. How you doing, sweetie pie? Oh, you're going to run to your mommy? I know, that's what you do. Yeah, it's cell service up here. Yes, thank you guys for helping me here. As Kamala or Kamala says, cell service up here, not Wi-Fi. That's why I'm able to do this. That's the difference. Like this is like the highest point of the farm right up here, and so I'm able to get that access. Hey, Macho buddy. Good to see you, pal. How's it going? I didn't bring your brush. I'm sorry. All I get is scratches from me, but I'll scratch you on the neck. You like that? Yeah. Oof. I didn't brush you today, so you can see it. Shedding more and more. Hey, Joseph. How's it going, pal? Good to see you, too. Yeah? Give you a scratch and scratch? Good boy. Hey, Annabelle. How are you doing, sweetheart? You look pretty good. Yeah? You think I have a treat for you? No treat. I know. Oh, Heinlein's saying it seems slower. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to do my best. So Cyrus, what's happening is I'm just up here doing my cattle check for the night. I was debating moving them to fresh pasture, but it seems like they have enough grass that I'm not going to do it. And yeah, we got baby B, Amanda hug and kiss there. She's mom's dropping bombs. I don't know how bad this is.
Good to see. Yeah, I do use that as a crutch phrase for some reason. I don't even know why I say that. I don't say that in like real life to any humans. I only say it to my animals. Good to see you. Like I wouldn't see them or something like that. But yeah, here, we're gonna do telephoto on baby B. Isn't she adorable? She's just so precocious, and she is my only small cow. And that's her mom, Amanda Hug and Kiss, right there, chowing down. She's the littlest, youngest. Second youngest would be Macho Man. Third youngest would be Joey Ramone, at least of those that I have here. And then Annabelle, Ariel, Audrey, and Anna Green Gables, who's all the way in the back there. They're like all, I don't know how old they are. They came to the farm as cows, and yeah, I just don't know their ages. Okay, it's streaming pretty smoothly, says Mental Case. That's good. Mental Case, oh, I get it. Yeah, she is so tiny and cute, Sandy, isn't she? Yeah, she does have, I wonder how much is she like pure Highland or not. I don't know what her genetics are. This is the thing when I got Amanda Hug and Kiss, she was already bred. I thought she was bred with a Highland Papa, but that's also partially maybe because she's got she's just young, and her snout will extend out a little bit, but she does look a little, I don't know, thick and beefy, which is not a bad thing. Eventually, she will be bred with Macho Man, and so she'll have that as her experience. Baby B, you want to come close to me? Yeah, let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. How's it going, guys? Yeah, we do get fireflies. Not a lot, but there are some that we have. Hey, Macho Man. Coming over to say hi? Yeah. Scratch that head of yours. How about that, buddy? Yeah, you like that. You're a good boy. You are such a good bull. And yes, Macho Man has been putting in the work. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I was debating moving them into this cell. So typically the grass is going to look like this versus this, but they still have a lot of stuff that I want them to trample down and eat. And so they've been in this spot for about 12 hours, and I'm going to let them have, I don't know, probably about another 12 hours. Like tomorrow at, I don't know, 7 o'clock, 7:30, I'll move them to this next spot and let them keep going. And there is no like hard rule for when I move them once a day or twice a day. What I'm really basing it on is much more like, what does the pasture look like, and do they feel like they have a lot of grass or not? And as I'm looking down here, there's plenty for them to eat over the next 12 hours. And so they'll stay out here and they'll move. Speaking of moving, I'm hearing some commotion. This happens every night. I want to show this to you guys. I don't usually get to show you evening chores in general, and then specifically what happens just in the random small moments, but here, I'm going to give you that opportunity right now. So every night, there always seems to be a fight that breaks out between Black Francis and Alexander Hamilton. Well, he's one of the Moron brothers, but he's a Bielenfelder, and I've taken to calling all my Bielenfelders Alexander Hamilton now. How's it going, girl? It's basically one rooster asserting his dominance over another. Oh, you guys went through all your food? Let me give you some more food. How about that? Maybe this will prevent some fighting. So the food cam that you guys were watching when I rode up here, that was actually something I shot this morning when I fed them. And so, yeah, now they're getting to chow down some more. I'll feed them even more tomorrow. This Energizer is really meant to just keep this fence charged, which keeps the chickens from wandering too far. It's not meant to prevent anything like that. I'm going to go check on the egg situation. I'll take you guys with me. Then I'll leave you a chance to watch these guys. Oh, we got some more eggs. One here. A few more down here. So I actually started this collection basket last night with 2 eggs. Now I've just been slowly but surely collecting. I don't think I'm going to risk it and try to take them down in the bike. I've had a couple of mishaps of carrying eggs down from here on the bike, but I will probably take them down in the morning. I don't know. Next time I come up here with the ATV. But yeah, you can see some of the girls are starting to bed down for the night. Probably within the next hour, they'll all be up here on their roosts. And this is where they'll sleep. About 20 minutes after the sun goes down, that door will close. But I think they heard that I poured some food, so a few of them are coming back out and say, ooh, let me get a quick bite to eat. I'll let you watch this. You guys can just chill out for a minute or two and enjoy this. Well, Melissa, good luck putting everybody to bed. Thank you, Braden. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Richard. He's a nice guy. Yeah, I have actually his design book. I tried to do something a little different because I was working at a smaller scale than what he had spec'd out. But I don't know. Maybe eventually I'm gonna have a flock big enough where I think that might come into play. All right, just to be clear, if you donate money, you're donating to the Save the Farmers Who Are Dealing with Floods Fund. But I appreciate the sentiment there, Keycheck. Oh, Suzanne, I hear you. Guys, I don't do like a live feed like this all the time because number one, I kind of like just being able to do my farm stuff sometimes. I don't shoot videos every single day, despite I think what it might feel like because I'm putting out videos every day. But the reality is I will shoot videos, I don't know, maybe 5 days a week. And I like having the time to just be like working at my own pace and not feel like I'm being watched constantly. Like doing this occasionally, like I'm doing with you guys right now. It's all good, and I don't mind it at all. And I don't know, maybe how well this is working right now up in this part of the pasture might have me doing more live streaming in general from this part of the farm, and so I could easily see doing that more regularly. But I don't feel like I'd ever want to have just like cameras just to have people constantly watching it. But yeah, I'm happy to give you guys an occasional regular chicken moment of zen as Kate's talking about it here. And by the way, because of the fact that I'm on the move right now, I will say I'm unable to see if people are making donations. And so if I haven't thanked you, just know it's not that I'm not appreciative. I just haven't been able to see it. But I'd love to see like a crazy total of dollars back there when I get back to the computer. Here, let's hang out with the chickens a little bit, huh? I mean, chickens, the cows. Honestly, this is like one of my favorite times of day on the farm when I can just kind of chill. This is probably why I don't shoot as many evening videos too, because it's nice to just be able to be out here doing my thing. Oh, would you look at that? Here. So what you're seeing here is baby bee getting her dinner. I think because I came out, they're now all expecting me to move them. So I don't know, maybe I should move them. More live streams won't be cool. Oh, we're at $6,300. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you guys. And thank you for the update. Anybody who wants to give me updates, that's super helpful. So, Backyard Homesteader. Abby is actually down below right now because she got injured, and I want to keep a really, really close eye on her. And so that's why she's not up here with me right now. Yeah. Baby B is very sweet. It's totally cool, Fifi. Totally cool. Wait, I don't think I'm averaging 6,000 an hour. I think your math's off, but I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah, and that's what we're doing. This is going to be going all night. I don't think I'll come out here in the middle of the night. Maybe if people donate enough money, I might do that as like a challenge. Like, yeah, I'll have to think about that. But yeah, like I was saying, Dee Dee, Abby's injured a little bit. We'll go back and feed her and Toby in a couple minutes. But that's why she's not up here with me. Oh, but I just love watching Baby B get a drink. Here, we're just gonna set the camera down. This way I'm not constantly shaking it on you guys too. I mean, would you look at that? That feels like a poster to me. Like, you got Annabelle in the front, got Amanda and Baby B in the back. Oh, it's just too much for me. I will be doing more Roll for Dog Food Pondview. I'm actually gearing up. I actually have a dog food sponsor. I'm not allowed to announce it yet, but there's going to be a new dog food sponsor, which is going to mean a lot more Roll for Dog Food. Oh, okay, yeah, $1,000. Yeah, you're exactly right. That is true. Wow, that's crazy. Actually, even think about it. So, Culture Nerd, I still haven't been able to find somebody to do that. Right now, it's actually sitting in a freezer in my basement, to be honest. So I still have the option to do it. Like I haven't ruined it yet, but I have not done anything just yet. Wow. All 2 donations for $50. Thank you guys. That's amazing. So the reason my geese don't migrate is because they're too fat to fly. So yeah. Most organic. Yes, this is exactly what T-Gene is saying, or T-John. Yeah, it's really, really difficult to get, for small scale and particularly organic and regen operations, get crop insurance that actually makes sense. Yeah, I think Macho Man's gonna stay nice and chill. He's been very good so far. Yeah, I mean, we've been going for about 6 hours, but yeah, we got about another 18 hours to go. No, the tadpoles grew up. We are flush with frogs. You guys will hear it probably when we go back down, but we have lots of frogs wandering around the farm at this point. So that's what's going on. All right, I'm gonna take it into a wider camera. Hang on. This app, I will say, one user improvement would be to make it easier to change your camera lens. It's like super, super hard to do. There we go. It's like 5 clicks to change the camera angle or camera lens. But yeah, these are the cows. All right, ladies, I'm gonna let you be. I got to get back down pretty soon. It's currently 2 a.m. in Norway. Wow. Well, bruh, if you want to get up early and hang out with me, I wonder how many folks here in North America are going to be chilling out and watching the live stream that late. But I really hope we have some folks. 18 to go. I'm going to make it, Cheryl. Just you wait. Just you wait. I might take a nap, but other than that, I'm going to be there. I need a blonde coo. All right, okay. I don't want to talk about that here, but yeah, I do. Oh, it's Jean, like pants. Okay, I didn't know if it was like French and it was like Jean or something, but okay. Jean, thank you for clarifying that. Yes, that is 100% a good thing to check in on. Yeah, I made a short video showing that, yeah, we've been really lucky when it comes to flood damage. In fact, like some of the only pasture flood damage that we have is that brown spot that you see over there. It's like nothing. We got incredibly lucky. But again, it has to do with the shape of the farm and the topography. So we're standing right here at the highest point of our farm. So all water is going to run either down that way, or that way. Most of our farm is down that hill. And in fact, actually, because I got to get going, I'm going to show you guys right now what that looks like. One of the soggiest the 2 soggiest parts of our pasture are, one is like right here, this edge strip right here, and the cattle were actually right over there during the flooding, and so they've kind of beaten that up. Over where Abby's doghouse is also another one of the wetter spots. Whoop, lost my camera. And so that's another spot that. Oh, would you look at that? You guys see that? That's a tick right there. Boop. Tick be gone. Okay. You think I don't know, Dan. I'm worried. Like if you guys keep sharing this and telling other people about the live stream and spreading the word, I think that's going to be our best bet. I worry that we may or may not hit the 10K goal. I hope we hit the 10K goal. I'd really love to see us hit the 10K goal, but I don't feel like that's a lock even remotely. Now, just fair warning, you might lose me here for a second as I go through spots. Just hang out and stick with me. I'll be right back. This is where my cell phone service gets patchy again. And so just like I said, fair warning. But see, like, as I get closer to where the barn is, it's now starting to, like, it rises up just a little bit right here. So there's like a slight depression in that back spot. And then it goes all downhill from the spot I'm on right now. So this will be all downhill. We're going to ride through the tall grass. I mean, this was all grazed by the cattle. I don't know. They were over here maybe about a month ago. You can hear that. That's wet. Whoa, you can hear that. That's wet. I almost spilled again. Whoa. Sorry, it's very hard to talk and pedal and navigate the rocky terrain here. Or, I should say rocky terrain, grassy terrain. If my signal is getting really bad, guys, tell me. And I won't spend too much time lingering here, but I did want to stop just for a moment. This is actually a very good view of the farm. Actually, look at that sky. That's pretty incredible, actually. So you can see my heifers. So there's Bonnie and there's Belinda. They're just hanging out in their spot right now. How's it going there, Bonnie? How are you now, Bonnie? Hi, Wayne. But yeah, so like I said, so that's where I was. This is where all the water would flow downhill. A lot of the water gets trapped by the swales and berms that we have on the side there. And then, let me go into super camera mode here. So if you look down there, you can see the pond is totally full. You can see the hoop coop. You can see our goslings actually grazing right over there. You can see the adult birds over by their shelter over there. Yeah, this is kind of where everybody's at right now. The sky looks pretty incredible that way. Look at that. So the sun's now gone down past our horizon at least. I don't know if it's officially sundown, but pretty magnificent sky. If I were to stay up here tonight, just a little bit. So if I were to stay up here tonight, pretty much right over there, you would see fireworks. I don't know, about 9:15ish maybe. And so that's where the fireworks are going to happen tonight. But I don't think I'm going to stick out up here for that. I think I'm going to go back down. I got to go feed the dogs, and then yeah, I got to meet my buddy Ben for a call in just a little bit. It's gonna be fun talking to Ben. Trust me, you guys are gonna enjoy it. But yes, come with me as we go back down. Oh wait, what's this dual view camera? Whoop. Trying to change camera settings, maybe one thing too many. Yeah, I do need a camera mount for my bike. I agree with that statement. I have one. It's just it bounces around so much. And I never use my iPhone on my bike. It's a very rare instance. But yeah. Oh, that's incredible, Pond View. It makes me very happy. Hey, Alex, how's it going? No, it's not Uncle Ben. It's my buddy Ben Notterman. Ben of Snug Valley Farm. He's going to be calling in. He's been, like, over in Hardwick, which is the community that he's living in. He's been dealing with it. He's actually been out haying today, so I'm actually curious to hear his report on how the haying was, because he needed to get all that hay off the ground before tomorrow, because we're going to get a whole heck of a lot more water. You know, like you heard the Secretary of Agriculture say earlier today on this live stream, we are going to be having some real challenges when it comes to what's going to happen with the hay season and hay prices this winter. It's going to be rough. Yep. So this, it looks like this is still streaming, huh? The book reading will be probably around 9 o'clock tonight. Close this gate. Don't want cattle getting out. Oops, sorry. Ah, uh-oh. Okay, bear with me. This is going to be the part where it gets a little tricky. Plus, I have to chase down some wayward goslings, I think, if they didn't go back themselves. Maybe they went back themselves. Maybe that's wishful thinking. I don't know. We'll see. Time will tell on that one. I'm going slow because I don't want to spook the goslings if they're still here. I want to make it easier to drive them in. Hey, geese. How's it going? There's our adult geese. I don't see the goslings. I think they probably brought themselves back in. Maybe? Maybe not. Let's see. Oh, yeah, nope. It looks like they brought themselves back in. Good for them. Good. Oh, wait, nope. They didn't. You can see them. They're right over by that apple tree. See that? They're in the cattle yard. Let's chase them back in. Come on, gooselings. Get back in there. Come on, guys. Get in there. Uh-oh, they're going the wrong way. I might actually, because they keep escaping like this, I might actually put all the geese in the upper pasture now. I'm just going to set this camera down. Do this on foot. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. So I had to like carry all the goslings in, and my phone disconnected. And if I tried to reconnect my phone, I was worried I was going to lose the goslings in some tall grass. Oh boy! But yes, I'm back. Getting ready to do the wrap up on chores. The only thing left I got to do now is feed the dogs, and then we'll be talking to my buddy Ben. And Ben, if you hear this, just know I might be like a little bit late now. And unfortunately, I can't text you because I'm live streaming. Bear with me, guys. Hang on. Sorry. Woo. And yeah, I had to like run to catch them. So I got my evening cardio in as well. It's like, I find actually to catch goslings, the best maneuver is to go into like a full sprint here. It's too dark in the barn. I'm just going to leave you guys right here. This lovely view of my murder mittens. Watching and waiting for where her dinner's going to come in. Yeah. That was kind of fun, actually. Stupid, but fun. Whoa, we're at 6,700. That's crazy. Thank you, guys. This is amazing. Who knows? We might be able to hit 10,000. Would it be crazy if we hit 20,000? I don't think we're going to hit 20,000, but that'd be insane. Come on, girls. Ginevra, you want to come? You want to just stay there? Okay. I'm going to treat you guys to... Hang on a sec. I got to have free hands to prepare their food. Hold on a sec. Bear with me, you guys. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, there are dead spots. So, like, if you see me just... Hey, cats, get away from the dog food. Come on. Not allowed. Not cool, guys. So Suzanne's saying it's 10:30 in Melbourne. It is 8:30, and actually, I think I just saw Chip's name password. Chip, can you tell Ben I'm just running a couple minutes late? I had to chase some wayward goslings. Yes, thank you, Anonymous. And thank you guys for like helping and stepping up as mods. I really appreciate the folks who've been hanging out here for a while, helping the newer folks. It makes me so happy to see that we have a community like that amongst all of you guys. And so I did want to say thank you for that. Yes, as Chip is saying, that also helps. Yeah, even if you can't donate, just sharing this and liking this and commenting and chatting, like all of those things help like actually get other people to the live stream. And so, you know, anything you guys can do on those fronts are going to be greatly appreciated. All right. Here, have dog. You can eat. Come on, come. Come on, Tubbs. Yeah, to me, you have to be fed in set place. I don't do. Looks like so. I feed Toby in the hoop coop, and it looks like it's just a little bit too far away from our signal to be able to. So sorry about that. You can't be that hurt because I'm a little bit worried. You know, a dog gets a cut on their leg, you bandage it for a day or two, and it starts to look better. Go to the emergency vet tomorrow, or do I take her to my regular vet on Monday? I don't know. I don't know which is the best approach. I probably will take her to the emergency vet after this tomorrow afternoon. Maybe sort of a compromise. I just, never want to like take risks, undue risks at least, with the health of the animals, particularly the dogs and cats. And so, I don't know, maybe I'm overreacting, but just probably getting her on an antibiotic might be what's needed there. Whew. Pondview says wait till Monday. Abby will still eat. I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. Abby and Toby will still eat cow poop and bird poop. They don't eat each other's poop though. Excuse me. All right. Now it's time to feed the barn cats. Oh boy. Yep. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Some for hair. Some for hair. Let me take this dish and I'll wash this dish. And Molly, your food is served. Now, guys, I'm going to have to run inside, and that's always a time where I'll lose you. So what I'm going to do right now is the brooder cam. We can watch what the chicks are up to, give the audio, and I will be back very soon. And I'm back in the barn office. And let me quiet things down, and we'll get to our guest in just a second here. Yeah, how was that for you guys? Hopefully it wasn't too chaotic. But I don't know. I thought it was kind of fun live streaming the chat and being able to spend time like that. I've honestly never done anything like that, so that was a new experience. But let's just take a minute here and reset and let everybody know why we're doing this and what's going on here, because I know we've been going now for 6.5 hours, and so a lot of people who might have started might not have been following this thing the whole time. So what's going on here is this. Here in Vermont this week, we are experiencing some significant flooding. Our farm, Goldshaw Farm, is actually totally fine. We've had really only minor damage. We had a loss of a few goslings. It was sad, but it was not horrible. We made it through. That said, I have neighbors and friends who have been experiencing some really catastrophic losses, and so we decided to put together. I decided to put together this basically a fundraiser as a way to raise money for farmers who are in need as a result of the flooding. And specifically what I'm talking about is I'm working with an organization, NOFA. It's the Northeast Organic Farming. Hang on, take away the chicks here for a second. It's the Northeast Organic Farming Association of Vermont. They have a farmer emergency fund. That farmer emergency fund provides relief to folks who are really struggling. And specifically over the next few weeks, they're going to be issuing out money to folks who have been hit hard by the flooding. And so as a way to try to help, what I wanted to try to do is do this 24-hour live stream fundraiser talking about what's going on. And so that's what you get. That's where you get stuck with me. Right now, if I look at our tally, we are dangerously close to $7,000. And thank you to everybody who... And Chicken Plot Pie, thank you for that very generous donation. And all the anonymous folks who've been checking in here with donations. And George Schaefer, it's folks like that who are making these donations that it's super, super appreciated. And it's going to help some real farmers in need. The money's not going to overhead. It's not going to organizations. It's not going to me. It is going very specifically and very directly to folks who've been impacted by the flooding and really have that need. And so that's what's going on. I did want to bring on a friend of mine who is also a local farmer here. He's over in Hardwick, Vermont. His name is Ben Notterman, and he actually has a farm as well. What's going on, Ben?
Hey, Morgan, how are you?
Oh, I can't hear you, Ben.
Can you hear me?
Oh, hold on. Maybe that's... Oh, wait. That might be my fault. Hang on. You're doing the right thing and using your headphones. I forgot to put my headphones in. How about now?
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. There you go. It was all my bad. Everybody else is like, oh, Morgan's crazy. He's been punching. He's been doing this for 6.5 hours already. He's out of it already. It's going to be dangerous when it looks like it's 6 a.m.
How you holding up? Are you staying hydrated, staying strong?
I've been drinking nonstop seltzer. I just switched over as I came inside to a kombucha. Just trying to stay hydrated. How are you doing? You've been out haying all day, huh?
Yeah, actually, I just got in maybe 15 minutes ago. Like, ate some cold food out of the fridge and then sat down here. So, we were trying to hay in between all the rains and all the normal challenges.
So how has it been? Actually, before we get into the hay, I just wanted, for everybody's frame of reference, can you talk about your farm and what you do, how you're set up, kind of like what's your story?
Sure. So we're Snug Valley Farm. We're in East Hardwick, Vermont. We are a grass-fed, grass-finished beef operation. We raise non-GMO pork, and we also produce grass-fed lamb. So we graze regeneratively, with the regenerative principles in mind, I guess. So we're moving our cattle every day to fresh grass. The cattle visit the grass or each part of our farm for a short duration, and then high intensity short duration, and then they gets lots of rest and they get moved on. So that lets the grass recover, and we're building topsoil, sequestering carbon, doing all the good things, increasing water infiltration. And then we also, our byproduct of all that is the beef. the pork, and the lamb, which we offer for retail, home deliveries, wholesale, like pretty much the gambit.
Yeah. And now, sort of, what have you experienced? I mean, some of the pictures and things you were telling me about that you guys are seeing in Hardwick, like Hardwick got hit way harder than Peacham, it seems like to me.
It seems like Hardwick has the luck of being hit by this kind of stuff. It's lots of road damage. Luckily, no damage at our farm. Just we're high and dry and not a river bottom. I'm very thankful for that. But lots and lots of road damage. Folks lost their houses, businesses. Lots of cleanup going on right now. It's really brought the whole community together. But it's always sad to see this kind of a event happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually a local motel in Hardwick that just like got completely washed away. I mean, it's insane. And then just even seeing some of the roads, like I'm not sure if I could easily get to your place from here right now because of some of the road issues.
Yeah, it may not be easy. I'm sure there's some circuitous route you could take that would be 60, 70 miles to get here.
Yeah, which is, for everybody's frame of reference, I think your farm's, as the crow flies, what, like 15 miles or so, probably. Just hit 7,000. Awesome. Thank you, guys. That's amazing. So now, Ben, you've been out haying today. What have you been seeing as you've been out haying?
Lots and lots of moisture, saturated ground. We've been patiently waiting for a weather window to start our second cut, and this was not much of a weather window, being 1.5 days, or really 1 day. We did have big rains overnight, so it was a challenge working on soggy ground.
Yeah,
but we got it done.
And how was your hay yield relative to everything else?
First cut was pretty light. We had 3 weeks of consecutive, 3 consecutive weeks with at least one night in the 20s or upper teens in May, which really stalled the grass. So both on our grazing and on our hay ground. Yeah, so our first cut yields were very, very low, like a little less than half of normal. And the second cut seems to be a very bountiful second cut. So granted, we've only done 25 acres that I did today, but we have a lot left to go. But I'm encouraged to see what's happened since first cut, like the 1st of June.
Yeah, no, I think it's that double-edged sword with the moisture, right? Like, you're going to get grass growing if you can get it off the ground. And I mean, tomorrow is looking like it's going to be crazy in terms of like what's happening with the rains and like, I don't know. I worry about things are going to look like come Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just really hope we don't get any winds. The ground being so saturated, if we get some winds, it's going to throw trees. Like the root system is just going to tip. Not so much break the tree, but the tree won't be able to hold the ground much longer. The ground is 100% saturated right now, so I'm not sure where this rain is going to go. It's got no option to go in, so it's going to have to go across, which is not good.
Yeah, just a half an hour ago, I went up to the top pasture to check on the cows and see if I wanted to move them for a second time today, and like just riding my bike through the pasture, just like waterlogged. My pants are actually soaked right now. Like there's nowhere to put the water right now. So any rains that we get are gonna move essentially.
Yeah, I mean that's the benefit to grass farming. You don't have really any open bare soil, so the topsoil stays where it's supposed to be, and that's held there by the grass.
Yeah.
So in that aspect, we're lucky that's how our operation works.
Yeah, exactly. So now, Ben, another thing I wanted to talk to you about tonight, because I think one of the things that folks were talking about earlier on the live stream, and we called out your farm as one of those options of how can you help support small farmers and find good, grass-fed beef and like source it the right way from providers who are really doing the right thing. Like, you're involved in a special project. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I'm involved in the grass-fed cooperative, which you may have seen in the comment section. We have Chip and Michael, and I don't know if any of the other guys are there, but we're a cooperative of 7 ranchers or beef producers. I'm an East Coast guy, so I don't know if I'm a rancher. I think somewhere this side of the Mississippi that delineation happens. So we're a farm, but we're a grass-fed beef producer. So the 7 of us came together in the last 6-7 months, and have pooled our resources to offer grass-fed beef to the lower 48 states from a regional rancher. So I'm not shipping beef to California, and a producer on the West Coast isn't shipping all the way back to Vermont. So we're trying to cover the country regionally with 2-day shipping to give people like a taste of place, a good clean option for grass-fed beef, and really make that connection with their producer in their region. So our mission is to provide obviously nutrient-dense, super clean meats, grass-fed, grass-finished, no shenanigans, to customers everywhere. But with shipping across the country, the carbon footprint and the challenges really are a challenge to navigate trying to farm regeneratively or ranch regeneratively and be true grass-fed. So this partnership allows us to split up the U.S., the country to regions. So we're not doing any unnecessary shipping. It's as tight a region as possible.
I think it's such a great system that you guys are developing, and I think it's going to be pretty incredible to see what it does over the next few months, because, so often folks will come to me saying, hey, like, how can we find, your beef? And they're looking like specifically at our cattle, and, the way you raise your cattle is not drastically different than the way I raise my cattle. And so it's recognizing that, you can find ways to source things more locally. That is, I think, one piece. And I think the other fact that, like, you actually have, farmers coming together to take on big beef, where if you look at the kind of the monopolies that control the majority of the beef market, so much of it is rooted in these large corporations versus something like your cooperative, which is, farmer run, farmer owned, farmer operated. I think that's going to make a huge difference.
We really want to be a disruptor in the food system and give people another option to source these meats that are clean. The dollars go right to the farmer, not to JBS or any of the other big conglomerates that are out there that really control the meat industry. So we're really trying to work toward that and give people an option, like make that connection with the producer, whether it's me in Vermont or Michael down in Georgia or Chip in Indiana or Jared over in Idaho. Or I'm missing some, sorry guys. But just to give that local option, that regional option, somebody that you can put a face with the product. That's the whole goal.
Yeah, no, I think it really is wonderful. And thank you, by the way, to all the anonymous folks who just thrown in some donations. And thank you to Marion for your donation, in euros. That's very fancy. And so, yeah, guys, the support you're showing right now and the love you're showing is super awesome. It's going to help a lot of different farms, and it's appreciated. So Ben, as you're gearing up for kind of the remainder of the summer, like, how are you thinking about trying to manage through kind of potentially more wet weather and what you're going to do with your animals?
Really being cognizant of the ground that they're standing on, and really tying that and timing that to the weather. Like we have some wetter pastures that we're going to have to be really, really kid glove with, and make sure the animals aren't too tight. It doesn't punch it up, make holes. We call it pugging in the mud, because the soil takes a long time to recover from an incident like that, and we don't have necessarily a long time before the beef need to rotate back through that piece. So we're going to be really going as light as possible, making sure if we have a big rain event, they're going to be on high dry ground, not in the lower, the lower wet spots. So it's definitely going to be a challenge. I don't know if this is the new normal, but it's from the end of May to now, it is like a complete 180 degrees where we were on the moisture scale. This is outrageous at this point.
I know. I mean, I think that to me is like actually one of the bigger things. Like I was actually talking to Anson Tebbets earlier today about sort of the climate volatility, where, we've had a couple of really dry years, like worrying about water tables, worrying about springs going dry, that sort of thing. And now to be in the situation here where it's like, finding 3 dry days to hay is now difficult. Like it's tough to operate in that sort of constantly swinging kind of climate.
Well, that's where the fact that we're adaptive and we can react pretty quickly and be proactive on our practices and how we graze we're not set to one paradigm. We can shift and adapt to these maybe the new normal. I don't know what this is, but I think everybody's going to have to be able to adapt and shift and think outside the box, new ways to do stuff, because I don't know. Well, we've had two 100 or 1,000 year floods in 12 years since Irene in 2011. So, yeah, it's they're coming faster and more frequently.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it in terms of that faster and frequent. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. I mean, no doubt about it. So, Ben, I will tell you. So for those who don't know, Ben was the guy who sold me those 3 little pigs that started out as little pigs, and they're getting big. They're getting hefty. And I'll say the mud that they are living in, they are loving it. Like, they have their dry shelter, but they're also just like, I mean, there's just like a straight up mud bog at this point where, yeah, I'm going to have to go through with the tractor and re-scrape it, because it's like, especially in the last week, it's turned into swimming pools.
Yeah, that's the challenge with pigs, and especially on a year like this with this much moisture, it's definitely another one of those challenging aspects that we don't really anticipate weeks upon weeks upon weeks of rain. Yeah,
exactly. Well, awesome, Ben. I really appreciate you checking in. And if folks want to check out Ben and see what he's up to, be sure to check out the either Snug Valley Farm or the Grass-Fed Cooperative, which I think is going to be really exciting to see as that springs up. And yeah, thanks for stopping by, and we'll catch up again real soon.
All right. Hey, thank you, Morgan. Stay dry in the coming days.
Thanks a lot, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Be well. See ya. Thanks.
All right. That's Ben. Gosh, this is fun. I mean, you know, it's been really good to like have folks like Ben to chat with and kind of hear what's going on. Yeah, it's been tough. And as you heard Ben say, like, it's been such a struggle getting like just the basics of running your farm operation going right now with some of this weather, that's where farmers are going to be needing support. And so, yeah, if you guys can, it's so much appreciated. And you know, just as I've seen folks like, you know, Teresa here donating, and we're up to $7,185. And Piper Lely's telling me my volume sounds really low, so maybe I need to be better on mic, Piper. Please tell me, Debbie, if that sounds any better. Yeah, I think it will be very helpful, sort of any money that we can all raise together here. So guys, we do have a main event item coming up very soon. So I promised at 9 o'clock-ish that I would be reading the Toby Dog book. I need a couple minutes to prepare for that. I will probably actually run downstairs and make a cup of coffee as well, because I'm gonna need it. Like I'm going all night here, guys. This party is not stopping. We are not even at the halfway point, and so I'm gonna go take a couple of minutes and make some coffee. I'll bring you downstairs with me, and you can watch me make coffee if you want to see how I make coffee. I don't know if that's exciting or not, but while we wait, let me pick something out for you guys. I'm going to give you guys some more Ginny Barncat camera. Actually, I don't know. Maybe folks will like this. Here, you know what I'm going to give you? I'll give you the chance to watch just some drone flights around the farm. And so that's what you're going to get here. So chill out, watch the drone. I will be back in a couple minutes making coffee. Okay, and now I am back in the kitchen and I'm making some coffee. What's this 24-hour helping of? So Tom, so what we're doing is we're trying to raise money for the NOFA Vermont Farmer Emergency Fund. So what we're trying to do is frankly help support this fund that is going to be helping farmers significantly impacted by the flooding here in Vermont. And so that's what the goal is. That's what we're trying to help here. Pondview likes the drone flights. All right, cool. So first trick that I have for making my coffee here on the farm is typically what I will do is we have this hot water kettle. This is a game changer. My wife, Allison, is a complete tea addict. And because she loves tea so much, you know, we ultimately decided to splurge and buy like a nice hot water kettle. I gotta say, it's way better than trying to do something where you're like, for example, like just heating it up in a kettle on the stove or, God forbid, microwave. We actually don't even have a microwave here. We don't like microwaves. I don't know. I don't feel like it ever does a good job with any sort of food. I am not a fan of the microwave. But I am a fan of Vermont Roasters coffee. And specifically, we got a nice medium roast. You always got to grind the beans. I mean, that is the rule. You always got to grind the beans. You know, I think one of the things that's fun about this live stream is I'm getting to do things that I don't typically do in a video. Like, you would never usually see me making coffee in a video, but here I am. Spilling beans. I spilled the beans. Is that where that expression comes from? Spilling the beans? Like, I always, for some reason, thought it was like baked beans or something that you were spilling, but maybe it was coffee beans and you're spilling the beans as you're grinding the beans for making coffee. I don't know. If somebody could clarify that one in the comments, it would be super, super helpful. All right, let's grind. David wants it cream, no sugar. Actually, David, that's exactly how I'm making mine. So, yeah. If you want to play along at home, you totally can. Fortunately, this tripod I'm using here does not let me tilt down. And so, I'm doing this. We're going to be doing a pour over here today. Actually, let me try doing this a little higher. Bear with me. Okay. So now we got to just wait for our water to get to temp. Let's see. Does anybody have a question I can answer while I'm doing it? Yeah, I use the grinder. I think it makes a big one. Herbal. Wow, y'all have black tea or herbal. I usually go herbal, like a peppermint tea is usually my go-to. But like usually this time of night, like if I'm talking about my regular routine, now that I've done all my chores, it's like 9 o'clock. Allison and I usually will like chill out and either read or watch a TV show or something. And I will usually have peppermint tea at this time of night. That's usually my go-to. But oh man, you're making it even worse, gratitude. But to like keep myself going here tonight, we're going to coffee, which I usually never will drink after say 1 p.m. But here we are. How many tripods do you use? Do the broken ones go to the garden as plant supporters? I break easily 3 tripods a year. I have like 2 main tripods that are like good for heavy cameras. Then I also have like a lot of things like this thing is on like actually a selfie stick. I like them actually better than regular tripods because I think they're just a little bit more flexible. Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of Earl Grey too. Earl Grey is a wildly underrated tea flavor. Okay, all right, let me adjust it because I saw a couple of questions about this earlier when Ben was on. So yeah, a couple of days ago, let's see, I think it was Friday. Yeah, Friday. Abby Dog, so I guess it was yesterday morning, so not even a couple of days ago. Abby Dog, when I came out to get everybody ready for the morning, I noticed she had like a little cut on her paw, and I wasn't quite sure what it was. I cleaned it up, I bandaged it up, and so that's really what happened. I don't know what happened. It happened somewhere between the time period of like 8:30 p.m. and, I don't know, 5:30 a.m. Like somewhere in between that window is when she got hurt. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I assume she just like cut it on a rock or something. But what's happening is I think she might have gotten a little infected, like whether she went in the pond with like a cut, which could have easily caused some problems for her or something like that. And and so now in the last, honestly, between now and like, I don't know, between noon and now, she's like started to limp a little. And so it's got me worried that she might have some sort of infection developing. And so, yeah, like I said, my vet's closed on Saturday and Sunday. I might take her to the emergency vet tomorrow. I might not. I don't know. We're going to see. I'm going to see how she's doing first thing tomorrow morning before I make a decision there. All right, my tea water is done. We're going to now adjust my angle so you can watch this part. I feel like I'm Peter McKinnon here. Yeah, I like to do the pour over. I think pour over makes the best tasting cup of homebrewed coffee. Like, if I had a big espresso machine, I would do something like an Americano or something. That's kind of what I prefer. But since I don't, I just keep it simple with the pour over. I do not like fresh press just because I always make a mess of it. I don't like using like a coffee machine, like a drip. I don't know. I don't think it's nearly as good. And I don't know. Stylistically, I think there's something very nice about taking like a 10 or 15 minute break and helping myself to a cup of coffee like this. There we go. Let that calm itself down for a moment. Taking the owl mug today. How about that? I was never much of a big coffee drinker. I actually used to only use it for times when I really needed like to stay up all night or do something. And so this was traditionally the only times I would ever drink coffee. I'm drinking coffee. Now I drink actually coffee pretty regularly. And I just kind of like it as a nice relaxing ritual. I'll drink it most mornings, not every morning, but fairly regularly. And yeah, if I'm having it in the afternoon after having lunch, I'll usually douse it with a little bit of cream. I don't use like creamers. I like just actually using regular old heavy cream. I find that it works best. Oh, that's good. Not that but you should start your own coffee company called Frankenbeans. That would be pretty funny. Oh wow, we're at 7,500. Thank you guys. That's amazing. All right. Now I'm going to head back upstairs. Let's go here. You're probably going to lose me in the lighting, but I'm worried if I disconnect this camera, I'm going to lose you guys entirely, and I don't want that. So bear with me. We walk through the house here. Ooh, it's spooky and dark. Going up the stairs to my office. And we're back in my office. Say hi to Lil Barn Cat. How's it going, Lil? You want me to rub your belly? Okay. I'll rub your belly. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll be back with Lil. I'll be playing video games a little bit later this evening. That's going to be next on tap. Well, actually, not next. So I think what I'm doing is I'm reading the book. Then we're going to do reading the book. Then I will do some editing, I think, is on sort of part of the plan. And then from there, we'll start to do our video games. Like the video games, it's like, my goal here is it's like I'm a little kid and I'm having a sleepover with my friends. And when I was like 10 years old, what we would do would be stay up all night and play video games. It basically would stay up all night and play the video games that we'll be playing tonight. So that's the plan there. Ooh, that's really good. Okay. No, I'm not going to be playing Farming Simulator. All right, hang on a second. Bear with me. I gotta